Hey,
Hey, good morning.
Hey,
Or
welcome
good
everybody.
afternoon.
and happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Java.
Our, I guess, early birthday. So we are just one day ahead. But yes, thank you everyone for coming, joining us to celebrate Java's 30th birthday, which will be officially tomorrow. But we decided to do a little bit early because that's a Friday and also a Friday before Memorial Day in the US. So I think this would be a bit more convenient for everyone. But yes, Java will be
And who
turning
likes to
30.
celebrate on a Friday, right, Billy?
Yeah, exactly. But yes, yeah, Java will be turning 30, and we're going to be celebrating Java's, great history here over the past 30 years. Actually, maybe a little bit more than 30 years, a little bit teaser for later on. But with so many of the people who helped create Java, but we're also going to be maybe celebrating a little bit of Java's future as well with some of the people who are just entering Java here. So it's going to be a great time over these about next 6 or so hours. Looking really forward to it. How about you, Nicolai and Anna?
Yeah, we have quite a program there for a couple of hours. Initially, we thought like, yeah, we're going to just do a couple of hours, and then it grew, and so many guests and so many ideas popped up. We're like, we're going to do them all. So in it for the full ride, it's going to be 6 hours. If you're not, you can probably rewatch much of this later. We're going to leave it up for a while. Anyway, yeah. So first off, who better to talk to us about Java than the current steward of Java? I mean, if there's a single person, that could probably be him. So we're going to have Mark Reinhold here to talk about Java Platform Stewardship. And later we're going to talk to Bruno Souza a little bit about the community side of it all. We're going to have my colleagues Heather and Gavin here to talk about how Java is making sure that it stays relevant for learners, for students. And then we're going to look a little bit at the language changes that we've seen in the last couple of years.
But we're also going to continue with another special guest that's going to talk about the feature that all of us have appreciated when it was launched, but we still appreciate nowadays, and it's kind of unforgettable feature of Java. Of course, I'm talking about Lambdas. So we're going to have Brian Goetz talking to us about what meant to add Lambda to the Java language, hear about some history and some other hidden stories that probably you haven't heard before. Also, we're going to have as guests two lovely ladies from JetBrains talking to you about building the tools for the Java community. We're going to have together here with us Gupta and Marit van Dijk, and we're going to have demos from them as well. And we're going to go also in the Middle East and Africa and have together with us today Mohammed Abuleit, who's going to tell us about how is to build a community for an entire continent. And what else?
Yes. So then after that, I'll be, unfortunately to everyone, taking over for a little bit. I will be talking with Venkat Subramanian. He is going to be covering some of the hidden innovations of Java, which there's many. That's going to be a definitely interactive one. So if you're on during that time, definitely be sure to ask some questions. Venkat has asked me to do that. So if you have any questions about some of Java's innovations, let us know, and Venkat will be sure to answer them. After that, we will be talking one of our education leads, Crystal. She will be talking with a teacher who's teaching a high school teacher in the US who is helping teach the next generation of Java developers. Then after that, I will be talking to someone who needs no introduction, but I guess I'll do it anyways. James Gosling, the father of Java. We will be talking about the very early days of Java. Then Heather, one of our other education leads, she will be doing a panel with various students and recent hire or recent professionals in the Java industry. A really great panel, just kind of, people who are just finishing up school or just starting their careers, getting their perspectives on the future of Java. After that, Shar Chander, he will be talking with George Saab on how he has continued to help grow the Java platform. And then Mauricio Spilka, I'm probably just really butchered that name. Anna is laughing right now. But he has written a book in Romanian to help reach out to students. So we're going to be talking about some of the stuff about working and writing content for non-English, which is, not as much of that. And so some of the challenges with that. And then there's also this outreach in that. And then finally, I'll be talking again with Stuart Marks on Java collections. And then we'll also have another special guest as well during that time. So then that'll be it.
was quite a lot for today, but we hope that
Yes.
you're going to stay with us all the time. We have some surprises in between all these sections. We hope to share them all, but let's see. So stay tuned. It's going to be very, very interactive. Keep your questions coming up. We really want to hear from you, and let's keep up the good mood and the celebration mood. And if you have a cake at home or champagne, it's time to celebrate.
Yeah, on that last one, on the questions, that's a good point. Ask them anytime. We're going to want to make sure that when you have something topical to ask, that we're going to get around to answering that, or probably more probably our guests will. And yeah, so Billy, Anna, you got anything more to say, or can I boot you off to get our first guest going?
No.
I think let's get the
Bring
first
the guest
going.
on.
Okay. See you later, guys.
Bye.
Oh, kicked myself off there. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Nicolai.
Nice to see you again. Last time
Nice
was a
to
couple
see
weeks
you.
ago at Java 1, right?
A couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, nice to have you on again. I just stumbled over my own words there and basically made you the steward of Java, which is not quite fair to all the other people stewarding it with you.
No.
But nonetheless, I tried to correct. If there would be one such person, maybe it would be you. So what's your official title, though?
My official title is Chief Architect of the Java Platform Group at Oracle.
Yeah, that does make it sound pretty important, though. You gotta admit.
Mm.
And you've been doing this for how long now?
In this role or working on Java?
Yeah, no, in this role. Yeah.
In this role since, I guess, about 2000, I forget, 6 or 7.
Okay.
I've been working on Java since 1996. So
yeah, I want to
almost all of those 30 years.
I want to ask about that first part specifically, because we're
Mhm.
gonna have 30 years of Java to cover. So why not start at the beginning? How did you start? Now probably everybody knows you, and you have quite an important role. Well, how did it start in 1996?
You mean how did I come to work on Java?
Yeah. How did your time with Java start? Maybe it started before that. I don't know. Just start at the beginning is what I'm saying.
So in 1990, so I finished grad school in 1993, and made a go of having an academic career. Nobody told me that by the time I finished my PhD, my research area would be out of fashion. It was in fashion when I started, out of fashion when I finished. Of course, it's come in and out of fashion three or four times since then again. So yeah, I tried to make a research academic career that wasn't, didn't really work out. Sometime in 95, when Java launched, I was aware of it. I glanced at it. I mean, I was deep in the middle of writing an optimizing compiler for Scheme at the time. But it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting. And then in 96, early in 96, it became clear that this career path wasn't working out. So I moved out to Silicon Valley and I had a couple contacts there from some internships I'd done, but didn't really know that many people. But Silicon Valley was just starting the big boom at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And I had, within a week, I had a dozen interviews, including, oddly, one at Oracle, which was an interesting interview, but I wasn't, but PL SQL was not my thing. So, I interviewed a bunch of places, little startups, bigger companies. But I kind of had my eye on Sun and the Java team the whole time. So I interviewed there, and met with James and Frank Yellen and Tim Lindholm, and
So James Gosling, that is, yeah.
James Gosling.
The James.
Well, is there any other James?
I mean, yeah, not for us, but some people are a bit younger on the chat. They might not know the guy, the Gosling, who's
the guy.
All this.
Yeah, we'll hear from him later.
Yeah.
And it turns out James and I had a connection from earlier. So when I was an undergrad in the early 80s, I worked I worked for the computer science department, part-time, helping maintain their VAX VMS computer system that all the faculty, staff, and grad students used. VAX 780, what a machine. Anyway,
I wouldn't know.
Ancient history. A grand 2.1 MIPS or something. discrete transistor logic. Anyway, one of my jobs was, a bunch of the faculty had used the Emacs text editor, and James Gosling, who at that time was a grad student at Carnegie Mellon, had written a sort of work-alike Emacs text editor for Unix systems. And one of my jobs for the computer science department I was in was to port that to the Dijk VMS operating system, which was not Unix-like. So that was a job. But anyway, that was my earliest interaction with James Gosling was then. And when I interviewed at Sun in 1996, I reminded him of that and said, "Oh yeah," and he said, "Yeah, I'm so sorry." in that way, he has him saying that. So yeah, so we had that connection, and maybe that helped me get the job. I don't know.
Okay. So what was the first thing you did?
So,
the first thing you worked on at Java?
So I started at Sun in August of 1996, and the first non-trivial thing I did was figure out how to do character I/O properly. A lot of the early Java APIs were done, let's say, in a rush. All to hit what people refer to as the Netscape deadline to get into the Netscape browser, and that was a very important thing to do at the time. Anyway, the I/O APIs in 1.1, or sorry, 1.0, the original release, were all about bytes. Okay, yeah, sure, that's the most primitive thing. But we were under a fair bit of pressure to make it possible to write applications that would operate well in languages other than English, in character sets other than US ASCII. Fortunately, James and the team had made they had great foresight in that they made Java characters be 16-bit Unicode, and at the time, of course, we thought Unicode, and everybody thought, "Oh, 16 bits will be enough." Of course, it turned out not to be.
Would be enough for everybody. Yes, kind of.
Right, and, to riff on Bill Gates. But anyway, so that was good. But the I/O facilities we had were just about bytes, and of course, if you have a byte stream coming in one of the complicated Chinese character sets, well, it's bytes. It's not nice Unicode characters, and you have to figure out how to convert from bytes to characters, and how to convert from characters back to bytes, and when to do it, and how to do that in a graceful fashion with the I/O APIs as they stood. Right, the initial I/O APIs were sort of overly object oriented, right? But basically, you had input streams of bytes and you had output streams of bytes, and the question was, well, how do you do character I/O for that? And the abstractions we landed on were sort of parallel to the byte streams, and that was to have input streams of characters and output streams of characters. We didn't want to call them like character input streams. That would just be way too long. So I hunted around for a long time for good names and landed on readers and writers, which
those are yours.
there's a little bit of a literary connotation. So it sort of suggests, okay, these are about text that humans are going to interact with, rather than raw bytes that only machines understand. And to credit where credit is due, I was inspired to those names by the Modula 3 language, which called everything readers and writers. But anyway, so that's where readers and writers came from. That's where input stream reader and output stream writer came from. Sorry. That whole early I/O architecture was terribly fine-grained. But being a pretty junior guy at the time, and being the whole team was under pressure to get 1.1 out, there wasn't time to really rethink that in a deep way. So it was just like, okay, we've got this framework, go with the flow. Parallel hierarchy of readers and writers kind of matches up with input streams and output streams. Then you've got input stream reader and output stream writer to convert in either direction between the two, and you're off to the races. So that was the first non-trivial thing I did.
There's already a couple interesting threads there. You said overly object-oriented, which I think is something that you could call a lot of code bases written in Java, or some people do call a lot of code bases written in Java. Then also, that's also something, right, that data programming approach kind of like tackles a bit. And what also, like as you said, the API, well, you didn't say rush, but there was some time pressure there. And I think what really we appreciate nowadays is that it's quite the opposite, right? The API is ready, and then it sits for a while. And let's see, is it really like the best way to form this? Still, like, nobody's perfect, and still mistakes or like minor details might not always pan out in the long run. But I think we're pretty far away from release mode where it's like, it has to be done and do whatever.
It has been very, very, very nice to be part of that shift, to have pushed some of that shift and to enjoy that. Nowadays we ship things when they're ready, and I've lost count of the number of times people have told me, "Oh, but this feature has to get into 25 because it's the next LTS." No, just stop.
Yeah,
we ship it when it's ready. And that has worked out very well for us. But it's, in the early days of a technology, when you're kind of desperate to get uptake and build an audience and build an ecosystem, you don't have the luxury of waiting to ship when it's ready.
Yeah, I talked to Brian about this a couple of years ago. He said, like, basically Java got a lot of the defaults wrong by now. By how we program today, everything is extensible. You have to make it final explicitly. Everything is mutable. You have to make it final explicitly. All that kind of stuff. Nowadays we think, well, that's all the wrong way around. But back in the time when Java tried to convince C developers to move over, like, you can't just like throw too many wild changes at them at the same time. And you can see that here as well, right? He said, like, time to market matters when you're small and you have to get something. It was really interesting to see Java mature out of that. So that shift out of that you just said that you accompanied and that you worked on as well. Like, just take us through your career a little later. Like, you said a decade later, basically, you became the lead of the Java platform group. For the Java platform, I should say, not for the Java platform group. That's George, who's going to be years later. He's doing that right now. Well, I'm asking, what's happened? You just do good work, you just get promoted. Is that basically what worked, or is it more like bound to specific achievements? Did you like do the one thing that really helped Java a lot forward to build some influence?
I don't know. I'm not sure I would consider this job a reward.
Oof. Okay.
I mean, it's it's an honor. Don't get me wrong. And I'm honored to have been able to work on Java for as long as I have. It's been a great career. But kind of the higher up you go in technical leadership in an organization like this, the more thankless it gets.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The more things you do that you do because you're willing to do them and you're good at them, and other people aren't. They might be good at them, but they're not willing. They might be willing, but they're not good. And these are often not not so much deeply technical things as more technical leadership things, like and I think of a fair bit of what I did to get the OpenJDK community going is examples. Who's interested in writing bylaws? Who's interested in coming up with a process that everybody's willing to live with for tracking and documenting major features coming into the platform, the JET process? Well, lots of people have opinions about how that process should work, but who's willing to listen to all those opinions, thread the needle and come up with something that everybody's willing to live with, and then kind of operate it and advise people through it and guide people through it and all that sort of thing. But anyway, it's not to say that I never did anything technical again after 2006. Of course I did, and the biggest one was probably was certainly the modules work. And I've continued to fix bugs here and there and keep a hand in, and I still know how to build JDK, and I still know how to submit jobs into the CI system, and
Yeah,
operate the bug
what you
database.
describe is like,
I'm not just sitting in an ivory tower, writing slides and reviewing jobs.
yeah, what we describe is, as you said, it's common, right? Like in technical leadership, I have a good friend of mine who like always joke that he's mainly using Excel as an IDE, basically, and Outlook as his. Is just because if, as I said, as you move up, you get less time to work on the technical nitty-gritty details.
Yeah,
you just mentioned OpenJDK.
I still use Emacs.
Oh wow,
for everything,
okay.
for everything, including email. And I still write code, and yeah.
Yeah, SetFriend as well. Like what he does, for example, is like he takes aside like half a day a week and just code, probably on like private projects or whatever, but just to to keep doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a challenge though, right? Like to have if you don't pay attention, you can easily move out of all those tasks, and then suddenly you're working on a technology or on a company, on a product that you haven't touched line of code in for a couple of years.
Yeah, and suddenly you notice, oh, my title's vice president. Ooh, that happened. No. No, thank you. I mean, I love George, but I'm glad he has that job.
That's what I think about my current team lead too. Love the guy, don't want to take his job. Okay, so but you mentioned OpenJDK just now, and I think that's interesting because now if you look at the last couple of years, specifically of Java development, OpenJDK drives it, the JEP process, the things you just mentioned, but that has by no means been how Java started out at all. I think it was like, how long was it ago? Like 2000, end of the aughts or something. Take us to that time maybe where OpenJDK was established and like got its machinery going and started being the main driver instead of just Sun.
Right. So Sun had been under pressure for many years to open source the JDK, and Sun resisted that for many years. Sun took sort of a halfway step. It was probably around 2001, 2002 with the Sun Community Source License, which was not an open source license.
Mm-hmm.
But it did allow the source to be exposed and did allow people to to download it, build it, and make contributions, but they could not redistribute. So that was sort of a first baby step. And then Scott McNeely stepped down as CEO of Sun, was replaced by Jonathan Schwartz, who was really big on open source. He held the, I would say, misguided belief that it would save the company, which it didn't. But anyway, he very much did support open source in the JDK and initiated that, and it happened in kind of a typical way that things used to happen at Sun. We all found out about it sitting in the audience at Java 1.
Is that how technical announcements were made, or like community announcements like this were made?
Yeah, I mean, the very first Java 1 I went to in 1997. I was sitting next to Amy Fowler, the lead of the swing team, and the then vice president of the overall Java organization at Sun announced on stage that that swing would go final in the 1.2 release, and Amy and I just looked at each other. Or are we going to do that?
I mean, I guess that makes the conference more interesting, though, right? Because nowadays when we run Java 1, it's like everything is already in OpenJDK, everything is already a JEP, so many talks have already been out. We can't really announce any new things like that anymore. Maybe we should do that. Next time on stage, I'm just going to announce Valhalla release dates.
Anyway, so in May of wrong century, May of 2006, at Java 1, Rich Green and Jonathan Schwartz were up on stage. Rich Green was the VP of software at Sun. And they were having this fairly casual conversation, and I forget which one of them asked the other, should we open source Java? The other one says, yeah, sure. Okay. How are we going to make that happen? Needless to say, the following year was a frantic rush to figure it all out. There were lots of discussions at very high levels about what license to choose. There was I was deeply involved with the team in figuring out what infrastructure to use, what source code management system to use, We had to work closely with the Sun legal team to scrub all the code, which was a huge effort because had all been proprietary. We had licensed a number of technologies from other companies, and in some cases, in all of those cases, we had to send managers and lawyers out to negotiate with them. It's like, hey, please, could we open source this? Is that okay with you? Or can we pay you enough to open source this, or what? And in some cases, company, the companies said, yeah, sure, we don't care that much about that code anymore. In other cases, they said, well, for a reasonable fee, sure. And others said absolutely not. So we had to work all that out. And we wound up open sourcing Hotspot and the Java source compiler in, I think it was October of 2006, as sort of a down payment to prove that we were serious. And then we launched the actual OpenJDK community at Java 1 in whatever May or June of 2007. And by then we had chosen Mercurial over Git. But people often ask, why did you go with Mercurial first? Well, at the time, Mercurial was actually past its 1.0 release. It was mature. It had been around longer. It looked more serious. Git was still this thing that that Linus Torvalds had hacked up over a weekend, and it wasn't clear what future it had. Of course, in the end, worse is better. Git won, and of course, we eventually moved over to Git, which was a whole other big project. But anyway, those were the early days of OpenJDK. We were gratified by the response from the people outside of Sun who had been working on free software implementations of Java. They were maybe a little bit bittersweet that their efforts wound up on the side. But in the end, many of them are still some of the top contributors to the platform to this day.
Yeah. I mean, you can imagine, like, if you go through that effort and build that understanding and skill, like if you keep exercising it, you're probably going to be able to, contribute important parts.
Yeah.
But didn't it take like almost another decade until like Java 8 or 9, until like the last proprietary remainders within Oracle JDK were gone? There were like more parts, right? But like Oracle, I'm not sure. Like, I'm a little bit hazy on the details.
So when we open sourced, when we shipped everything we could in 2007, there were a number of what we called binary plugs, right? There were things we had not been able to open source, including like a color management system and a graphics renderer and a few other things, non-trivial pieces of code. But we worked with Sun's legal team to create a legal framework that allowed us to ship all the code that we could, and then ship little binaries, of those components, so that somebody outside could download the source code, build it, and drop those binary components in, and have a working system.
Okay.
And then some of the first major successes in the OpenJDK community were when people showed up, people from Sun at the time contributed too, to develop actual open source replacements for those binary plugs, and that took I forget how many years, couple years. It wasn't that long.
Okay.
But it was all done before. I'm pretty sure it was all done before Oracle acquired Sun in 2010.
Okay. You just mentioned earlier that the most recent big thing you worked on were modules, and that's kind of like, because we got a couple more minutes, maybe that's a good closer to put like parentheses around your time with Oracle and with Sun and OpenJDK. So any interesting stories to share about modules? Maybe things that didn't quite go as planned. I remember that one vote, the JSR vote, that made me very distraught about having written 3/4 of a book. Or maybe you want to take this elsewhere.
So we knew going in that bringing modules to the platform was going to be fraught with politics and pain, and indeed that proved to be true. Many people thought we should take oh, just take OSGI. It's already done. Just put that in Java. Well, no, that wouldn't be a very good solution because there are many things we wanted to do that OSGI, having been built on top of the platform, simply couldn't. We needed modules to be an integral part of the language of the platform, and that's what we did. Yeah, so it was very political. I think some of the deepest scars I have on my back are from that time, of some individuals and companies whom I won't name, decided to play hardball at the very last minute for their own benefit, not for the benefit of the broader Java ecosystem, and they successfully delayed the release of Java 9 by, I forget, 3 or 4 months, maybe 6, whatever it was. But we moved on, and and that was that. I think from a technical perspective, I'm still quite happy with what we did. I think it's stood up well, and it is being adopted slowly, but we always thought adoption would be slow, and that's fine. And we've got some work coming up, I think, that will make using modules even more compelling.
Yeah, I think there's two very different views on modules depending on whether you're a regular Java application developer or maybe library developer, or whether you work with an OpenJDK. Because to the outside, it feels very optional. A few people use it, numbers slowly increasing. That's great. There's a discussion like how much value does it really provide. I'm of the opinion that it definitely provides enough value to start every new project with it. But the point is, it's closer to like, do we do it? Like, it's closer to zero, the cost benefit analysis. It's not zero, not at all, but it's closer to that than something like Lambdas. Like, why would you not use Lambdas? Clearly, yes, always. But since not all dependencies really play well still, I can see a point where some people say, like, you know what, maybe modules are a little bit more effort than they're worth. But that's the outside world. Within OpenJDK, that's, I think, where they really shine, right? And that's where everybody benefits from them continuously.
Within the JDK itself.
Yeah, within JDK. So yeah, within JDK. So yeah, I said OpenJDK. Yeah,
right.
True.
Right, and that's what if someone asks me, about why don't people use modules if I'm in a snarky mood, I'll say, well, people use modules every day.
Same.
You start up the JVM and modules are there. Your code might not be in modules, but the entire JDK is, and it already gives you a lot of power. And but there are we've heard many success stories now where people have either taken an old hairy code base and migrated over to modules and seen the benefits because it enables a clean architecture, with proper configuration and encapsulation. Or people have started from scratch and have built large systems and been able to do so with less effort and less time. But you're right. Lambdas, can't deny it. Lambdas are sexy, as my colleague Alex Buckley used to say at the time. Lambdas are a jetpack, right? They're attractive. They're powerful. You get the idea, and off you go. Modules are a seatbelt. Seatbelts aren't that exciting.
Yeah.
Right? But they're important.
Yeah.
And if you learn how to use them properly, you can get a lot of benefit out of them.
Yeah.
But but since we were, of course, very careful to make it possible to continue to use plain old jar files on the plain old inefficient, slow, broken class path, you can still do that. And path of least resistance for many people is to keep doing that, and that's okay. Eventually they'll learn. I'm confident. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, the thing with the seatbelt is, I think modules have it even harder than a seatbelt, because if you're ever in a car crash and you had your seatbelt on, it just saved your life. The problem with modules is, the problem not with modules, the problem for modules is that it doesn't save your life in one big bang. Like, it does like all these tiny corrections when you're like, oh yeah, I'm accidentally depending on the transitive dependency. I shouldn't do that. Oh, I'm accidentally using internal API. I shouldn't do that. It gives you like these guardrails that nudge you into a good direction. And then, you never have that crash. You never have this realization, oh, like, modules really saved me here. They will save you time in the long run in hard to measure or hard to appreciate ways.
Well, or Exactly. Although they can save you from crashes, you just didn't know about it.
Yeah.
We did an
Maybe like that.
analysis. We did an analysis during Project Jigsaw, working with some of our security experts, and figured out that of the 6 at the time 6 0 days have been reported against Java in the past 10 years. So like from 2005 to 2015 or something like that. So 6 0 days were reported against Java. If we had modularized, if the JDK itself had been in modules with proper encapsulation, 3 of those would never have been 0 days. They would not have been actual vulnerabilities. That's not nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? In the future, having fewer 0 days is hard to attribute to.
How do you measure how many 0 days you didn't have?
Exactly.
It's not like, but anyway.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're about the end of our slot. Is there anything you want to close with? Anything specific you want to let us know or tell us? Then I'll just let you go build the next thing, or write some more JEP guidelines or something,
and answer some more email. No, I'd just like to say, I guess, thank you, James and team, for creating such a great technology. It's been tremendous fun to work on it. For the past 29
I will
years.
pass that on. We'll make Billy pass that on. He talked to James later.
All right.
Cool. Thank you for being here, Mark. Has been a pleasure.
Okay. Thank you, Nicolai. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, that was Mark. But everybody had a good time. Our next guest is already waiting. I want to pull in on the stream in a split second. I just wanted to go through some questions in the chat. There was a question about something Java, Oracle Academy or University. First of all, please post your question once, not like 10 times in a row. I can't answer that question, unfortunately. I would if I could. And then there's another question about he wants to do somebody says, I want to do most of the things with Java, like app dev, web, and other things, but Java is losing ground on many sectors, only recommended for backend. Losing ground is a question whether you measure in absolute terms or in relative terms. In relative terms, there are surely sectors that are growing fast, and not all of that growth happens in the Java space. But in absolute numbers, I think Java is still growing fine in basically all sectors. But yeah, like you're probably not going to write a web front end in pure Java code. That is possible, but I'm not sure whether I would recommend it. But Java as a backend language is fine. Like, the internet is everywhere, and writing the backend of everywhere in Java is fine. And of games, of scientific models, of desktop applications that are all written in Java. So yes, you can absolutely do that. And there's no reason to discard Java upfront. If you know what you want to do, try to figure out what technologies match, and it might very well be Java. Cool. Good. Well, somebody asked the Java or Kotlin for the backend APIs. Well, if you ask on the Java channel, what do you think I'm going to tell you? Java, of course. Not just because I'm here, though, also because I think that Java has demonstrated over the last couple of years that it is evolving at quite a pace. And we'll be curious to see how other JVM languages can keep up with that. I cannot answer how to write clean code in a split second, so I'm not going to try. Instead, I'm going to ask Bruno on. Hello, Bruno. Nice to see you.
You're going to throw the problem to me then, right? So to explain clean code in 30 seconds, that's going to be hard.
Yes, exactly. How to write clean code, please go. You had like a minute.
Right. I have a quick answer. Writing Java, 30 seconds. Good.
Okay. Yeah, I think...
man.
Yeah, good to see you too. We saw each other in person just a couple of days ago, last week at JCon. You're missing the flag. What's with the flag? Where's the flag?
Oh, well.
So for those of you who don't know, Bruno is kind of famous for having a Brazilian flag tied to his...
Yeah, it doesn't show up very well in the video, right? But I could put the flag if you want to.
No, I'm just... You showed up earlier in chat when Mark mentioned that people have been pushing Sun to open source Java. You said, like, yes, I've been one of those people. So we know, since we have been talking about the history of Java, do you want to start there? Do you want to give us a little bit of your side of that part of history?
Yeah, I was laughing here on my side here because when Sun first things first. One thing that very few people realize is that when Sun released Java, and Mark was saying that Sun was resistant to open source Java and all that, but you have to remember that Java came out in 1995. And it came out with a license that allowed you to look at the source code and learn from the source code, but it did not allow you to redistribute it, right? So it was not an open source license by any means. It was like a really long, complicated license, but it did come with the source code for the language and for the VM, right? So everything. So we could learn from Java, seeing what the guys did. But you have to remember that the open source definition only came in 1998, 3 years after Java, right? So when people complain that, oh, Java is not open source, but it couldn't be open source, right? But by the time that we got into 2000, the open source was stronger, and there was like a need for having open source systems. Linux was exploding. All of those things were going on. So there's this movement to start, to actually get Java open source, right? And so many people was pressuring Sun, like Mark was saying. I was one of them. But for me, it was even more important, not even to pressure Sun to open source their code. What we were doing was pressuring Sun to allow on the JCP, the Java Community Process, to have open source implementation of this standard, right? So at that time, at the JCP, you're not allowed to have open source implementations. You had to have a proprietary implementation. And so the first thing that we did was actually pressure the JCP to change the rules of the JCP so we could have fully open source implementations of Java. And then instead of pressuring Sun, one of the things that I did was that I kind of got a lot of people from the open source community, Cafe VM with Dalibor Topic and Class Path project with Mark Wilhelm. Hard to say his name, right? So with Mark, right? Different Mark, not this one. So we got those guys to and the Apache guys, right? So we got those guys to start working together so we could have a open source version of Java that could pass the TCK test, right? So we could have a compatible implementation. And in the middle of all these, lots of cool things happened because, we got James Gosling to Brazil, and we got Dalibor and Mark, the open source guys, in Brazil too. So they had a conversation. I will never forget, Nicolai, when we're talking about Dalibor was talking to James Gosling, and Dalibor asked James Gosling, so what do you think? We're trying to do this open source implementation of Java, right? So, what do you think? And James said, look, I'm not interested in that, right? Because I already did my implementation. I don't want to do another implementation. I don't want to do another one. I don't want to do the same thing I already did. I want to do new things, right? And and for me, that was really interesting because we actually got the guys from Sun to talk with the guys from the open source community for the first time. And then, of course, when Sun finally open sourced Java a few years later, that was an amazing achievement. I think that Sun actually made the right decision to get the whole open source code in OpenJDK, and that has been amazing. And one thing that I don't think people don't get enough credit is that when Oracle took over, right? One of the things that lots of people were worried about is what Oracle is going to do with OpenJDK. And I think that's very interesting that Oracle actually took OpenJDK to the next level. Sun open sourced it, put all the code there, but the company that actually got people to contribute back to OpenJDK and really got the community going was way more Oracle than Sun, right? And so I think that it's a multi-year effort done by a lot of people to actually get Java where it is right now.
Yeah. I mean, I get that, not everybody is a fan of Oracle, the company, and I appreciate that, right? Like, we're a big tech company, and I get that there's good reasons not to like all the big tech companies, just on principle ground. But I gotta say, what Oracle did for Java is just like objectively really, really good. Java is in such a much better place. Not that it was in a bad place in 2008 or 10 when 2008 was when the OpenJDK happened, and 2010 when Oracle bought Java. Java itself was in a bad place, but the trajectory was not good. Like, the Java 6 has not been too many changes. Java 7 had seen very few changes, and Oracle really turned around by investing and giving the technology and the open source community too the time it needed to breathe and to grow and to build. And the foundation that was definitely there, but that was due to the last couple of years of Sun not working that well. The company, things were not, the trajectory wasn't great. And I think Oracle really turned that around, and I appreciate that so much. So whatever else you want to say about big tech, we wouldn't have Java in this form if it weren't to Oracle. Thanks,
Yeah,
Oracle.
100% agree, and I'm very happy that you get way more people participating, way more people enjoying the community, and so I think this is great.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned the community a few times. I think what most people identify most with community, with the Java community, probably, at least away from the online part. Online, you're on social media and people are active there, and there's lots of YouTube channels and other people, conferences clearly. But conferences are not online. The talks might be. But offline, I think when most people's first step into the Java community is Java user groups. And
Yeah.
I know that you've been heavily involved with that for a long time, since I have heard of you first, and probably for way longer than that, because I've not been around for that long, actually. Well, it's coming up on 10 years now, so maybe I should rewire my mental model there. I'm not a newbie anymore. Doesn't matter. You've been here way longer. And you just described that you brought together people in Brazil, James Gosling, Dalibor Topic, who's nowadays managing, what's his role? He's the community manager for OpenJDK.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you brought us together at the Java user group meeting, right? Isn't that correct?
Is it what? Sorry?
Did you bring them together, like James and Dalibor back then in Brazil? Like, was that a Java user group, a JUC meeting?
It was at So Java, right? So that's what's the Java group events. So Java was doing an event in Brasilia, the capital of Brazil, and that's where we got all of them together to have a chat, right? It was quite an interesting conversation right there.
Yeah. So what it shows is that I think Java user groups are mainly perceived as, hey, a way to get to meet other Java developers. We can talk about the benefits of that as well down the line. But it's also something that channels information or sentiment, or in this case, specific wishes, I almost said demands, back up the chain, right? And that works that way too. So that's really impressive.
Yeah, I think that Java user groups, it's what I call the real Java community, right? I know OpenJDK is an amazing project. Lots of committers are there. Lots of amazing people are there. The JCP is the place where we define the future of Java and all that. That's all awesome, right? But the user groups are actually where people are, right? So, if you see all of the major community events that we have, DevVox and JCon and the developers conference, and so many of them were started by user groups, right? So that's a good place for people to come in and mingle and participate and meet each other. So basically, and the Java user groups have been around quite some time, right? Because you say that I've been here for a while. Yes, I had a very, very lucky break because I joined Sun, just like a few weeks, 1 week before the first demonstration of Java was done, right? And I had this opportunity because the first day I was at Sun, 1 week before John Gage made the first demonstration. There's a guy that came from the US, and I told him that I was a developer, and I did not know exactly what I was going to do in software development in Sun Brazil, because Sun Brazil was like an advanced sales post, right? And so he said, no, but Sun has lots of things about development. And he showed me this website, right? This internal website that he called Oak, right? But it was already Java on the website, right? And so I had this, I didn't do anything with it, but I had this glimpse of what Java was like a week before Java was officially started, right? And it was interesting because, maybe a couple of like 2 months after that, my boss comes in the room and says, hey guys, there's a reporter asking about this thing that Sun announced in the US called Java. And does anyone know what it is, right? And I said, I do. So, and then that's how I started in the very, very early days, right? So I do have, if you go look at the mailing list for Java at that time, right? There's because all the engineers were in the mailing list, right? So that was awesome. And so, you had questions and answers from me from 1996, right? That's, I think, the oldest that we had. So but in the very beginning, right? So the Java user group started, right? So for example, the New York Java SIG Java user group starting very soon. So Java, the user group that I helped found, started in 1998, right? So we had all these movements, and what lots of people don't realize that this movement happened because Java came out in the right time. You had the internet, people could actually talk to each other. There was this communication, and Java came out in 1995 before the big open source was even defined, with the source code available. So we had this opportunity to really talk among ourselves, to talk about the code, to talk about the VM among ourselves, to learn about it, all of these, because we had access to source code. So Java was like a release in the right time for a combination of factors. And that built the Java community in the very beginning. So, if you take a look at the mailing list at that time, it was like hundreds of emails a day, right? With people discussing things and talking about things. And so that possibility of building communities from the very beginning, I think is what made Java so powerful. And it is what makes Java this amazing technology that we have today. Now, just look at this chat, right? So say hello, everyone here, right? So look at the chat. Tell where you're from, guys. I see Michael Radcliffe saying, where is Juggy? So I can do this. Hey, Juggy, can you talk a little bit here? Yeah, Bruno, I can. Hey, guys. So Jug is the mascot for Java user groups. Yes, that's me right here. So great to be here with you guys. So just really quick, say hello. Okay. So say, Jug, we don't have time for you. Oh, come on, man. So, hi, everyone. All right. So Jug can't be there. So Jug is the mascot for Java user groups, right? So we like to say that Juggy gives voice to Duke, because Duke doesn't speak, right? So Jug gives voice to Duke.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so the Java user groups are the voice of the Java community. That's what I love about them.
Yeah, and as you probably predicted, right? We got countries all over the place: Belgium, Bulgaria, Germany, Morocco, Brazil, Turkey, Canada. So yeah, so Java really is like a global language and a global phenomenon and a global community. And as you described now, the Java user groups are like more like a very important ingredient, that like the starting ground. And I think when you now first join a Java user group, specifically since COVID, that might not immediately noticeable, right? Like Java user groups have been struggling a bit. I think many communities have, not just Java user groups. I observed it elsewhere as well, where many people finally got to switch to home office over COVID. And then, if somebody's not in town for their work, then maybe they're not going to come in town explicitly for an evening in the meeting, for meeting in the evening to join the Java user group. But these user groups are really excellent places, not only to hear by speakers about good things that come up in Java, they're really accelerators of personal careers and of personal relationships. And when you ever go to a conference and you might already know people from the Java user group, that's a great place to get started having conversations. So I really think that local Java user groups are like a kind of like a backbone to this whole community, not like they are the backbone of this whole community. And you're doing your best to help them out, right? You're right now not at home. I mean, I would be able. I know that already, but I would also be able to judge by daylight, because I think in Brazil it's no, it's already bright in Brazil, right? It should be like 10 a.m. or something, 9 a.m. But where are you at right now?
No, so I'm right now. I'm here in Utrecht in the Netherlands, right? So I'm in the middle of a tour. I'm visiting several user groups. I was in Germany. Visited 2 user groups in Germany last week. I'm visiting a couple of user groups here in the Netherlands this week. Next week, I'm going to be 2 user groups in Switzerland, and then 2 user groups in France, and then I come back to the Netherlands to do J Spring, right? That's the conference done by the Netherlands Java user group, right? So it's a lot of visiting user groups, right? Because I love this. I love the fact that we can come and meet people, because look at this, look at the chat, right? There's people from all over the world, right? And as you said, Java is a global community, and the user groups we did have a problem around COVID. It's kind of, there's an explosion of online activities. So many user groups felt that there's no need for them to do activity because all these speakers were online anyway. So why do we need to do it? Just kind of point people to another user group, for example. And so that did slow down the user groups. But not only that, I think that before COVID, right, we also had, several years that Java was not like, this big technology anymore, right? Several years before, and the user groups kind of slowed down a little bit. But then with the release of Java 9 and the 6-month release cadence, the whole thing changed, right? Because now we have things to talk about, we have news and discussion things to discuss from every 6 months, right? So that also helps the user groups to have a reason to be talking about things and people to come and visit the user groups, right? So I think that's it's a combination of factors, right? But you're right. the pandemic did hit the user groups a little, not a little bit, a lot, right? And so one of the things that I've been doing is that I've been traveling as much as I can to all the user groups that I can come and visit to help restart user groups, right? So, you know, in many places they don't need to help to restart, and that's great. But, you know, I did several user groups in Brazil, several user groups in the US, several user groups here in Europe, where a place that needs a little bit of a restart, right? But, you know, but next week I'm going to be with Simon, right? I see Simon here in the chat. You know, I'm going to be with him in Switzerland, right? Jonathan says tomorrow, not far from Netherlands. Oh yes, because there's going to be the Belgian Jug will do a collaboration in Antwerp, right? So if you are you know, if you are around here and you want to come, they're gonna meet in Beer Central, right? So that's in Antwerp. So from 3 p.m. all the way whatever into the night. So if you're nearby, you could come and have a celebration of Java. You know, unfortunately, Jonathan, I'm not going to be able to be there because I'm actually running a retreat, 3 days retreat on community, not on community, on career here in the Netherlands. It's going to start Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I'm going to be busy with doing that. But it's awesome that the community is organized itself to really, you know, not only discuss technology but to celebrate Java, right? Because I think it's a huge accomplishment. 30 years of Java, it's a huge accomplishment for all of us.
Yeah. So there was a question about what's the function of the Java user group? Is it just social or something else? I think Java user groups, in that case, they're similar to, or from that sense, they're similar to conferences. The primary, the first, maybe not the primary, but the first purpose you see is, it's about learning technical stuff, right? There's going to be speakers there. They're going to usually talk about technical stuff, about maybe a new Java feature, about a new framework they're using, or maybe an updated version of a framework, or their experience with doing this or that development approach, or how to tune garbage collectors or whatever. So usually you would have somebody there to give a technical presentation. And that's what you see on the surface, right? That's the first thing you notice. And that's also something that people think, but I can have that online, which is probably true, right? Honestly, you can have a lot of that part online. Not all of it, because while, you know, people like me constantly put their face on camera, there's a lot of local knowledge of people who don't run a big YouTube channel, and their knowledge will not be easily found on YouTube or in the catalog of like the largest conferences. But even putting that aside, everybody who comes to a conference says sooner or later, I'm coming for the hallway track. I'm coming for not the track where it's like you sit in a room and get speakers tell you about technical stuff. But the hallway track is where you meet people, often quite randomly, or maybe because you search for them. You're like, oh no, I know that person is the maintainer of that library. I have that one questions I want to ask. And local Java user group, you will meet other developers who work at other companies, and you can share details about your work. Employers could find new employees there, right? Like if a company runs a local Java user group and they spend a little bit of pizza and beer, but now 50 people from the city know that they can, you know, if they ever look for a job, they can become a Java developer.
Whoa!
We're gonna ignore that. That did not happen.
Is energy of everyone is shaking the internet.
It is. That glue was coming loose for a while now. Anyway. So there's all of these aspects of Java user groups that are social, that are not that maybe the obvious primary purpose, but that's basically what they're primarily doing. After a while of going to all these events, you feel more like, yeah, there's a talk. But I'm just coming to the Java user group on, you know, the first Wednesday of the month because it's fun to hang out. I don't care about the talk that much anymore. It will be good, it will be interesting, but I'm there for the conversations before and after.
Yeah, I know, and user groups do, I think all of these is awesome, right? So that's a great explanation of what user groups do. And I just want to add a few more things, right? Because, you know, user groups, they organize the local community, right? And so for example, Java has always been about, not the social part, it has always been about helping developers to be more professional, right? So that's the learning part, there's the networking part, all that. But user groups also get involved with you know, talking to vendors, you know, so we just talking about here the whole idea of open sourcing of Java. So it was an effort from lots of user groups to really show the value for Sun, how to do this, right? We also had, when Oracle took over, we also had lots of discussion with Oracle about the importance of OpenJDK, right? So, you know, so we don't miss this. There's several Java user groups that participate in the standards process, right? So Java is on the board of the JCP, the Java community process. We do have, you know, the London Java community, and now the Japan Java user group, and some other user groups already participated there. So there is a movement also to bring all this information from the developers, right, into the company. So the companies understand what's important, which direction should go. And so all of those things are important for to actually build this ecosystem, because the biggest power of Java, people think, oh, because, people mentioned Kotlin here in the beginning, right? And so people think about all those other languages. I agree. I understand that there's all other languages, there are other things going on, but to build this community, to build this ecosystem that Java has, it's not, it's not like just like because I'm a better technology or whatever, right? Or a newer technology is going to happen. No, this whole ecosystem, the amount of people working to improve Java, the amount of people involved and speaking about it and teaching and helping developers and creating projects, all of this is not only technology. Technology is a big part of that, but it's not only technology. So we build this ecosystem, and I think that's the valuable. And the danger that we have, or that we used to have, was that the technology would stop growing, would stop improving, and then the ecosystem would slowly erode. But then, I do think, I'm going to repeat this because I do think is the most important part. The biggest feature that we added to Java was the 6-month release cadence on Java 9.
Yeah.
That was because that kind of energized the ecosystem, right? So now we have every year, we have multiple times where we're looking for new technology, we're looking for new things, where people are interested in coming, talk, and discuss things. So having this energy around the ecosystem is fundamental too.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Bruno. We're unfortunately out of time. You mentioned that when you're going to be in the next Java user groups, and I also know that you wrote a book that somehow pertains to this. I invite you to put that into the chat. There have been interesting comments in the chat as well. Dan first wrote about that not all Java user groups do the same thing. There is a mention of a Dominican Java conference. So if you are just listening to this while you're doing dishes or whatever, or cooking, go have an eye on the chat. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on there as well. Maybe, Bruno, you're going to post some dates when you're going to be where, so people might get a chance to see you. And thank you very much for being here and spending this time with us and all the insights that you have gathered over the time.
Yes. Thanks so much, guys. And since you mentioned the book, I'm going to mention here. So I did write this book, The Developer Career Master Plan. So that's going to help you, participate in user groups, participate in communities, participate in open source. So you can do all that. And if you want, if you go to my Twitter right now, and my Twitter is right here, BRJavaman. If you go to my Twitter right now, I put there the free chapter of my book for free for you, so you guys can get some information about that. Okay. So
yeah,
thanks, Nicolai. Thanks for the whole Arco team. I'm very, very happy, very excited about celebrating the 30 years of Java with you guys. Thanks for the honor, and everyone in the chat. I'll continue there in the chat. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Bruno. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. We're not taking a breather here. So if you need to, run to the restroom or get some water, you better be quick, because we have basically no time before we're going to start the next thing. And the next thing is going to be about a different part of the Java community that might get easily overlooked. Here to talk about that is my guest, Heather.
Hey.
I'm going to put you in the spotlight. Hi, Heather. Nice to see you.
You put me in the spotlight. Thanks, man.
So you were here to talk about education in the largest possible sense, not just high school education or not just university education, just like teaching people to learn Java in general. Why are we doing that? Why do we talk about education here and now?
Well, there are the obvious things, like Bruno just talked about his book and helping people with careers, right? How do we get folks into future jobs for Java, and how do we continue to grow the language to solve today's and tomorrow's problems? But also, I would say diversity of thought matters, and it's important to have young people and their thoughts into this. And I love the energy and creativity they bring every time I get to hang out with interns. And so I
You're
feel
calling
like
us old, yes? You're calling
too, right? What do you think, Nicolai? Why should we care?
Yeah. No, but you're right. That's exactly the point, right? It's about rejuvenating a community that is, let's say, mature.
I think we're all a lot of fun, and it's great to have some younger people around.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there has been recently some announcement, I think, at Java 1, right, about collaboration with and now you have to complete this because I'm not actually from the States, so I don't know what is like the college board something.
Okay, so
I should know, but I don't because I'm from Germany. But you know.
Yeah, so there's a body in the United States that does a dual credit exam basically for high school students, and it's called the College Board, and they have an advanced placement computer science exam that they do. So kids take it, they get credit in college for us like a CS 101 class, and that is what it's intended to be. So that exam is based in Java, that whole course and exam. And what we wanted to do was make sure that they're learning modern Java. It was sitting on Java 8. And so they didn't get to take advantage of some of the modern things. And I think that impacts the perception also of what Java is today. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, and that's just one example, right, for learning community. I mean, that's clearly like a very established and formalized learning community. But there are so many around the world that are, for example, Dan first just earlier said that he runs a Java user group basically in a Discord, which is mainly focused not on presenting the newest hype stuff, but on just helping people learn Java, learn the basics. And I think one thing we want to invite everybody to do is to look around your community, maybe your kids' schools or in your company where people are crossing over from other languages, and try to find ways to help them learn Java. Which we have a few things for, by the way. We have a few pointers for you to look at.
And I also, just to double down on your point, I think we need to meet them where they're at. We can't expect they're going to come to us. So to your point, it's important that we go speak at our universities, take a gig to talk in a classroom for one lecture, take your JUG group and host a meeting on a college campus. I know many of you volunteer at your local schools. Keep doing that. It does make a difference.
Yeah. And so the things we have, like, I think I have three come to mind that we can like easily point people to that might make teaching Java a little bit easier. And first of them is teach.java. No, wait, what is it?
Learn.java, and it serves teachers too, so I can see your confusion. Yeah, so we want to help teachers teach, especially teachers who don't know anything about programming. And we want to help new learners learn. So we stood up learn.java for that purpose, and we're continuing to add content to it. And of course, your feedback is always welcome. It is fabulous because the Java Playground is embedded inside of that in the tutorial, so folks can use it right there and learn some of these new concepts while they're on the site. And then, of course, Oracle has created a code extension for VS Code. And it's gotten some really good reviews for the experience. So I think it's a great bridge. You know, once you're ready for an IDE, it's a good one. Of course, there are others out there. IntelliJ has been doing some good work too.
Yeah, but I think it's, like I said, like meeting people where they're at. And many beginners are not at a point where they're willing to learn a dozen tools for a dozen languages or a dozen different things, right? They know that they have like a couple tools to learn, and if one of them, in this case, Visual Studio Code, kind of won that race apparently. Is the one where many other tools integrate with. It's important that Java does that too. And this is not the only way to make it work, but it has the advantage of running Java C under the hood, so it is always up to date with the latest changes. And then, of course, if you can't even be bothered to download Visual Studio Code, go to dev.java, and then there's the playground where you can just do stuff in the browser. Or probably not you watching the stream, or maybe the people you teach could do that. And after that, if you want to take it further, there's two recent changes that make starting with Java a little bit easier, which is you can just start source files just from scratch. You don't have to teach people to use the compiler and then, do the launcher. You can just go Java and then a Java file, a source file, and we'll just run it, which makes this process much simpler for beginners. It cuts it in half, basically, and it's very intuitive to say, hey, you want to use Java to run this program. And then you can also do that since Java 22 if you have many files lying around. This is called multi-source file execution, and if you search for it online or scripting support in Java, you'll find stuff. We can also post it in the chat later, maybe. And talking about scripts, you can write scripts on Unix-based operating systems. You have Shebang support, so just put the thing at the top, and you can write scripts in Java, which is great for people like me who basically only know Java. Really, like that's really very much. I mean,
and setting up the dev box is no fun, Nicolai.
Yeah. Okay, so now we talked a little bit about how to teach Java. The people who learn Java, Why would they? Isn't Java dead? Isn't that what I hear?
I heard that too somewhere.
Yeah, actually,
Absolutely
being
not.
part of the face of Java, I actually hear that a lot. But yeah, but why do people learn Java?
A big one, obviously, that especially in this economy that young folks care about are their jobs, right? So the fact that there are a lot of jobs in Java does make a difference. But more importantly, when they're first learning, it's important that they can see the power of it to solve problems that they care about. So we often, I feel we often geek out about the technology. And I think from their perspective, they're starting from the place of, I want to solve a problem I care about. And so that's the first order thing.
Yeah.
So how does the Java language help us solve modern problems, like with data, for example?
Right. So we're going to have Gavin on right after this, and he's going to talk through some language changes that I can also list in a minute. But I want to add something else, because we just talked about, solving problems with data. And one thing that gets easily overlooked is also Java's APIs have been improving in that realm, right? We had Mark on earlier who told us about readers and writers and how to read byte streams and then later character streams in Java 1.1 or 1.2 then. And that, for example, has become so much easier nowadays. You have NIO2, you just say files.read all lines or files.write string, and you just get a string that is the file content. I mean, I know this is not really revolutionary, but it's important to keep that in mind, that when people do want to work for the first time with data, don't teach them about input streams. That's terrible. You can do that later. Just use like the simple usability methods that are there. Simple IO, right? With Java 25 now finally finalizes a feature where you can just say IO.println, no system out. And even more revolutionary is IO.readline, where you can just say, here's a prompt, let the user enter something and give me back the result, which is nice. Who built a text? If you build a text-based adventure while learning your language, please put that in the chat. I built a few. One of them was a birthday present to a friend. That was sort of fun to do. And I think, that's something fun that you can start out with early that Java now makes a little bit easier. One thing we're still lacking is more data format support. Unless you get data in XML, it's not that great. But Java is planning to add a JSON API. Well, not planning. It's considering to plan to add a JSON API. I think that's...
And to your point, right, in this day and age where everything is immediate, right, getting to the solution that you care about quickly is also important. But our attention span has apparently gotten shorter. I hear.
I don't even want to put it on the. I don't want to say it's generation TikTok. I got brainworms too, even though I don't even watch TikTok. And I think it's like a global phenomenon that just happens. But yes. But yeah, as you described, right? Like Java also made it easier to deal, not on the API side, but language changes that make it easier to onboard. And I think that's important, right? To reduce friction there early on. Yeah,
I really do too. I love that I don't have to know a rap song to get started anymore.
So those of you who don't know, some teachers have today the public static void main string breakpoint arcs. Some people have make that into a song to teach the students, because you cannot explain all these concepts early on in a way that people can really understand them and apply them. You have to write this down by heart, which is, I mean, if you have to teach it that way, coming up with a song is really creative and fun and cool, but it would be so much better if you didn't have to teach it that way. And you don't have to anymore with JDK 25.
I love it.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it. So I hear Gavin's going to talk about these things in more depth.
Yeah, exactly. He's already waiting, but we can make him wait for like a minute or two longer. Anything else you want to close with, Heather? Is there anything you wanna tell us about before we get going?
I guess I do want to say a deep thank you to everyone out there. I know many of you volunteer and work with young folks, and that is so incredibly important, not just for Java, but just to grow the kids and help them feel included and like they can be successful in their lives. You're adding to the world, and I love that. Thank you for sharing your stories with me. And I'm super excited about the progress that we've made, and I know that there is much more to come. So it's fabulous.
Yeah. Thank you, Heather. And for everybody who's working in this field and now hearing about this initiative for the first time, do please reach out to Heather. She, as you just said, is interested in stories and experiences and trying to help you out teaching Java to the next generation. Thank you, Heather.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, since we did talk about language changes now, we were kind of teasing that we're going to have Gavin here. Who's here right now? Hey, Gavin, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. Hey, are we wearing the same shirt?
We are. Nice
We are.
t-shirt, man.
So for those of you who can't see, finally we got black t-shirts. Yes, and also it says Java 30. And if you come to, I don't want to say to a conference near you because we're not giving those at that many conferences. But you can get those. If Oracle is sponsoring a Java conference close to you, there's a chance that we have a booth. And if we have a booth, there's a chance we bring the shirts. So be there. And if we don't sponsor the conference, still go to the conference. They're good places to learn. Gavin, if I understand this correctly, I was cut out of this process. You want to teach the people or you want to talk to the people directly, yes, with some slides? Did I get that right?
I've got some slides. I was asked for some slides. They're there. I think you have to click something to make it.
Yeah, I do. Okay, before we get going though, can you briefly let us know what you want to talk about and why?
So what I want to talk about, so you're teasing the first slide. So I thought it would be interesting. So we had a similar chat, like a big birthday celebration, 5 years ago, 25th birthday. So I thought, why don't we just look back at what we've done since then? So what have we done in the last 5 years? And so just kind of take a little look over the past. Then I thought I would look at what we're shipping in JDK 25. I had been told that you guys would cover the on-ramp stuff. So I thought I would talk a little bit about the other feature that's finalizing in 25, which is flexible constructors, because I think it's kind of cool. And then I'll of course tease you a little bit about what might be coming in the future.
Ooh, that last part is always the one that draws me in the most. Okay, I'm gonna let you get to it. Gavin, have fun.
Okay, thank you. Just right. So thanks, Nicolai. And as I said, I thought today we'd just take a quick look at what we've been doing since the last big birthday, which was the 25th. So here's the timeline since May 2020 that lists just the language JEPs. Of course, that's only a fraction of all the amazing JEPs that we've shipped, but these are the language ones. And so if you let me include JDK 25, I know it's not quite out yet, but it's getting there. That's 11 releases. And you can see that we've been following the new tradition of previewing language features so people can try the feature out and give us their experience and feedback. And some features have had a couple of previews. One, in fact, only had one. Some have had more. But in total, we've finalized 10 new language features in 5 years, which I think is pretty good going. So, you asked earlier, Nicolai, isn't Java dead? There's a counterpoint to that thought. And you can see that some of these features are like standalone, like text blocks, but others form part of a larger sort of feature arc. For example, we mentioned that there are two JEPs in 25, the compact source files and the module import declarations, they're kind of part of an on-ramp feature arc. Another story arc is the one that we call data-oriented programming, and that's these 6 JEPs that I've circled here in the grid. So let's just take a quick recap on data-oriented programming. So this is a feature arc that concerns better support for plain old data in Java. So why? Well, object-oriented programming has proved to be a perfect fit for modeling complex entities and processes, and that's why kind of object-oriented programming has come to dominate sort of big enterprise software. But I think it's fair to say, if we admit to it, traditionally has not been so great at modeling plain old data. And more recently, there's been a shift in software architecture towards applications built as smaller services that consume and emit data. And that data is often untyped plain old data. So kind of think JSON. Now that's kind of bad for object-oriented programming and the languages, object-oriented languages, because now the focus of those applications is on areas that we're not so good at. So that's the motivation. So what are we going to do about it? So the answer, or at least our answer, comes from functional programming, actually from work on the semantics of functional programming. And this work suggests that the plain old data that we're interested in are actually values of what is called algebraic data types. That's kind of a very fancy name, but algebraic data types are a very simple concept, and they're data types that can be built using products and sums. And 2 features that we've added in this feature arc that I showed you are records and sealed classes. So records are in fact a product type. So for example, a point record is an integer and another integer. So the and means a product, and it's a nominal product type because all types in Java like to have names. So record point, the name is point, right? So a colored point, another record, is an integer and a color. So three things producted together. Sealed classes, on the other hand, are nominal sum types, if you look at them. So for example, if we had a sealed interface shape that had two permitted implementations, square and circle, so therefore a shape is either a square or a circle. So the or is the sum part. And again, the nominal sum type has a name, shape in this case. So the idea, the trick of data-oriented programming is firstly to use records and sealed classes to model the data. So we're essentially modeling it as algebraic data types. And then we use pattern matching to process this data. Okay. And these algebraic data types are everywhere. So here you are humbly looking at the JSON webpage. There's the spec. And you see this very nice picture explaining what a JSON value is. And the moment you see this, assuming you understand what this railroad diagram is saying, of course, you want to fire up your favorite IDE and write this in Java, right? Because you look at this diagram and say, a JSON value can be a string, a number, an object, or an array, or a Boolean, or a null. Okay, all those ors between all those words. Sealed interface, that's a sealed interface JSON. And then all the permitted implementations of that sealed interface, you can now represent as records. So for example, a JSON string is a record with a string component. A JSON array is a record type with a list of JSON value component. Now, the important thing to notice here is the payload, the components, are all Java data types. So a JSON array has a Java list, or a JSON object we model using a Java map. And that means that when you are playing with the components, you're getting hold of the payload and looking at it, we can use all the APIs, all the beautiful support that we have for these data types in Java. So let's look at a simple example of programming with these JSON values. So here we have a JSON value J, and we want to see, is it actually a JSON object? And of course, that will be a map. And in that map, is there a key value pair? So is there a map from a key that is the string name, and does it map to a JSON value that actually turns out to be a JSON string? Is there also a map from the key age to the value that is actually not just a JSON value, but actually a JSON number? And is there a map from city to another JSON string? And if it is, I'd like to have that string, the integer and the string, Java string and integer, to play around with. And now with the beauty of sort of pattern matching, we've got record patterns here, we've got a little API call in the middle, we can now express that quite complicated query. And notice I'm saying nothing about null here. I don't need to. It's all dealt with by pattern matching. I've got it all down to one expression, and I defy any of you who've written anything using DOM objects to do it more clearly than this. So the sort of programming you have with DOMs is kind of like accidental complexity, and here we have the essential complexity. Now you might say, oh, come on, Gavin, this is all, all these examples you show me are so simple. Nothing's this simple in the real world. So I hope you all noticed, but maybe some of you didn't. There was a very interesting announcement last week, exactly a week ago, from my colleague Paul Sandoz, who proposed, as mentioned by Nicolai earlier, a JSON API for Java to be put in the JDK. And you think, oh, that's fantastic. Of course, many of us have wanted that for a long time. And you just scroll down a little bit in his message and you see that Paul says algebraic data types. He talks about sums and products, right? So actually, our library is going to be structured very similarly to the example that I showed you before. It's done slightly differently, but hopefully you'll get the same pattern matching experience. Okay, but don't let me get sidelined by that because I can get very excited about these things. So let's go back to the timeline. So enough about the past, let's move to the present, or just slightly in the future. So JDK 25. So I know Heather and Nicolai spoke a little bit about the about on-ramp, about making things easier for beginners. So I'm going to talk about the third JEP that we shipping here, which is a JEP called flexible constructor bodies. Now, JEP 513 is actually a complete reimagining of the role of constructors in object initialization. You might have thought there was nothing left to be said there, but I'm going to take you on a little walk on and show you a little story, show you that there is actually more to consider here. So what's going on with, let's do a little bit of revisions, right? So the constructors of a class are responsible for creating the valid instances of the class. Okay, I think we all agree on that. And with subclassing, things get more complicated, right? So for example, consider a person class with an employee subclass, right? So when we create an instance of the employee, we're going to expect the two constructors, the person constructor and the employee constructor, they're going to work together to construct a valid instance of employee. So we would expect that the employee constructor would be responsible for the fields declared in the employee class, and the person constructor would be responsible for the fields declared in the person class. Now, we do realize, of course, that the code in the employee constructor can refer to the fields declared in the person class. So we better make sure is that that's only going to be sensible, i.e. safe, if the so it's only going to be safe for the employee constructor to access those fields after the person constructor has finished its works assigning the values to them. So that's a pretty obvious thing. I don't think anyone would want a world where that wasn't true. So let's give that property a very fancy name, because that's my sort of style. So let's call this an integrity principle, right? So in other words, class constructors kind of get the first responsibility for assigning values to their own fields. Okay, so Java provides the guarantee using a very simple notion, which is to require that constructors run from the top down. And it does this in a very simple way. It does it by actually constraining the constructor bodies. So in particular, it says, if you invoke a constructor in your constructor body, it must be right at the top. It must be the first thing that appears in the body. If you don't invoke a constructor, the compiler will actually insert a constructor invocation for you at the very top of your constructor body. So you can't get away from it. The very first thing that's going to happen in your constructor is an invocation of another constructor. So what's the effect of this? So let's consider this crazy hierarchy of 26 classes A to Z that extend each other. And let's imagine that we want to create a new instance of the Z class. So we do new Z. What's actually going to happen? Well, we're going to run the constructor body for Z. The very first thing that does is call the superconstructor. So that means we're going to start running the constructor body for Y. The very first thing that does is call the superconstructor, and that's going to go all the way up to class A. The very first thing class A does is call the superconstructor, which is object. Object is a special class. So now we finally get to execute the constructor body of the class object. Now it returns, and now we get to run the constructor body for class A, then for class B, all the way down to class Y, and then finally the constructor body for class Z. So that's why it's called top down, right? So you ask for a class, but we end up for an instance of a class, but you end up executing all the constructor bodies from sort of object all the way down to that class, down the inheritance hierarchy. So that's great, but, and I suspect you're all aware of this, this strategy of requiring the constructor invocation to be the very first thing, so we get that top-down behavior, is quite restrictive. So let's go back to our person employee. Let's imagine person has an age, and its constructor, the person constructor, does a quick check to make sure you haven't given it a negative age. Now, in the employee constructor, we get past an age, and employees have this extra domain constraint, which is that they don't allow the age to be under 18 and they don't allow the age to be more than 67. But there's no way to get around the fact that the very first thing you have to do is call the constructor for the person. So I mean, here it's not such a big deal, but you can imagine examples where this is a real pain because you're going to do potentially a lot of unnecessary work. We already know when we get the age argument that perhaps it's illegal. We don't need to call the person constructor. But no, you can't do that. You have to do your validity check after you've called the superconstructor, which of course could have chained up and called all sorts of other superconstructors as well. So yeah, that's a bit of a pain. Sure, some of you are clever hackers, so there is a clever hackery way around this. You can use the fact that Java lets you do a certain number of things in the argument position of a supercall. So you could call a static method, so you could put that validity check in a static method and you can call it there. There are some restrictions on what you can put in the argument position. So in this particular example, you can kind of get around it. I would refer to that as an inelegant hack, but it kind of gets even more complicated when you have other sorts of constraints. Like if you have a constraint across multiple arguments, then it's really, really hard to do that in an efficient way. And there are a whole number of limitations that make this, slightly more than a mild irritation in places. But there's actually something else going on here, which is perhaps a little lesser known. So let me show you. Let's go back to our example of person employee, but let's imagine that I'm going to change the person constructor so it logs when you construct a person. It makes a log, it records it in the log. And by recording it in the log, I mean I've written a method called show that prints it to the screen. Okay, so and it prints the age to the screen. And so if you look at the bottom of the person constructor, we assign the age argument to the age field, and then we call show. Now, of course, we look at the employee class, and then we say, aha, okay, what the show method? I better override it, right? Because the employee now has another field called office ID. So let's print the office ID. So now we look at the employee constructor. So we have to call super first. We do the check to make sure the age wasn't wrong, and then we assign the office ID. Yep, those three. Now, what happens if we create a new employee with the age of 42 and with the office ID Camphora? Okay, so what happens is perhaps a little bit unexpected, because we get both the age being printed out and the office being printed out, and moreover, the value for the office is null, which is kind of from nowhere, right? So what's going on here? Well, what's going on is the fact that the employee constructor that you call when you do new employee, the first thing it does is call the person constructor that then invokes the method show. And what the show method is now overridden. So in fact, it will invoke the show method in the employee class. And so what's going on here is that you're actually noticing that very kindly, the JVM has a default value in the field office ID. The default value for a string type is null. So if you kind of squint at it, what's happened here is that the person class, the superclass, has managed to get its hands on, by printing it to the screen, but you can imagine more dire situations, is managed to get hold of your field before you had the chance to assign any value to it. And I said that was an integrity principle that we'd like to be true. And oh, it's kind of not true. So in other words, the integrity of the employee class being violated. And that's actually nothing to do with it not being final. If you make it final, you get the same behavior. So this is not a new observation. It's well known. It's in fact item 19 of the Effective Java book, which says don't call overridable methods in constructors because crazy stuff's going to happen and you won't understand it. But observe, there's nothing in the language to stop you doing it. And there are many hard to find bugs out there in the wild along these lines. So in conclusion, right, we had constructor invocation must come first was a real pain. It limited the sorts of things that we wanted to write. And moreover, we don't seem to have the integrity constraints that or principles that we thought we might have. So can we do better? We'd obviously like more expressivity. We'd like to defend our integrity. And of course, we don't want any change to we don't want to have to change the JVM in any way, because that's going to add like a decade to the timeline of this feature. And it turns out that we can reimagine what constructor bodies are, and we can solve these problems. So let's allow statements to appear before a constructor invocation. You remember I said that you could do things in the argument position of a supercall, and there were restrictions. So let's just say those statements that appear before the constructor invocation, they have the same sort of restrictions. So we'll call those statements that appear before the constructor invocation the prologue. Then we're going to have the constructor invocation, and then we're going to have the statements that appear after, and obviously that's just any old statements. Now, of course, the prologue, the epilogue could be empty, no problem. Now, if you have that, what happens with that call graph, right, when we had those 26 classes A through Z? So now when you try and create a new Z object, we're going to first execute the prologue of class Z, then we do the supercall, then we'll execute the prologue of class Y and do the supercall all the way up to class A. So we'll execute the prologue of class A, then we're going to do the supercall, we'll execute the constructor for object, and now as we come back down we will do the epilogue, so the stuff after the constructor invocation in class A, then the stuff after the constructor invocation in class B, and all the way down to class Z. So that's a very nice picture because it's kind of balanced, but let's see it in action, right? You might wonder what I said there were some restrictions on the code that you could write in the prologue. So it's a little bit kind of detailed, but essentially the restriction says, look, you can't use the current object being constructed in the prologue. And that seems reasonable, right? Because I'm still constructing the object. So obviously anything to do with this seems very dodgy because I haven't finished, my superclass hasn't even had a go at initializing fields and so on. So essentially it's code that doesn't involve this. So let's go back to our examples where we thought things weren't as beautiful as we wanted them to be. So here we had the employee constructor that did the validity check on the argument. It had to do it after the super in old Java, but now you can move it into the prologue. You can do it before the supercall. So we're happy. One thing that we didn't realize when we started this project, I will freely admit, but it turns out that it's safe not just to restrict using this. You can allow assignment to the fields declared in your class, not reading them, but assignment to them. It turns out that's safe. So if we allow that sort of code in the prologue, we can actually address the integrity problems. So let's look again at our employee constructor that we had this problem with the office ID and so on. So let's look at it. It's got the supercall, the validity check on the age, and then it assigns the office ID. Well, of course, we know that we can move the age, the validity check on age, we know we can move that to the prologue. So that's good. But remember, I just said it's okay to write to fields in the prologue too. So that means that this little assignment here, I can move into the prologue. So now we can check the age and assign the office ID field before we do the constructor invocation to super. And that means that when you try and when we create an employee with age 42 and office ID cam4, you get the answer you would hope for, right? So in other words, the employee constructor can defend its own integrity, and that's great. So that's kind of what I want to say about this feature, but I do want to speak to kind of the community aspect here. You will see if you go to the JEP, this JEP was originated by Archie Cobbs, who is not a member of JPG, nor even an employee of Oracle. Archie is a member of the OpenJDK community. He's a developer, works for another company. He proposed this feature, he built the first prototype, he wrote the first draft JEP, and we then collaborated with him to kind of harden it up, make it enterprise strength. and help him write the specs and so on and so forth. But we're very grateful to him, and I'm certainly very grateful to him for his hard work. And I think everyone in the community should be very happy with his work, because he's undoubtedly helped make Java better. And also I think it proves, if anyone doubted it, but here's your proof, that it is possible to make very significant contributions to the Java platform from outside Oracle. Okay, so what's coming in the future? So, you know, predicting the future is kind of a bit of a fool's game, but let me just tell you, kind of, since I know what's in the pipeline, let me kind of make some reasonably well-informed predictions about what's coming. So I think there's really sort of three themes that I'm confident to predict. So one is more pattern matching. So you will have seen earlier on, I showed you a record pattern, which was this way of deconstructing a record class instance. So the clue's in the name. The only instances that we can deconstruct with a pattern are instances of record classes. We can do that because record classes are very constrained and the compiler knows what you want. But of course, we would love all classes, so just regular classes, to be able to be deconstructed with pattern matching. So we have a proposal, we have a prototype, we have very well developed ideas about how we can support that going forward. Now, of course, the compiler is not going to be able to know how to deconstruct your objects. So class authors are going to have to write new declarations in their class body to explain how to deconstruct an instance of the class. Now, it sounds scary, but it turns out to be, in practice, not that hard, because, and kind of the clues in the name, deconstruction is kind of like construction going backwards. So constructors typically take arguments and build an instance, and pattern matching and deconstructing it into some components is essentially take the inverse operation, right? It's taking the instance and telling you what the value of the components are. So in our current proposal, the deconstructors, the code inside them that you have to write, looks very much like the constructor code, just with swapping the assignments around. So I think that's going to be relatively easy for developers to get on top of. I think the thing I showed you earlier about the JSON API being kind of written in a way that will make it amenable to using pattern matching, I think, and certainly when we add pattern matching to other classes, I will expect us to do that in the JDK. And then I think maybe some of the APIs will get tweaked so you can do switches over values of your favorite JDK classes. Second theme, okay, so you all know about the big earthquake to the Java platform, which is Project Valhalla. And like many earthquakes, there's an associated tidal wave that's going to come and wash over you. And it's the case for Project Valhalla too. So Java developers are going to get features coming from Project Valhalla. The two notable ones are the ability for you to mark a class being a value class, which means that you're a class that doesn't need to use its identity anywhere. And moreover, you are telling the runtime that you want equality of your instances to be based on the values of your fields, not on your object ID, because I just said I was a value and I didn't care about my object ID. Now, the reason why you want to do that, well, one is many classes never use its object ID, and you might really like the ability just to say, I don't want to use the object ID, don't let me do it, and moreover, don't let anyone else rely on it, don't let anyone take a lock on me, etc. But also the runtime, the JIT, can use that information to go, aha, okay, I see you don't use the object ID. I see you're only three things. Maybe I can inline them for you. So we're hoping that that will make code kind of compact and faster. So that would be a good thing. The second thing from Valhalla is the ability to mark reference types as never having the value null. Now, this is a very often requested feature, and it exists in other languages that we also know about and like. I think the way we can do it with Valhalla is a little bit different to kind of match the very specific details that we're going for, but you will be able to mark types, I think, with the ability to say either it can't have null or it could have null. And the third thing I'll mention is I often get asked about string templates, which was a feature that we previewed for a few releases, and then we withdrew because it wasn't quite what we wanted. So we have some very cool ideas about that. We have a prototype, very excited about it. It's not quite ready for me to share much, but we are hoping that very soon we'll have something to share with people about kind of a successor to that feature. And in fact, there are many others, some of which are equally as exciting as these ones, but I'm going to keep my powder dry and not talk about them quite yet. But hopefully I'll get a chance to talk about them in the near future. So my time is nearly up. So like that, I'll say thank you and guess happy birthday, Java.
Hey, Gavin, thank you very much for the presentation.
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't go into details on the templates there? That's you're such a tease, Gavin. That's not fair.
Okay, so I think the direction we would like to take, I mean, we were talking about it when we were doing string templates, but there's a lot of work in other languages like Go and so on, where they're very concerned about building HTML fragments and gluing them together in a way to guarantee that you're still a valid HTML document. So there's a lot, you can imagine that in many server-side applications, that's a very important thing to do. And I think that's kind of an instance of the same sort of problem, which is I've got an expression, I want to glue it all together and make sure the resulting thing is still in the language that I'm interested in. So that was what we were trying to get at with string templates. It was perhaps the wrong name. I think maybe putting the string name in the feature kind of got people the wrong impression, but it was really about kind of the ability to glue things together and stay within language. Now, of course, one of those languages is string, but there are many others. So I think we're sort of interested in slightly broader picture, but hopefully we're very conscious that people wanted a slightly more streamlined experience if the language that they were gluing together with expressions and fragments was strings. So I think that's definitely something we're hoping to deliver as well. There you go. That's as much as I can say.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much, Gavin, for the time and for the presentation. And have a good one. Bye. Okay, we're slowly starting the transition to the next segment.
Hello.
Hi, Anna.
So what do you think? Do you have time for like a small chat with our audience and do the quiz? Okay.
Let's do a little quiz. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Then in that case, I need to add my screen and screen share.
Okay, so while Anna's setting up her screen, oh, there she goes. I'll shut up now.
Yes, say something to our audience, or you can stay here with me because I think I need a little help to engage our audience a little bit. So, folks, we're going to take together this quiz. Nicolai doesn't know the answers as well, I hope. Billy didn't know some of the answers, so we're relying on you to finding out the answer. How to join the Java quiz during our live stream. Of course, you can scan the QR code and then wait for my instructions. Just don't panic when you're going to see again in your screens that it says to scan the QR code. And Nicolai can join the quiz as well.
I need to pull up my phone. I was going to say, by the way, like I don't know the answers in advance, but I hope I know some answers.
Didn't we play Jeopardy once? And
but that's Billy, right? Like you know what we say about Billy, right? When he's not there.
So much support from the colleagues.
Okay.
So folks, we want to see you joining the quiz, and we're gonna let you join the quiz.
Yeah, I think I'm there. It says this, right? It says please join the quiz, scan the QR code, and that's what you said. That's good, and I'm waiting now, right?
Yeah, we need to wait for a little more for more folks to join and to scan the QR code so that we are having there. And of course, if you like, yes, we want to see likes and hands up, and also if you don't like this going on, we're also accepting more feedback on that one too. So just give it 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So the first question is going to be just a little one, just to find out what Java versions are using in production nowadays, so that we just want to test you. So go ahead and fill in this as fast as possible.
Ooh, Java
This
21 making big numbers. I
This is
like it.
just to warm you up. And folks, those of you that didn't get in time, you can still join at Menti by using the code there. You can still at this very point.
Is there a link, Anna, that you can post into the chat?
They can try menti.com or
Okay. So menti.com and then the code. Yeah, that makes sense.
and that
Oh,
code.
Billy's complaining they can hear us. I know you can hear us. That's why I'm saying things loud. Doesn't matter. Java 7. Wait, but what if I run Java 13 in production? What do I do then?
Then you go with other.
No, then you update.
Okay, you need to update if you're doing that. That's bad.
There you go.
Really bad. Okay, so I think that we got some answers. And folks, if you're like undecided on what Java versions you're using, well, it's kind of weird. Or you don't know, it's even worse. You need to find out. Okay, so this was pretty much the warm-up that we wanted to get from you. And we got to the real deal right now, because we want to see you ready to go forward. And now we're going to the real deal. So just go there, put your emojis, and oh my God, I got such an interesting nickname to join the quiz. I cannot believe this.
I made the mistake of picking my publicly identifiable name, so everybody will know how much I fail.
Okay, I'll not share what I got in that case. Well, folks, let's play. So the faster that you're answering, the more points you get. So originally, Java's mascot was called, and here are the answers. Be fast.
Ooh, 1.97 seconds.
3, 2, 1, 0. Woohoo. And of course, what have I done?
It was not called Duke.
No, it was called Duke. What's going on here?
No, it was not called Duke originally.
Oh, yes, of course. It was not
I mean,
called
that's just
Duke.
most people said that, but it was called Fang originally.
Yeah.
Because if you go like this, look. It's like a tooth. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, folks, 5 of you responded correctly. Congrats to those that responded correctly. You have another chance with the next question. So, be ready and enter.
Stressed out
Be
about
fast.
this. This is the most stressful part of the day.
Oh my God. This.
Oh, we just talked about this. I know.
In which year was the JDK open sourced? Open JDK.
Oh, but my display turned off. That's not fair.
What?
The display went to sleep the moment I tapped it.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not sure whether I'm right, to be honest, though. The base, yes. Okay, good.
Well done, folks. You paid attention. Some of the questions are related to what some of the speakers will say during the live stream, but some others are just to test your general knowledge about Java. So don't be bad. No, don't feel bad if you didn't respond correctly. Next one. Question number 3 out of 10. And let's go. What is the main advantage of using pattern matching for instance soft? That's something that one of our guests has responded, I think, in his presentation, if you like Gavin's presentation.
Oh, was the camera hiding attention?
So I left a little bit more, I think, for this one because the answers were a little longer, and I want for you to be able to read all the answers there. Okay. So we have 9 answers that are correct. And this is still good. This is still good. People are learning. Then
okay.
Yes, we need to really hurry up because we are having a next guest, and it's a very important guest. So we have the following leaderboard. Oh my God, Nicolai, you're in the 3rd spot.
But options 2 and 4 were the same on the last question.
Yeah, true. Maybe.
What do you mean true?
Maybe we'll discuss the sleep out nonsense later. Well, congratulations to the user that is called Bell. You're currently on the first spot, second spot, random, and third spot. Well, Nicolai, you're working for this team. So yeah, we're going to think that the third spot is belonging to Tomislav. So congratulations, folks. There's more questions that are going to show up in the upcoming breaks that we're going to have. But for now, let me introduce our next guest, Mr. Brian Goetz. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Anna, how are you?
Good, good. Sorry for keeping you waiting. And we really want to do like a little quiz with people and see how they're doing.
Oh, no worry. I was taking the quiz too.
Okay. So on the last question that Nicolai mentioned, like the numbers 2 and 4 were pretty much the same. To whom
They were exactly the same words. And unfortunately, I guessed 50-50 and got it wrong.
Okay, so for that one, maybe we're going to give more points also to the people that answered for the second question as well. We're just going to figure it out to make it correct for everyone. Thank you for correcting us. But actually, yeah, it's sort of a little bit of nuance there that I tried to trick people into. Some of the questions will be more nuanced. People are going to see during the live stream. So welcome, Brian. Thank you for taking the time to join Java's happy birthday live stream, 30 years of Java.
It's amazing.
Indeed, indeed. And I'm honored to be in your presence and to talk about how it was to add Lambdas to Java. And before going into Lambdas and that experience, well, I want to ask you, what was your first experience with Java? So what brought you to Java?
So is this just a tricky way of asking how old I am?
No, we're not doing this to our guests. Come on.
Because so I started with Java in 96 or 97. It was the 1.1 days. And, at the time we were deep in the C monoculture. Everything was done in C. And C++ was a possibility on the horizon. I think the C community was trying to decide whether they were going to move en masse or not. And I took this Java project just as it was a contract that was offered, and I took it on. It was something new to do, and I really liked it. So I kept doing more projects in Java, and then I realized, like, after some amount of time, wow, I haven't had a bug in like a year. And and it was something that just turned the light bulb on for me. That I'd written lots of codes and lots of languages up until that point, and I make mistakes like everyone else, but most of the mistakes I make they're silly little mistakes. And like in Java, either the compiler or the runtime caught all those mistakes for me before they became program bugs. And it was just, it was a transformative experience. And I also meant that I didn't have to make the leap from C to C++ at the time, which was something that I was kind of dreading doing, because I was unconvinced that it was going to be, where the world wanted to go.
Well, that's a very interesting story. It's a bit different from Mark's story. Well, I'm glad that you decided to join the language and to make it much better, much readable, much maintainable in the long run for all of us. And now getting to the subject of why we brought you here is actually to discuss about the Lambdas. And one thing that I am curious about in the history of Lambdas, because I got to have it as an end user and as a developer, and back then I wasn't following up a lot. I was just happy with the features that were going final. What were the biggest constraints that you think that were there that you faced when designing Lambdas?
I mean, it was an incredibly challenging project on so many fronts. So, let me sort of paint the historical backdrop first. The Sun Marketing folks claimed that Java 1.2 was Java 2. Right, and the reason for that was when it was clear that Java was more than just a language, it was a platform, because you had the micro edition and the enterprise edition and different versions of the platform for different programming environments. But I think the real Java 2 was when we actually did Java 5, because that's when Java became a programming language that delivered on the promise of static type safety. That prior to Java 5, before we had generics, like, yes, Java was a statically typed language, but you couldn't even put things in a list and take them out without doing unsafe casts. And so it took a while for Java to really deliver on the promise of all of the things that it was claimed to be in the early days. And I think of Java 5 as had been kind of the high point up until that time, and then there was a little bit of a slowdown in the momentum of evolving Java in the Java 6 and 7 days that were related in part to Sun being very busy going out of business. And so I bring this up because we did Java 8 at a time when people were a little bit skeptical that maybe Java's time was over. Java 6 was an interesting, a nice little release, but it didn't have any real big stuff for the language like Java 5 did with generics and enums and for each loop and annotations and all of that. And Java 7 was in some sense even more disappointing from the outside. That there were a bunch of deliberately small language features like better numeric literals and strings and switch and other things that were very nibbling around the edges that left people thinking like, okay, is this all there is to do to Java? Is this Java experiment done for? And there were a lot of people who kind of believed that, either because they were cynical or they had another horse in the race. So certainly like the Scala folks were very much rooting for Java to crash and burn because they wanted to be crowned the successor. And they were extremely frustrated when we continued to improve Java for that very reason, I think, because they were hoping that they were going to grab the crown when we fell over. But it was an environment where people were very skeptical that Java could become I hate to use this word because it's the word people use to describe whatever they like, but it doesn't mean anything. A modern programming language, right? Whatever modern means for you or for the particular second at which the word comes out of your mouth. But there was a lot of skepticism that we could sort of bring Java into the modern age there. And there was some skepticism about whether we should have. And this is like, I found it amazing at the time, and most people will find it like doubly amazing in hindsight. There were a lot of well-regarded people in the Java community who were deeply skeptical about whether adding Lambdas to Java was a good idea. And I mean, it seems crazy now looking back at that. And like I said, it seemed a little crazy to me at the time. But there were people who went on these long tirades about, we don't need this. We don't need like the alpha geeks to grab the steering wheel and drive us off the road and all of that. And so it was a very contentious time. And just as a little bit more background, there were several competing proposals for adding Lambdas to Java coming from the community. And there were the fight got kind of nasty at some point, where the proponents of each of these proposals were insulting the proponents of the other proposals. And it was quite an ugly food fight. And so this was all kind of in the recent background when we started Java 8. But it was, I think it left a little bit of a bad taste in the community's mouth about whether we wanted to do this thing that like had caused all of this contention. So that's the context in which like I took on this task. And like, it was a little bit overwhelming because it was a technically challenging problem. There were obviously multiple possible answers. There were people with strong opinions about which way we should go. There are people with strong opinions about whether we should do it at all. And like when you're, starting with a blank slate, the first things you write down are going to be wrong. And then you had like 10 million people looking over your shoulder saying, "You idiot, that's wrong." And it was a very challenging environment to make actual progress on, you know, on the problem. So that aspect of it was difficult. But like I think an even bigger challenge was everybody was focused on, you know, the parts of the, you know, the feature that met the programmer. What is the syntax for Lambdas going to be? What is the type of a Lambda expression going to be? And that's all anybody in the community wanted to discuss. And, you know, what we realized was that this project was going to succeed or fail based on the degree to which it felt spiritually compatible with the Java that had come before, right? And so the hidden star of the Lambda project was not Lambdas, but default methods. And the reason for that was, imagine how terrible it would have been if we added Lambdas to Java and then there was no way you could use Lambdas with lists or maps or sets or any of the classes that you had all over your program. You were not going to, you probably were not going to rewrite all of those programs to use some other collection framework. And so that would have created a situation where there were these goodies out there, but people with existing code couldn't use them. And so it became critically important not only to identify the right language features and deliver the right new library features, but give people a path to use these new features with the code they had. And that challenge kind of infused the entire Lambda, design process of how do we make this accessible to the code that you've already got written. And so that, that brought in the necessity for default methods so that we could add things to, say, list. And we originally thought the things we would add to list might be methods like lazy filter and lazy map and things like that. And we eventually realized, no, there's actually a good abstraction in here that we should factor out, which was stream. And the default methods we ended up adding to list were the projections from list to stream, as opposed to the operations like filter, map, reduce, etc., that we knew, would eventually be what people wanted to do with these things. So, while everybody was sort of like, gibbering about, I like this syntax, I think the type of it, this is how the type system should work. We were very much focused on, okay, how do we make the migration experience, for people who already have a Java program to be able to use these things and integrate them gradually into their program.
So you mentioned some alternative proposals, and was there any alternative proposal to the current syntax that we have for Lambda? Why did those, the backwards compatibility or like integration with other features were a problem with other options? Can you please share why others fell short? And how did the winning solution got there?
Yeah. So there were two primary proposals from the community. One was what was called the BGGA proposal, which was, was written by Gilad Bracha and Neil Gafter, both of whom had, significant contributions to Java. Gilad was the main designer for generics, and it focused on, very sensibly, adding structural function types to Java. With kind of a design center of Lambda should be about enabling you to grow the language by adding things that look like control constructs as libraries. And this was an ambitious, goal. And, I think the main challenge with that was the way function types would have to get translated into the class files, and the implication that had for integration with existing libraries, migration compatibility, overload selection, all of these pesky details that we don't want to think about when we're thinking about grand concepts like making the language extensible through libraries. And so I think there was a lot of really good stuff in that proposal, but it was not really very practical. And then at the other extreme, you had the proposal called CICE, which was the main proponent was Josh Block, also, a significant contributor, to Java. And it was basically a better syntax for interclasses. CICE stood for concise interclass expressions. So it's basically a more syntactically compact way to do interclasses. But the problem with that is it carried all of the compromises that interclasses had when they, which were added to the language in Java 1.1, and so we sort of viewed these 2 points as like the endpoints on a spectrum, and kind of shot for something more in the middle, with much more attention paid to how are we going to translate this to class files? How is this going to participate with the rest of the language? And for example, one of the big challenges with structural function types is Java is a nominal language. Almost everything about the way method selection works is done in terms of names. And so a structural function from string to int is a perfectly sensible concept, and there are a lot of languages built around structural function types like Haskell. But in those languages, like, structure is the primary thing. In Java, names are the primary thing. And when you try to bring structural function types into a language like Java, you end up with seams between the middle, between the two, of when I'm selecting an overload, am I doing it by name or am I doing it by by structure? And that gets very messy very fast. And so, one of the decisions that we made was to lean on something that Java already had, which was the notion of interfaces with a single method. And the JDK was full of such interfaces like comparator, and we made a compromise, which some people think was very clever and some people think was a fatal mistake, to say those are going to be our function types. We're going to pick nominal function types so that everything else about the language doesn't have to know about lambdas, right? And so that was a pragmatic trick that was a little bit closer to this CICE end of the spectrum, but that was designed to not put developers in a situation where we bifurcated the world of libraries into new libraries and old libraries, because that would have been a disaster. We would have spent a decade for the ecosystem, going through this migration from the old way to the new way, and there would be horrible style wars and fights along the way. And what a waste of everybody's time, that would be, right? Because the libraries we had were pretty good. We just wanted to be able to add to them. We didn't want to replace them. We didn't want to tell the Java ecosystem, you have to rewrite all your code. And so at every point, we were focused on how do we avoid bifurcating the language, the community, the programming style, and just have lambdas fit into concepts that have been in the language already.
Wow, that's like really a lot to take in and to think about the story. On the other hand, I'm, as an end user and as a beneficiary of lambdas, like many other developers in our chat, I am happy that the story has a happy ending and like this. And yes, I think that myself and other developers have experienced with other languages that had this like cut situation where you had to like old style, new style, readjust the new style. And it's nice to actually to evolve your skills and not to like erase everything from your mind and just adapt to a new style is really an effort to learn, and it's always good to build upon what you already know instead of like just teaching everything. We're not computers yet.
Exactly.
So we're still humans. Really grateful for all these insights. Now, we've recently seen that, well, the Stream API enhanced itself with the Gatherer API because it needed a little boost of operations. Do you see that Lambda story extending at some point? Would it extend at some point with any other feature? Can you give us a detail from that? Or
well, I was really happy to see the gatherers work, because like the streams were kind of really essential to the process of developing Lambdas. When you're building something new, you have to use it to make sure it works. And streams were were really the proving ground to make sure that Lambdas worked for building libraries. And for a lot of people, they became the gateway drug for Lambdas, right? They liked streams, and then they learned what Lambdas were because they had to in order to understand their streams code, which is fine. We're all for that. I mean, the language is absolutely going to continue to evolve. There's one of the really cool things about the shift that we've done from the old way of building Java to the new way is that our roadmap for the future has just exploded. It used to be like when we finished Java 8, we were done, we were exhausted, we had no new ideas, we had left it all on the field, right? And then we had to reboot with each next version. That's never going to happen again. The roadmap we have of now of future things to work on, as Gavin was mentioning, in the previous segment, is just there's many years of stuff just to be implemented.
Wow, that's true. When Java 8 was launched, also like from the outside and implementer side, I was like, yeah, this is great, this is amazing. It's like a peak moment, at least. And then Java 9 followed, and that's 6 months release cadence. And at that time, at least myself as a developer, I was worried about how are things gonna go. But at this moment, I'm really enjoying the 6 months release cadence, because before that, it was just 20, 30 features that were added to Java that I need to learn in a couple of years, and then you're mastering them in like some time, you have some lessons learned. It always felt like there's a lot to take in and a lot to digest, but right now it feels much more organic to grow your knowledge about the language, about the platform, and to actually be involved and give feedback and have your voice heard. And that's something that I'm really grateful to this 6 months release cadence, although that I was a little bit skeptical in the beginning as well, like how this is going to go, because I knew that Java always came out like every couple of years with lots of features, and there's some books written about it, and then I learn it and move forward. Now, I want to ask you, from all this experience of the Lambdas, I'm sure you have some lessons learned from designing, from implementing the feature together with the team and all. What are some lessons learned that you get from this experiment, from these 7 proposals to do something? And how did you carry out these lessons learned in other features? Like, what did you learn to make better the other features that we're seeing nowadays? And which are those, by the way, if you can share it with us?
Well, I think one of the big lessons we learned was, however much you think you have properly scoped the feature, it's probably still too ambitious. We had to downscope several times, because we wanted to ship something, and at the end, when we had to make some painful cuts of things that aspects that we thought would be important. And we actually, like at the end, it was really interesting. Sort of when we were wrapping up the design, we kind of made a list of all the things we were sad that we didn't get to, and then like a year later, we made a little ceremony of like opening the list and reading the list, of like which of these things do we want to put on the to-do list for a future version. And we realized none of these were as important as we thought they were. So when you're in the middle of doing a big thing, every aspect of it seems big and important, and saying no to it feels like a big disappointment. And in reality, most of these things, most of these aspects of the features are not as important as you think. And so relentlessly downscoping, is really important, not only so you can meet your schedule, but so that you can deliver a coherent thing. And the 6-month cadence has made that really a lot easier, because it allows you to say, okay, we're not like building the final thing here. We're building the most primitive aspect of it, and we're going to build on that in future releases. So when we started with pattern matching, we downscoped to one kind of pattern and one place in the language where you can put patterns. And there were plenty of challenges just to do that, but that made it possible to succeed, and it made it easier for users to have a positive interaction with pattern matching, and understand why they should want to see more of it in the language. And so, like I said, however well you think you scoped the problem, you're probably still too ambitious, and you should cut a little bit more. And and your first idea is going to suck, and your second idea is going to suck, and like you just have to keep iterating until you get to something that doesn't suck, and that's just part of the process.
Well, it's kind of tough sometimes to downscope, and it's not just tough from like deadline perspective, but also like sometimes where it's a mix of pride from a developer's point of view, like because you sometimes just want to ship it and you feel that it's great, and also like in the technical arguments, I mean, talking about the discussions, like you feel that it's perfect until somebody's coming up with a corner case and they're like, oh, actually that was not thought about, and let's redesign, let's rethink about. But I love this kind of approach of like building it thoughtfully instead of breaking it for everybody. And we're really grateful for all the pattern matching features. I do admit that I would like to see more of it coming together all together. But I know the team, and I know we're only humans and we can do only as much. So, and also we just don't want to break the experience of 10 million people just to ship something over there. One more question that I said that was probably the last one, but another one for you. It's more from a personal side. So I got to meet the excitement of community around Lambdas and around Java 8 and about streams at DevOps Belgium in 2015. That was my first conference ever outside of my country.
Okay.
And then I got to see Mark Reinhold and a few steps away from me, like speaking on stage, and other notable members of the Java teams. And for me, it was like overwhelming, although I was like a senior developer, but still I felt like a kid. But I want to ask, like in the early stages of when Java 8 was released and the functionality was there, how did you feel that the community embraced this new feature? Do you feel that they were agreeing with this path that the Lambdas features was there? Or you felt like somebody said, I told you that the other proposal was better because it doesn't do that and that? Because from my perspective at 2015 DevOps Belgium, everybody was grateful and cheerful and was just celebrating.
I think that's true. My experience was that in the lead up to doing the project, there was a lot of drama and maybe some bad behavior, and during the course of the project, there were a lot of people that behaved in ways that you might describe as annoying. But when we were actually finished and we delivered it, I think the community really rallied around it. And I think, you can explain a lot of the bad behavior that you might have noticed along the way of people maybe not being very nice on mailing lists, or as being basically people's fear. Right? People were afraid, oh my God, you're going to screw Java up and that will be terrible, right? Yeah. And I mean, I was afraid of that too. I made a little sign for my desk that I saw every morning when I came to work that said, don't break Java, right? It's like,
oh my God.
I came to work every day feeling like, great, today could be the day I make $1 billion mistake, right? Yeah. And, but like when people behave nastily in the community, it's usually out of fear. And I think when they saw what we had built, they were like, okay, that's good.
Yeah. Hey, sorry. So unfortunately, there's been some issues with our audio stream, our video stream to YouTube. So we are working on a fix. I think we're actually at the end of your session. So we're going to probably try to do a transition, I think, over to Nicolai. That should hopefully resolve these issues. We can only
Thank you, Brian, for joining us
so much also.
Thank you.
I think we'll
take care.
Take care.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
So we're inviting back.
Yes.
It's me again.
Live, Nicolai.
I'm hearing things. I'm not sure where anymore. Okay, folks. Can you listen? Can you let me know in chat whether you can hear me and see me? This is not the intended part that you're supposed to see. But okay. Whew. Okay. So let's see whether we can get our hosts and guests over here. And then we can see, maybe this is better. So, right. So what we saw there was audio, and then the frame rate dropped to like 5 per second. And right, we're trying to make a little bit of a switch over from one back end of streaming to the other back end of streaming. And let's see where that works better. Right, so I did not, because of all these technical issues, listen to all the details that Brian told us, which is probably a crime in some jurisdictions. I hope we will be able to go back through those later, maybe publish them as a separate video with like 30 frames per second. That would be good. Then I could rewatch it too. But I know from back in the day when I watched it that there's a few great videos where Brian goes through a lot of the challenges in Lambda. And I don't know what the name of the videos are anymore. But yeah. Okay, let's see. So, Billy, how does it feel to run a live stream?
Hey. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Oh, I can't hear him. There you go.
There we go. Now, hold on. I'm hearing two Nicolais. Yeah. Sorry about that, everyone. Yeah. So, obviously, we are running into some issues with our YouTube stream, but it looks like we were able to do a fix now. And also, it is more than 1 frame per minute, which is also good. So, hopefully, this will no longer be an issue. And actually, you know what? I think, is Mala and Marit on here now?
They're here. Everybody's here except our host.
Let's have them talk instead of us kind of stalling for a while.
Okay, there we go. I'm going to kick you off, Billy, though, because, because
Good.
I can. Hey, Marit. Hi, Mala. How are you?
I'm
Doing good. How are you doing?
Well, a little stressed out right now. Look, we don't have the teal background. We have what could be called a JetBrainsy background, right? Like the kind of like color scheme and the waves. No?
Wow, that's good. That's good.
That's
I
nice.
like it. Thank you
Okay,
so much
right.
for having us. It's an honor and privilege to be here, celebrating Java's 30th birthday. Yay! Happy birthday, Java.
Yeah, thank you very much for being here. Look, who just arrived. Hey.
Hey.
We got Ana here as well.
Wow, this was challenging.
Everybody's like, okay, I'm just not going to even insert myself into this. You three have a lot of fun. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.
Hello, ladies. Happy birthday, Java. And thank you for bearing with us during our live stream hiccup.
Our pleasure. Thank
It's
you
not
so
a
much
live
for having
stream,
us.
there are no hiccups, right?
Yeah, and a few hiccups. Yeah, we're pretty much like deployed in production directly right now with you two, but we hope everything goes well. So folks, I'm honored to have together with me today these lovely Java champions ladies that have contributed to Java, to community, but also to tools that make Java developers happy. And I think that probably lots of you have seen tips and tricks from Marit and Mala about using IntelliJ. And yeah, today I think we have some presentation and some more tips and tricks from their favorite IDE from you two. So, no?
Yes, definitely yes. Because we have limited time, we'll not be able to show a lot of tips and tricks.
Okay.
We'll try to bring in some of the goodies from IntelliJ IDEA, which is everyone's favorite IDE.
Okay. So if you'd like to share a screen.
Yes, let me share my screen, move this one to the other display. So on the count of 3, I'll be able to share my screen, share the entire screen. And yes, I can do that now.
Just gave us a second. Yes, thank you. Well done.
Yeah.
And maybe I can take off myself from the stream. Well, we can see your ID, definitely.
Yes.
Oh, hey, it's my
Yeah.
favorite IDE.
Yay, mine too.
What a coincidence.
So hi everyone. Today we are talking about IntelliJ IDEA. Think of it as a friend who always has your back, never judges you, and makes you more productive. Being productive means different things to different people. It could be about having less bugs, clean code, or even getting through streams without crying. IntelliJ IDEA gets you there. It can suggest new changes, new features, new Java features, and correct your code even before you know it's broken. So let's see some magic for this demo. And please excuse my throat down with cold. For this, I have a demo which is about managing the task. Regular people talk about being productive by managing their time. When it comes to developers, we manage our tasks. And how do we do that? We write an application to do that. So this is a simple application. This is Maven application. The JDK that I'm using is 24. For all new Java developers, if you do not have the right JDK on your system, you can use the download option here, and you can use the version and the vendor of your choice. We have multiple vendors here. We have Eclipse, we have IBM and Microsoft, even early access builds from OpenJDK. Wow, isn't that amazing? So it's not just new for new Java developers, but also for experienced Java developers. I'm going to cancel this because I already have JDK 24 on my system, and I'll move forward and create the project. And now what you see on your screen is the POM. Now let's get started and define. I want to get started by defining a record in the package com.jb, and it's a record. It will model the task that I was talking about, and what components or the properties you can think of have of a task that would have. I would say the regular, let's say, description, where I will just insert the code because it's a very short demo. Have right now the errors showing up. Priority has not been defined yet. Let's see how IntelliJ IDEA can help us fix it. I'm using Alt and Enter, which is one of my favorite combinations. Context actions pop up when you use this key combination. So I want to create an enum priority, and let's see what values would I want to have for my priority. IntelliJ IDEA already suggests that these are the values that I could use. I would also add another one, which is urgent. Now going back to my task. So this looks good. I already set a priority. Now let me go to my project, and I want to create another class, which is the task manager. What would you expect a task manager to have? I would say let's get started by adding a task here. Again, let's add some code, predefined code, because as I said, short demo. So in this case, what we have is a map that stores the task, and then I have the add method, which talks about adding the task. But I see again error with this. And what is the error about? Yes, we defined the task as a record, but we did not define any constructors in it. And this one takes two parameters, description and priority. So let's move forward and create a constructor in the class, in the record task. I already have the framework. Now let's see if I could add some code. And wow, so this is single line code completion from IntelliJ IDEA. And the reason why I'm showing this is because AI tools would be used by all of us developers. And this is how it helps us write code faster and makes us more productive. So let's go back. Now we already have the constructor in place, and let's go back to the task manager that we have. We again see an error, and this is, I guess, oh, yes. Now, because I'm trying to add a task to a map, which takes a key and a value, but I'm only adding the value. So this is not a typical search and replace kind of an error. So let's see if I can fix that with AI. As a new developer or as an experienced developer, I could very well do that, get the ID, set the ID in the map key as key and value. But again, this process or this step saves me time and makes me productive. Very important part, makes me less frustrated, because at times I might just forget about the syntax part. So what other options do we have? What other tasks can I think of when I think of, let's say, a task manager class? Let me again add a few methods from my live template. So this is not a lot of code. What I'm doing is I have a couple of methods: add task, complete task, and simple ones, which are very basic methods, I would say, for a class. And so let me just get this off. I see errors, what the errors are. Let me take care of the errors again. So again, this is the code highlighted by IntelliJ IDEA. Again, as I said in the beginning, the IDE can fix your errors before you know they need fixing. So I get the suggestion replacing Lambda with a method reference. So this, when I was learning Java, I really struggled with. And I guess IntelliJ IDEA really helped me in this one place. The other place that I see an error is a missing method. Let me go and create this method in the record task as well. I think I already have a live template for this one. So let's this is the method I wanted to add. So now we're talking about record, which is immutable. And now we have two methods, which is about mark complete and with priority. This is creating a new instance of task and returning that. A lot of people would say, why create a record when you want to change a lot of fields? I would say it's a way which is used by a lot of frameworks, and it like your streams. And the other benefit is you do not lose on the immutability part. Try that. Try immutable classes with the threading, multi-threading, and you would see the pain. And see, we already have the task and the task manager that we about. So what next? I would say, let me create another class, which is application. Before, yes. And now in the application, what I want to, and I want to just see how that is working. I want to maybe set the priority, mark them completed, something like that. So let's again call another live template and see what I'm doing here. So I'm creating a task manager and I'm adding a couple of tasks. And while I do that, I could also use AI actions to generate code for this class. Generate comprehensive comments for this class, so that you can see what's happening, or maybe the coworker that you would be sharing this code with could see what is happening. Because a lot of times what we do love to do is to write code, but not really about explaining code or writing comments. So this is kind of done, and I'm accepting all. Of course, you can go and discard individual comments. After clicking on accepting all, you can see that I'm initializing the task manager, adding the task with different priorities. Any clue which person added a task with priority urgent? Not my manager, maybe. So now this is displaying initial list of all the tasks, and I have another command which says complete task, and then I update the list of tasks, print the updated list of tasks. So let's see how it works, and it runs and displays the values. Yes, and did to the record class to make the display pretty. Okay, let's see. I can go back to my,
Okay.
I think it's lagging because of the live stream. Okay, let me go back to the task record.
It's okay.
And
it's okay. I would like to announce to folks that we're experiencing some connection issues during the live stream. We're trying to fix this while Mala is fighting here to code for us and like to show the code. I really appreciate your persistence, Mala. We're supporting you and we're like this. And we hope that the demo gods and the live stream gods are like gonna help us to like see this all together. You're doing great. So please continue with the presentation.
Thank you so much. So now what I'm trying to, okay, so it's finally run, and now we can see the values are not so pretty because the task record did not have a custom toString method. And now let me add this to the toString here. Okay, what's happening? Yes, so it's done. Sorry about that. Now, again, I can see that there are a couple of. Now I can see that there are a couple of issues. Now I need to change the language level to 24, and once I do that, this error goes away. Alt and Enter magic. I can thing. And this is one of the things that I really like about IntelliJ IDEA. It highlights the code which can be replaced by a newer version or a better Java feature, even without me knowing the syntax for that particular part. And I can do that for this as well. So this is for changing individual code items. I could also run the inspection on my entire code base. So that could be done, but I'm not going to do that right now. Let me go back to my class. And so this is, did I delete some? Yes, I did delete the closing brace in the process. So if I go back to the task manager, right, another method is missing, or did I already add that? Yes, I did. Now, so this is all done. I also generated the comments in this class. The one last thing that I want to show you is using interfaces with classes. This is another thing that I really struggled when I was learning Java, and I've seen a lot of senior developers also kind of struggle with that. So what I'm going to show you is this is the task manager class that we talked about. It has a couple of methods. What I can do is now I can extract that to an interface. Why? Because now I am using a data structure that works in memory. But what if I want to do the same thing with a database? Then I would need to follow certain methods or adhere to a certain list of methods. In this case, let me use search double shift, which is search everywhere. And then I say extract an interface. In this case, I can change the name of the interface that I want, and I can include the methods that I want to include that interface and make all of them abstract. And now what I'm doing is of course, this is yes, using interface where possible. Yes, I agree with that part as well. Now, if I go to my project window, I can see that this is an interface which was just created, refactored by IntelliJ IDEA. And this is the task manager that originally existed. Let me rename that to an in-memory task manager. And if I go back to my interface, I could make this a sealed interface. Yes, I can make this a sealed interface, and that could permit the existing in-memory interface that I have. And I could also add, let's say, a DB task manager. And again, IntelliJ IDEA would suggest that this doesn't exist, and I could create a class which is with the same name. I could also implement the methods, and I can also make this class final, because otherwise it will not compile. So the things that I want to show you here is, as you are working, IntelliJ IDEA doesn't really overwhelm you with the options. It is, as I said, like a friend. It has your back, nudges you, never judges you. It's all the way. And the last thing, the in-memory database or the application. Here, if you are copy-pasting the comments from another application, maybe you might not have the option to convert the comments to Markdown documentation comment, but that already exists in IntelliJ IDEA. And with that, I will hand over the floor to my colleague Marit, who will talk about the users. What is happening to the users who are using this task manager application? Are they becoming more productive, or what is Marit going to show us? Let's see. A lot of fun things.
So let me also share my screen then. Yes, so let's say that we want to add some users to pick up these tasks from Mala's application. I have some demo code here. So we have a file that contains those users, and we will read the lines from that file and then create users from that data. And we will check whether their phone number is correct, etc. So first, let me run this code to make sure that it does actually print these users. For now, since it's a demo, I'm just printing them to the console just to make sure that the code works. And when I do have working code, I like to commit it. And I can actually use AI to generate a commit message for me. So I don't have to write a commit message or end up with all of my commit messages being basically WIP or work in progress. If I want to, I can still edit the commit message. And if I don't like the format in which it's generated, I can also change the prompt that is used to generate this commit message. In this case, I'm just going to go ahead and commit this code so that we can continue. So like I said, we will check the phone number or parse the phone number from the file. And we want to check that it is, in fact, a valid phone number according to a certain regex. Now, your reminder that the plural of regex is regrets. But let's look at some of the ways that IntelliJ IDEA can help you work with regular expressions. So first of all, we can inject language and mark this string as being a regex, and we can use language injection for other things as well, like SQL, JSON, HTML, and whatnot, and it'll be properly formatted, and it might even unlock some additional functionality, like this check regex function. So now we can check whether a sample of text actually matches the given regular expression. So in this case, it needs more input. So if we add a digit, it matches the regular expression. If we add another digit, it no longer matches the regular expression. Or if we would add a letter, also it doesn't match this regular expression. So that's a neat little trick to work with regular expressions and check that whether a string matches a regular expression or not. Mala's already shown some AI actions as well. One of my favorite is explain code, because often we have to understand code to work with it. And actually, when we do that on a regular expression, it will offer to explain that regular expression to us, which opens a chat where the regular expression is explained. Every time I try this, I get something else because it's AI, it's non-deterministic. Also, I want to show that IntelliJ IDEA already adds some of the relevant context, so the current file and selected code. But if needed, you can add more context, and also you can select the model that is being used here in the chat, including selecting Ollama if you have that running locally and you set up a connection. So different ways to help you work with regular expressions, because there are usually people who like to use them. And now we're parsing the phone number, and I added some code here that is suboptimal maybe, because we check whether an optional is there, and if not, we set it to null. but then if it's null, we throw an exception. So instead of having this code, we might want to use or else throw. We could of course change it here manually, but let's say we have this pattern throughout our code base, we can create our own inspection. So let me quickly copy this because I will need it. And then we can select this piece of the code and then look for replace structurally. We can use this to create our own inspection. So first off, this is the code that we would want to replace it with. Let me move this. And we want to define our variables here, both in the search template and the replace template. Make sure to select the same variables. And we want to make sure that opt is of type optional. So we can add a modifier here and say that this needs to be an optional. And now we can go and find this code pattern in our code base. Obviously, we're going to find the code that we had selected. And now we have the option of replacing this specific code or all in this code base. But let's say we have this pattern in other code bases as well. We can create an inspection from this. Let me paste the title that I copied. And now when we create this inspection, we see that IntelliJ actually highlights this code for us. And we can use our favorite shortcut, Alt-Enter, to actually replace it with the pattern that we have defined. We can remove these and inline this variable. Let's make sure our code still runs. It still prints all of the users to the command line, so we're all good. Let me commit that code then as well. Yes, waiting for the commit message. So now we have several commits, and maybe once we're done with the feature, we want to push this code and share it with our team. We might not want to share each and every intermediate step of the things that we did. We might want to make it look like the code was always perfect to begin with. And to do so, we can use interactive rebase. And yes, we can use interactive rebase on the command line too. And I did it for years using VI, no problem. But I actually rather like having this visualization in IntelliJ IDEA. There are a few neat VCS integrations that we have, and this is one of them. So we could move commits up and down if we have unrelated commits. In this case, I want to squish them together, or rather fix up, so they're combined under the same commit message. And then we can start rebasing, and we have only the one commit with all of our changes combined. Now, we've looked at some AI stuff already, but I do want to also show Junie, our coding agent. So first, let me actually reset the code. So we'll go to the command line. Spoiler there. Let's clear this for a second. So obviously, when we're looking for a terminal command, we often use arrow up to find the right command that we need. We can also search our history. So we'll want to reset git. But let's say we don't have the command, or we can't remember the exact syntax. We can ask AI reset to previous command or commit, sorry. And it will generate that commit. Obviously, don't run commands you don't trust in the command line, but in this case, we'll reset to the previous commit. So now all of our code that we had here is gone, and we can ask Junie to implement it for us. So let me find the prompt that I saved to save myself some typing. So we will paste that prompt here. So I just want to quickly show that we have code and ask mode and brave mode. And while Junie is working, let me explain what that means. So code mode means that Junie will make changes to our code. Ask mode means that we can ask Junie questions and it will generate answers, usually in a file for us. Also, there's a brave mode that I didn't click because I am not brave. Brave mode gives Junie access to your terminal to run all kinds of terminal commands. If you don't select brave mode, you will have to explicitly approve any terminal commands that Junie can run. But also you can allow or add certain commands to an allow list so that you don't have to explicitly approve them, like here, using the run command. So let's do that for building the project. Add similar commands to the allow list, then Junie will perform that action without you having to click that run command button every time. So we see that Junie makes a plan first of what it's going to do and then performs those tasks. We can look at the diff that Junie created. Obviously, we can also look at the actual file where it made the changes. So it wrote the code slightly different from me, slightly different from the last time that I asked Junie to do it. Let's make sure that it actually runs, and it also prints all of the users. So Junie, or using coding agents, is another way that we can be more productive, because we can delegate small tasks to Junie to have it write the code for us, or do some things that maybe we don't do often enough and don't quite remember, or to do all of the boilerplate stuff that we know how to do by heart. So these are just some of my favorite features. There is way more than I can show in 10 minutes. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Marit. That was amazing. Thank you, ladies, for just staying and bearing with us and still presenting and doing a great show. We would like to invite you to join our chat, because some folks asked there a few things about IntelliJ, about Junie, and so on. And I think you're the best in class to answer those questions. Again, Thank you very much for bearing with us, for doing awesome demos despite the technical challenges. This is what means to be a Java developer, like going and just striving through the difficult times. Thank you once again. And I would like to invite with us now.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Happy birthday, Java.
Happy birthday.
Bye.
And I would like to invite with us now another important member of the Java community that has created bridges to the container side, but also to the AI side as well, a passionate developer and Java champion, originally from Morocco. I would like to have and say hi to Mohamed Aboulait. Hi, Mohamed.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good.
It's hard to be after Mala and Marit. They were showing some great code tips in there. So
yeah, it's always hard to follow, great coding, and also like AI coding, which is very much the hype nowadays. Welcome to our live stream.
Thank you for having me.
And I'm very happy to have you today here on the birthday, on the celebration of the Java and the 30-year anniversary. And we would like to know a little bit more about how you started with Java, what brought you to the Java world, and then maybe talk a little bit about how it is to develop a community in your own home country and even more than that.
Of course. First of all, happy birthday, Java, and super happy to be here with you. Thanks for the invite, and thanks to the Oracle team and the Java team for the great effort they are doing to bring this to the community, and for all the community work you are doing. We sometimes underestimate how much effort it takes to bring such things into life. So thanks to you and to the whole developer advocacy team at Oracle, and especially the Java team. So the history of how it started with Java is just when I've been learning my way in programming and development, I, as any beginner, started learning programming languages. So I started with C and C++, and that was painful, to say the least. And then when I switched to Java, I just instantly fell in love for the language. And then been working with it while student and also afterward. And then when I'm a student, I was lucky, to be honest, to find that, there is a Java community that is happening in there. So it was, I think, really early days for the Morocco Java user group. So Badr and Faisal, the co-founders, they've been doing an amazing job sparkling the Java love all across Morocco. And then I joined them for my first interaction with during the first edition of what we called back then Gmagreb, and now it's Devox Morocco. And then I just stayed in touch, and it was like, follow them, guys. Is there anything I can help with? I would love to join the Java community. And then I become a member of Moroccan Java group, and then a serial member of Devox Morocco, and then other communities as well. But yeah, just love of the language and the love for the community that just come afterward. And I consider myself lucky because I found the community in my hometown. They were really passionate, and then just welcomed me and then onboarded me into being part of the Java community as a whole.
That's very inspiring, and I mean, I met last year Badr at Devox Morocco, and it feels like it was a lot of work and a lot of effort that was put into growing the local Java user group, Devox Morocco itself. So you mentioned JMaghreb, so it wasn't a Devox from the beginning. How did you grow? How did you scale? How did you help with volunteering for that? And
yeah, I think so. We were doing at least monthly Java meetups, or part of the JUG meetups. We were doing them monthly, and then kind of arised that there was a need of a conference. And then Badr and Faisal, out of nowhere, I think they went to Java one and then to Devox, and it's like, why not having something local for us to bring the Java community and the developer community and developer ecosystem as a whole in Morocco to a conference that follows the same pattern. I think JMaghreb was the first multi-track conference in Morocco. We didn't have that before. And that is 100% developer focused, 100% IT focused. So yeah, Badr and Faisal did a great job into putting that together. Aaron Gupta was there back then, was talking about Java EE, I think 7.
Java EE,
times? All times, I know. Simon, Josh, all of them went to JMaghreb way before. And then, so we started small, I think 100 or 200-ish developer, and then we kept growing since then. And then I think JMaghreb 3 or 4 was a huge success. And then, yeah, it was, I still remember Simon, which is a VP in Azul now, when he came to Morocco, he was saying that there is the Moroccan time. So if anyone doesn't know what Moroccan times is, it's just like there is the schedule that the session would start at certain point, but there is the Moroccan time that it will be delayed for sure. So we in Morocco like to take it pretty easy. But then at JMaghreb, he was surprised that there is no Moroccan time. It was like spot on. Everything started and ended at the same time. So it was like a great shift from being kind of an amateur conference to a well-established conference. So we think that was the turning point into becoming an established conference. And the year after, we switched to Devox Morocco, that is well known for now. And then, yeah, I think the team discussed with Stefan, and then we just joined the Devox family as the only one in the Middle East and Africa.
Wow, that's really inspiring. And I'm thinking like, many of us that are organizing conferences around the world, we're actually doing a daily job. So, and you've been doing all this while being involved in going to work as a developer and delivering work for the team that you're part of as well. So this is really inspiring, and love for community kind of drives you and drives things forward for others as well. I've also been impressed by the Moroccan community, that they're very eager to learn, and everybody's like really happy to engage with the people that are present there. And overall, it's like a very good vibe when talking to the people there. Also very knowledgeable, and it shows that they're appreciating the events that are being organized by their community, and they all want to pitch in and to feel involved without getting any sort of like recognition and other things. And this is kind of amazing to get as a feeling overall. But you don't just do one thing, you do a lot of things. You're also a Docker captain. And among the many things that you do, you also did the Geeks Blah Blah podcast. So when did you find time for that one as well?
Well, it's just like when you do one thing and it succeeds, you're just like, okay, how about taking that experience in there and then like growing the impact? So the problem with the monthly JUG meetups, or even if it was weekly, and the Devox Morocco, it happens at a certain place and at a certain time. So the impact, no matter how big it is, it would still stay limited within a certain amount of time and a certain geographical location. So we tried to do the Dijk tour, we did after mini tours to cover many cities in Morocco, but that's still limited with the amount of time that we have, the availability and all of things. And then that's one thing. And then the other thing is, we know that we have a lot of Moroccan experts in there. So we want to bring them to share their knowledge with the community. And also, you probably know that the best way to learn, especially if you're a beginner or junior programmer, is to learn in your mother tongue. And I truly get inspired from the Southern African community, like the Nigerian community and all of these, and also the Brazilian and the Mexican community, Latin community are very active in that. So they do stuff in their local language. So Geeks Blah Blah is basically a reflection of these two things. We wanted to bring the Moroccan community to learn about latest and greatest of technology trends, learn new things in Moroccan dialect. So it's 100% Moroccan dialect podcast that happens weekly, week in, week out, and it's virtual. And then virtual would help us, and it's live. So it's virtual to help us to, no matter where we are, you can join the podcast. So I'm based in Sweden now, and then still can give back to the community because of that, because the convenient and the reach that the internet allow us to do. Wow. And then it's an informal discussion like this one, and then we can see the chat, we can answer the questions, we can be more reactive with the community as well. And that's really worked. So we have started in 2018, I think that now 7 years in a row. Oh, wow. And then we have grown, we have our own virtual conference as well for 5 days. So it's just this idea that started out of nowhere, just like basically an idea that, okay, how about we grow and make the reach bigger? And then now it turned to be a big team that is running it. I'm not probably less involved now, or probably almost not involved. It's running itself. The community is bigger. There is always someone that is interested in joining the community. So it's grown out of this little idea of how we can make bigger impact. So yeah, I'm really proud of it. I'm really proud of the Moroccan community and how they took this thing forward.
Another question that I have for you, because you mentioned being a student and learning organically about languages and their evolution, and then becoming part of the community, and then that pretty much, of course, your love for programming, but also being part of a community kind of boosted yourself into learning more and more.
Sure.
Do you feel how do you feel about the newcomers? Because I've seen you at conferences, I've seen Abdel at conferences. You're still supporting the newcomers. Do you have any programs for the people that want to be for aspiring speakers? How do you welcome more and more young talents to this big community?
Do you want to talk about the Moroccan experience or
the Moroccan experience?
So what we did is, so I mentioned we created this conference called Blah Blah Conf. And then, so the name is Geeks Blah Blah. It's like geeks as a collection of geek people. And then Blah Blah is just like we talk about nothing and everything. So it doesn't have a structure. So we wanted to reflect that in the name. And then staying true to that fact, we created the Blah Blah Conf, which is kind of a disorganized conference. It has slots, it has sessions, but it's still true to that spirit. And we have a rule that is 30% of the topics or the sessions needs to be from junior developers and students. So that's one way for them you can share knowledge, you can share what you do, basically without being an expert from early age. And then some of these has been mentored for this conference, and we're proud that some of them even been able to do talks and conferences in DevOps Morocco, and also DevOps France and other conferences worldwide as well. So that's one way for us of monitoring the people, giving them feedback into, you can share knowledge, you can be part of a larger community if you're interested in talking and giving back. It's a medium, it's a platform for pushing the people, monitoring them, and also helping them share the knowledge.
So pretty much everybody can start with the blah blah, like the blah blah conversation, and then get some feedback and grow their skills. So it's more like a speaker clinic, the Moroccan style. Okay, that's really cool.
And you don't have the pressure of speaking another language. because it's Moroccan dialect. So like the flow comes naturally. It's just like Moroccan dialect. You can say it whatever you feel like it. And then when you are ready to take the next step, then DevOps or other whatever conferences worldwide can be the next step for you. But we give you that initial step, breach that first step, and then grow.
Well, it's important to have like an initial step, like with the local Java user groups, with the local conferences as well. I mean, it's always easy. It sounds easier, at least, to start local, and then if you really want to go and meet in other communities as well, as long as you are fueled by passion. So speaking about that, if I can just go back a little bit, the conversation around Java. I'm going to ask like a pretty straightforward question that I got also last week from an audience from Ask Me Anything session that I had with Nicolai. Somebody asked me, what's your favorite feature in Java? All the releases, all time. So it's going to be that tough one. So what is your favorite feature? Just one. You get to pick one.
I think something that is really helpful, and it's like I've using it day in, day out, is the records and how it's helped me to just like take the Podium model and put it in there and almost get rid of Lambbook. Even if it's a great project, almost I'm not needing it anymore. So it's like the records, how easy it is, how fluent it is, how it integrates well with the Java pattern and Java mindset. I think it has to be my favorite one because of how frequent I feel like I'm using it. In the past, had defined it class and then all that boilerplate that needs to go with it. But with the records, pretty easy, pretty seamless, pretty straightforward. Small addition to the Java ecosystem, but it's like big impact over the day-to-day development work.
Well, that's interesting. And well, since we also spoke about conferences and communities and so on, can you share with us like where you're active nowadays, what your favorite subjects are upon, and how is Java continues to fuel that passion for being present in the community?
I think everyone's topic today, and if you didn't say it before in this stream, I'm pretty sure you mentioned it hundreds, even thousands of times this stream, which is AI. So I heard a saying, I think yesterday or at least this week, it's like AI or die. I think we are in that kind of phase right now. It's like you're debating, should I onboard in the AI world, should not, what should I do? But I think how the Java ecosystem quickly adapted to the AI. Like we have LangChain4j, we have Spring AI, both released their first stable version 1.0. That's great. And so I'm more interested in that nowadays, as everyone is basically focusing on that and the impact it has in the ecosystem as a whole, not only Java, but the whole tech community. I think how Java took that and adapted it show how that's a saying of Dr. Venkat. I think he did a keynote a few years back or probably last year around how agile is Java. And then that is a testament of how agile is Java and how agile is the Java community to take ideas and bring them into reality. So where my focus is, basically Java and AI. Still love to do Java with AI, and I think that's something it's here to stay. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm glad that the Java community enabled me to follow that, stay on top of the trends, and do all the magic things that are happening with the Java. And congratulations to both LangChain4j and Spring AI for their stable releases of 1.0.
Oh yes, indeed. We have had like some big news this week, especially from Spring AI team, saying the 1.0. And where I am right now, I'm actually in Barcelona at Spring I/O. I got to see the big keynote today and the big announcements. And yes, and that wouldn't have been possible if Java wasn't there, if there was not a big community contribution happening there as well. Yes, pretty much. We're trying like to thrive also in the AI world as well, and we're doing it pretty well. and one advantage of Java is that because of the expressiveness of the language, we are, we can become even better of integrating AI in our workflows. And there's much more cooking under the hood with Project Babylon and others. Yes, and I remember that you had a present speaking about AI. I know that you have a presentation with Java and machine learning. So you're exploring this for quite a while right now, and you have, and you've been like really passionate about like pushing Java forward into the machine learning and in the AI space. That's something that, again, the community can help and can get involved and move forward together with you. It was really insightful to get all this feedback from you about the Moroccan community, about how things have grown for you and how you've grown with the community and with Java itself as all. And also like to learn how the community still grows, even though that you're far away. But you also mentioned that, well, now you're in Sweden. So did anything that you learned from the Swedish community influence you to apply back home? Like, do you have some cross-pollination of the things that you've learned in terms of like how things are being handled in Sweden that you thought like maybe we should do this in Morocco as well for our developers, for our community members?
Definitely. So while I'm Sweden, I'm also helping with JForum, which is kind of the Stockholm Java user group, and JFocus. Greetings to Matthias, which is running this great conference. And the Swedes, or Sweden in general, are much more structured and predictable than Morocco, because we a little bit like take it easy, a little bit of chaos and sprinkle in there. So the way it's structured, the way of having things in certain manner, and then try to minimize the unpredictability and minimize the unknowns, as we say. That's something I learned along the way with how Matthias works and the whole team of JFocus on trying to bring it to the way we do both BlaBlaConf and Geeks BlaBla, and also a little bit of Devox Morocco as well. So that's probably was one of my big learnings, not probably technical stuff, but just the way they like things to be organized, while keeping our spirit of being a little bit disorganized and take it easy sometimes.
I would call keeping your authenticity, because every conference that I've been through or I've been involved has its part of its local community, local trade, and that makes it unique and also a great experience for speakers like Simon. And brings more experts together as well. So it's quite good that not every community is the same, and not every conference does things in the same way, including the celebration of Java.
Sure. I wanted to mention one thing, and great things for the Moroccan community is the women in IT. I think you probably noticed that when you went to Devox Morocco. It's just like we easily have 40% or at least more than 30% women in conferences, which is something unheard of in other conferences, especially in this part of the world. So greetings to the all women in tech from Morocco. That's just going with the flow and being part of the community.
That's inspiring. That's really, truly inspiring. And thank you so much for looking and bringing diversity as well into the conference, and just thinking of everybody. That's what community is about, like thinking about everybody and including everybody into making something greater together. Innovation doesn't come just, having great ideas and writing code. It comes from people and the passion that they have for doing something, and also for volunteering their spare time like you have done. Because I have a feeling that a lot of these things are being done in your spare time, apart from work, like many of us. Truly inspiring, Mohammed. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'm really happy that we didn't have any connection issues in having you over to talk to us. It was a true pleasure to talk to you, folks. Please follow Mohammed. He's looking into Java and AI, really cool topics right now. And yes, follow his good work. He's a true example for our Java community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Thank you for joining us, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
Wow, Billy, you again.
Yes. Me again. I am back. Yeah, thank you, Anna, for hosting with Mala, Mohammed, and so many great people. So we have another great guest to come on here. And
Oh.
I'll talk to you later. Yeah,
Hey,
Venkat
Venk.
Subramanian. Yeah, someone who needs almost no introduction.
Well, in that case, folks, I'll let you to enjoy the next talk with Venkat. Have fun.
Right. Talk to you later, Anna. All right, so yeah, Venkat is. Oh, you don't hear any audio. Hopefully you should hear it. Do you want? Oh, yeah. 1 second. Working on an audio issue with Venkat. Yeah. You should. Yeah. One
Testing.
moment. Yeah, I
There
hear
we
you.
go.
Oh.
All
You hear me?
right. Yes, I can hear you
Perfect.
now.
There we go. Sorry about that. Awesome. So fantastic. So yeah, Venkat Subramanian, thank you for joining us to celebrate Java's 30th anniversary. And I'm really looking forward to your presentation. You're going to be going over some of the hidden innovations within Java. A really interesting thing. I'm hoping I'll learn a few things as well. But you know what? I will let you go ahead and kind of take it over from here. And I'll be sure to also let you know if there's any questions. Oh yeah, also just to everyone watching, if you have any questions, definitely ask them in the live chat, and I'll be sure to pop in and ask them to Venkat because you wanted to be interactive, correct?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Billy. I really appreciate you having me here on this one.
Absolutely.
Can you believe that Java is 30 years old?
I know. I can't believe it.
Languages did not survive this long in terms of popularity ever before. So this is amazing journey. And I want to talk about a few things that I've taken note of in Java that is rather unconventional. So when we talk about innovations, oftentimes we are asking the question, what's new? Well, Java doesn't have the luxury of throwing new things and newfangled ideas in, and then saying, oops, that's not an option. Java is being used by so many millions of programmers and so many applications, so many organizations. So they have to take a very thorough approach in introducing features. So I view innovation in Java to be very different than innovation in a lot of other languages. And that's what I want to focus on in the next about 24 plus minutes and talk about what does it mean to have innovation in Java. Well, there's a lot of languages that would come up with really brand new ideas, and that's definitely great. We want that. But Java is really interested in making the lives of Java developers really better by bringing in concepts and ideas in a way that it becomes really useful overall in several different ways. And that's what I want to focus on, the innovation in Java. My first aha moment was when I came to learn about invoke dynamic. So I want to spend a few minutes on this concept. I often like to call this as a story of good karma. Well, as it turns out, Java as a platform has hundreds of languages on it, but notably languages like Scala and Groovy and JRuby and so on. And the developers behind the Java language back in the time of Java 6, Java 7 timeframe were asking the question, how can we make those other languages on the JVM a lot better? A case in point, Groovy is a dynamically typed language. I love Groovy. And Groovy has this beautiful concept of meta programming. So meta programming is where you can synthesize methods at runtime and make calls into it. But as it turns out, at the time, Java only had 4 instructions at the bytecode level to make function calls. Those were invoke interface, invoke static, invoke related methods. So there are 4 methods that are available. And as it turns out at the bytecode level, all the 4 instructions were statically typed. In other words, the compiler would verify the existence of those methods. And if they don't exist, obviously, it would not succeed. So the question is, how did languages like Groovy support meta programming? Well, they did so by using things like reflection. So a call to a synthesized method was enormously expensive in languages like Groovy. So folks behind Java, and I call this as a genuine act of kindness, asking the question, how can we make these languages better? And that's when they were introducing this concept called invoke dynamic. Oh, did most people know that invoke dynamic was actually introduced in Java 7 to make these languages like Groovy much better in performance? Well, park that idea for a minute. That was in Java 7. As they were working on introducing functional style of programming and Lambda expressions, the thought in their mind was, how do we implement Lambda expressions? Let's take a look really quickly. Here is an example in Scala. And in Scala, I have a call to for each, and I'm passing a Lambda expression in Scala. And I'm making this call 5 times here, as you can see. Well, I want to use the old version of Scala. So I'm using a version 2.11 right here. Well, 2.11 was a version, you could say the last version before they really used the features of Java 8, if you will. So this is going to show us the symptoms of what it was before. So obviously, the JVM did not have Lambda expressions back in Java 7 timeframe. So the question is, how did languages like Scala and Groovy and so many other languages, how did they implement Lambda expressions? Well, as it turns out, if you notice over here, all I have here is the sample.scala for now. If I say Scala C sample.scala, what you notice here is all these anonymous inner classes. Oh my goodness, notice that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what we know from this is every single Lambda expression became an anonymous inner class. Now think about that for a minute. If you have a call to 1,000 Lambda expressions in a large application, that is 1,000 anonymous inner classes, a very large footprint in the bytecode level. When you run the code, you're going to instantiate these anonymous classes as instances in memory. More garbage you create, the more garbage you collect. So overall, this is not going to be great in performance. Well, the developers behind the Java language were struggling with this. They were scratching their heads asking the question, how are we going to implement these Lambda expressions? Because the easy solution is to simply use this idea of anonymous inner classes. They could have said, gosh, that's what other languages on the JVM do. Why not do the same thing? But here's where the good karma comes in. Well, as it turns out, in Java 7, they introduced invoke dynamic to really facilitate the dynamically typed languages like Groovy. And suddenly a thought came through in their minds and they said, but wait a minute, what if we use invoke dynamic to implement Lambda expressions? Let's take a look real quickly here. So if I said, for example, in here, let's do a list in this case. So I'm going to say, let's say a list of 1, 2, and 3 dot, let's say in this case for each, and we want to simply take the value and we want to print it. So let's go ahead and say system.out. Well, actually, let's take the value here, a number, and let's go ahead and print out that particular number in here. So this is all it's going to do in this particular case is really be able to print out, in this particular case, the value in this particular Lambda expression as you would see it. But how is this actually implemented in Java 8? So if I say Java C sample.java, if I were to compile this code, if you will, so let's go back here and look at the sample. So Java C, and I say sample.java and compile it. And if we take a look at the bytecode generated, you notice sample.class, And let's take a peek at sample.class just now. What you will notice in this particular case is that they are using the invoke dynamic feature to invoke the lambda expression that was actually created. So Java 8 decided to use invoke dynamic. So the use case for invoke dynamic all of a sudden completely changed. It went from needing to support dynamically typed languages to all of a sudden to support Java itself. But the benefit of this is unbelievable. And it is not just the Java language benefited from invoke dynamic. Instead of creating anonymous inner classes now, as you can see here, there is only one .class file available, not many of them. That's a first difference. So as a result, if you were to go back to this code in here, for example, and if you were to maybe repeat this many, many times, and you say Java C again, and look at the class files, there are no anonymous inner classes created for those lambdas. So that's the first benefit. Not only did it benefit the Java language, it also benefits every language on the JVM. We saw this a few minutes ago. So when I run Scala C and compile the Scala code, what you are seeing in this particular case is that Scala is going to compile those into bytecode as we saw. I'm going to sit back to Java 8 for a minute because that's an old version of Scala that I'm using. There we go. And now you can see all those anonymous inner classes. Let's get rid of all of them. So I don't have any of those classes just yet. I'm going to switch over to Java 23 again right now, or 24. And in this case, I'm going to also set to a newer version of Scala right now. So if you look at this now, I'm using Scala 3.7 instead of 2.11 that I used a few minutes ago. So if I say Scala C sample.scala just now, and take a look at the classes, notice there are no more of those anonymous inner classes. We created 5 anonymous inner classes a few minutes ago with the older version of Scala, but the newer version of Scala doesn't do that. So what does newer version of Scala do? Well, it turns out it uses invoke dynamic as well. So that to me is an amazingly cool innovation. Not only is it's a lesson on innovation, it's a lesson on good karma as well. A feature they implemented to improve other languages came right back to improve Java itself, and in turn resulted in improving other languages as well. That's a win-win situation multiple times over. Now, the innovation here is that it is very performant at runtime. You're not wasting creating anonymous inner classes, creating instances of those classes. You're not going to tax the garbage collectors. I recently worked on a very high performance Java application, and developers were worried about creating many Lambda expressions. But to everybody's surprise, Java held up really well in performance thanks to invoke dynamic. So I will place that as one of the top innovations in Java, not something you see when you look at the source code, but that's why I call it a hidden innovation in Java. So you can see how beneficial this is in terms of the power that Java brings in terms of its innovation. So innovations come in different flavor, and Java's innovation, for most part, in my opinion, has been those behind the scene or hidden innovations that improve performance and overall better experience, not only in development, but in production as well. We talk about more recent things quite often, things like invoke dynamic here and virtual threads. But I want to focus on a few other things that has really made me happy over the years, looking into the details behind the scenes. One of them is when I came across the concept of lazy evaluation in Java. I was truly amazed by this when I came across this. So I want to spend a minute on this idea of really making better use of lazy evaluation. So to understand this, let's go back here and say we have numbers is equal to, let's say, list of, let's create a list of numbers 1 to 10 right there. So given these numbers, I want to, call upon numbers, let's say, dot stream. And well, actually, let's step back for a minute. When I started writing the book on functional programming in Java, I started writing it a good 2 years before Java 8 was released. I was writing the book in parallel to as they were developing Java 8. So every day I would get a fresh copy of the source code, take a look at what they have developed, understand, learn about it, and I would write about it. Well, as it turns out, in way back in time, not many people may remember this or know about it. This was way before, you could say, final release of Java 8. You could actually write code like this. You could say numbers.filter, and you could say, given a number, you can say number, let's say mod2 is equal to 0. And then you could say dot map, and given a number, you could say a number, let's say times 2, and then a for each on it. And given a number, obviously, you can output the number. So system dot, let's say out and print line, and you could print it. Well, you should have seen my surprise one day when I fetched the source code update, and I have code in my book, and I run through automated tests to make sure everything is working. And all of a sudden I got an error saying filter is not a method on list. I was in panic. I'm like, oh my gosh, what just happened? Where did the filter method go? Where did the map method go? Well, that's when they had introduced a stream as an idea. And it looked strange to me when I looked at it. But when I investigated a little bit better into it, deeper into it, I really had a better appreciation for what they have done. So the methods directly called on the list or set, for example, have what is called an eager evaluation. So if you were to, for example, just call for each on numbers, as we know, that's going to execute and print all those values. This is an eager evaluation. On the other hand, if you were to, rather than adding the call directly to the numbers, if you went through a stream brings in lazy evaluation. And to me, this was, again, lazy evaluation is not new to Java. It's been around in other languages before. But the way Java did it truly impressed me. And the reason was that when you look at the code, it is now obvious to us. If you call a method directly on a list, like a for each, it's an eager evaluation. But if you were to call it through a stream, then it is a lazy evaluation. So when you run this code, you have that being printed. But what if I had said over here, find first maybe, and once I find the first element, I'm going to then call the for each on it. You can see it printed a 4. But if I were to go back and do a peek on it, and given a number, I want to simply output, let's say in this case, output the number that we are, so to say, peeking at. So when you look at it, it only printed the 4, not all the other values. Instead of a find first, if I had said limit, and maybe in this case, we'll limit to 3 values, instead of the first one, you can see 4, 8, and 12 being printed, but not anything after that because it only brought us 3 values. Well, that is a lazy evaluation. So elements are processed on demand, and you're not expending any extra effort doing computations that are not necessary. So as it turns out, Java truly, I would say, embraces the spirit, if you will, of functional programming. Because as we now know, functional programming, you can say, relies on lazy evaluation for efficiency. So, and Java really decided to go with that concept, but the way they brought it in with a stream API. Now, one of the innovations behind this also is, in terms of memory allocation and garbage collection. There is so much happening behind the scenes to provide a very efficient implementation so that memory is not being wasted and computations are not being wasted as well. And I consider that to be an amazing innovation as well. The last thing I want to touch here is another concept I have really high respect for. I'm a polyglot programmer. I program in about 15 different languages. What I mean by that is I am not good in any one of them, but I just love programming languages. But a concept I've come across in other languages is a concept called here docs. Here docs literally is a multi-line string. Well, when you want to create a multi-line string, here docs are cool in other languages, except when they are not. I have spent literally 10 to 15 minutes fighting here docs in other languages. And the reason is they would work really well until I want to change the formatting a little bit and everything goes haywire after that. So when I saw what Java did, it truly pleased me a lot. So let's take an example. I say message is equal to, and I'm going to say this is a first line, let's say first line of text. So let's go ahead and create that line of text. Then I say this is the second line. Let's just say that. So and a third. So just start with that for a minute. So we have these multi-line string, and I want to simply output this particular string right here. So let's go ahead and say I want to output the message that we have on our hands. So when you run this code, I want to go ahead and print out, if you will, a little dashes here so we can actually see the indentation or the lack thereof. This to me is pretty amazing because what Java decided to do is to think like us, the programmers. And the compiler decides this is not a required indentation. This is not an essential indentation. This is an indentation in the function. So with multiple levels of nesting, it knows where the indentation is and where it is not as well. And you can see how this is considered to be an essential indentation, whereas the indentation before this is considered to be non-essential, and it literally strips it out. I have to tell you how much effort it actually takes to get something like this working in other languages that do have here docs. I have a deepest respect when they go the extra mile to think about it in terms of how we would use the language. So they were very smart in deciding, hey, we're going to have these code text blocks in functions, in if and else blocks, in for loops. And so the indentation is going to match the code's indentation. And if we carry that indentation into our code, it's going to really be hard for us to work with. And that's going to be really hard as well. And as a result, we want to really, so as a result, they decided to be very sensible about how they treat this. Similarly, they realize that a lot of times we're going to copy and paste these things from other pieces of code. So just to illustrate this, if I were to go back here and say replace all, and I'm going to take the spaces here and put a little tilde in here for us to see, we can notice in this case that there's a tilde, but notice these extra spaces at the very end. Those have been removed as well. And that again to me is a remarkable thinking on their part to say, we don't want to really keep those unwanted elements, and programmers expend the time cleansing this when what we can do it automatically for you. So these sensible thinking, I would again say, are remarkable innovations. We know there's a lot more innovations than what I spoke about here, but I just wanted to highlight a few things I have truly appreciated over the time. And I remember the times when I've run into these and I'm like, a light bulb goes in my head and I'm like, that's pretty awesome the way they did that. And those are a few things that have excited me over the years. And I hope you find excitement in those as well. I want to respond to any questions or comments, Billy, from this one.
Yeah. So, I mean, not too many questions in the chat right now, but I do remember when talking about the smart indentation from text blocks, like I would be doing presentations when that was like a newer feature, and it's just kind of like I would go into like there's like a lot of particularities they would have in there, but it's like it mostly works the way you're expecting it. That like if you don't want to be including the indentation that's part of the structure of the code, you only want to be including the indentation that is in the actual text blocks that you're putting together, and I'm sure that was not easy to put together. And I remember kind of following those steps. There was like a lot of discussion around that as well. So yeah, no, as always, excellent presentation. I think there was one question regarding around like lambdas being generated at startup. I think you might have gone through that though, as you were kind of stepping through some of the progress of lambdas being developed in the process of putting JDK 8 together. So I think that one was probably answered, unless you wanted to add something else to that.
Yeah, so I'll quickly mention one of the nice things about lambdas is lambdas are evaluated at compile time, but are executed at runtime in a lazy manner. You do want evaluation at compile time because type checking is extremely important, and compiler verification is important. So lambdas are evaluated at compile time, but are executed lazily at runtime. So you get the best of both worlds in that regard.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Venkat. So we will be now going over to a couple of our other guests, but I don't know if you had any last statements or comments you wanted to make.
Oh, thank you again for having me, and it's exciting, and I cannot wait to see the innovations ahead in Java for the next years and decades to come. So thank you for again having me, and everybody happy to celebrate 30th birthday of Java with everyone. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Venkat. I will see you. Actually, I'll see you again soon. We'll be doing another live stream next week. So definitely check that out on the VJug live stream. So, all right. Thank you, Venkat. All right. Now, I am bringing on Crystal Sheldon and Sandy Shika. Is that right? Shaika, sorry. Yeah, I was talking with Crystal before. I'm like, I didn't ask her how to properly pronounce her name. So yeah, Sandy and Crystal and Sandy will be talking about the effort that Crystal is doing on educating the next generation of Java developers. So I will go ahead and hand it off to you two, and I'll drop out.
Thanks, Billy. Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Crystal. Good to see you.
I'm so glad that you could do this with us today. I know you and I have been colleagues and friends for, oh my gosh, many, many years. I think we met at an AP reading. For those people who don't know, the AP reading is where College Board grades AP exams. And I think that has to be at least like 15 years ago.
Yeah, and more than that.
I was thinking earlier about all of the things that we've done together, like conferences and presentations and sitting on the development committee for College Board and all of those projects. And I just am so grateful to have you here because I think you and I have very similar Java stories. And I would just love to share those with the professionals that are watching as well as teachers, because I think it's good to hear where people came from in these settings. I was sharing with one of my my current colleagues my story, and she just seemed like she was in awe at the fact that I came from a math education background, not a computer science background, and all that I had to kind of overcome and go through to be able to be an educator. And she was just like so amazed by that. And I just thought, no, it's so common. The story is so common. And I know you have a similar story. So I was hoping that maybe you might share with everybody, like, how did you become a computer science teacher? How did that happen?
So I started out as actually I started as a pension actuary before I was a teacher, and then switched over because that was really my passion to teach and to help students. And I was really happy teaching math, and I was so excited because I was going to be able to start the AP statistics course at the school I was at the time. And I was also going to become their athletic coordinator. And I said, maybe I could have a couple periods off a day for that. And they said, well, we'll give you 1 period off. And I figured that was all I was going to get. And meanwhile, the computer science teacher was moved into like the head of tech for the school. And they hired someone. He went to a conference, came back and said, this is beyond me. I'm out, turned everything in and quit. So they hired another gentleman, and it was 2 days before school. He was there. They thought he was getting his room ready, but he was in to say, no, I'm sorry, I don't want to do this. And they didn't have, the other person they wanted to hire said they would not teach CS. So I got a phone call from my principal saying, hey, we found a way to give you a 2nd period off. And I just stopped and said, you're going to make me teach computer science, aren't you? And he's like, we have total confidence in you. We know you can do this. And I said, we have a little problem. At that time, APCS was taught in C++. And I said, I've never taken C++. I don't know anything about the language. I'm hearing stuff about objects. I don't even know what those are. That's from before I was in school. And he said, you've got 2 days. We have total confidence in you. And I said, okay, let's do it. He goes, well, you don't have to, but if we don't do this, we won't be able to run the course and the kids will not get the opportunity, which they knew was pretty much the bait that was going to have me go.
Pulling at your heartstrings.
Yes, they knew. So I had 2 days to kind of do as much as I could and then try to stay ahead of the kids as best as I could the rest of the year. Interestingly, at the end of the year, one of the students did a nice little honor to me in the yearbook. He called it C++ for me and talked about what an amazing course it was and how much he loved the fact that he wasn't being spoon-fed information and that he was getting the chance to explore and see things. And students said, yeah, it really has been great. We really love it when you pretend like you don't know the answer and you say, let's look that up together. And I said, yeah, I'm really good at that pretending.
Yeah.
That started the trajectory, and it kind of took off and actually became my passion, which has really, I'm so excited because I think it's fueled my love of teaching even more and has given me opportunities I could have never dreamed of.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my story is very similar. I had more than 2 days notice. I knew what I was getting into. So I have that on my side a little bit. I had got my degree in math education, and the school that I had applied for was hiring for computer science, and the college I went to required us to take 2 computer science classes for our math degree, to which the whole time I had all of those mindsets about like what that actually meant, all those myths, and like I didn't know really what it was, to be honest. And I just took the classes because they were required, and I took the job because I needed a job, and I thought, oh, I'll teach this computer science stuff for a little while and then I'll move into being a math teacher was always going to be the plan. And you just fall in love with it when you're teaching it. It's a very different way of teaching. I've taught both math and computer science, and it's very collaborative. It's very student-centered and project-centered, and so it's just a very different way that you get to teach when you teach computer science. And after teaching in New York for 9 years, my family and I relocated to Atlanta, and I taught all math, and I missed it so much. I missed computer science so much. And I went to the lady, she didn't know me, and she was in the copy room making copies, and I must have sounded like a really excited, boiling over onto her about how much I just love teaching computer science and love to collaborate with her and talk to her about it and share ideas. And she just looked at me like, who is this person that's just like approaching me in the copy room? And I was lucky because at the end of the year, she remembered that conversation and she got promoted and came and said, I don't want to collaborate with you, but why don't you teach it? You seem to really like it. And so I got to have my foot back in the door and got back to, teaching a course that I really loved. And I'm lucky because I got to teach both the math and the computer science throughout my career. But it's just very different. And you started to share some of the things that are just so amazing, right? Like the way that it impacts students and their lives. And I think I'm going to do things a little out of order because you started talking about that. And now that's what I want to talk about is is the students, and how has this course really impacted your students?
So I think there's different levels of impact. First of all, I just see problem-solving skills flourish. Even if they're students who maybe struggle with the actual programming part, their problem-solving skills are always so much stronger by the end of the year. And I think one of the ways I noticed that was when I first started at this school, because I eventually got hired by another school to start the programs, and that's where I am now. I found that the AP Statistics students who had already taken AP Computer Science were so much stronger at how to manipulate their calculator to run statistical tests and how to not be maybe quite as overwhelmed by certain problems. Even if some of them were the best CS students, some of them really struggled, but they still were all really strong. So even just at that level, I just see this huge growth. But what's kind of fun is having done it so long now, I have students who are out beyond high school and beyond college now. Actually, way beyond college, because I've been doing this a while. This year, I had a really wonderful opportunity, and my students had a great opportunity, as two of our alums, Alona and Melissa, started at our school, at the current school I'm at, Riverside Brookfield High School, taking AP Computer Science, either because they were encouraged to by myself or my colleague, who also teaches CS, Dan, and they were like, wow, this is kind of cool. I like this. And ended up deciding to follow this path. And both now are software engineers at the Google Chicago office, and said, hey, we'd like to kind of pay it forward because we got our start because someone put us, we got a chance to sit in this lab and experience computer science and realize, wow, this is a really interesting field. And now they have these wonderful opportunities, and they wanted to share it with our students, our current students, to show them where it could lead, and also talk about their ups and downs and the hills and valleys they went through to get to where they are now. They followed it up with a panel, which we thought was just going to be other Google employees, which they had done in the past, and that would be wonderful. And they completely surprised us by going outside of Google and finding other Riverside Brookfield graduates who are currently in technology and in computer science. And they shared their stories with students. And one was really fun. Colin was in this class. I can even see this chair he sat in, I remembered, or the place he sat at the very least. And he really wanted to go into film. And I said, that's great. I think you should do it. When you win an Academy Award, I want to be in the speech because it's going to be for special effects because you're so good at computer science. And he laughed and said, okay. And went to DePaul University, majored in film, and got a job and was working. I don't exactly understand all of the concepts of film, but was doing stuff with coloring and imaging somehow. And his bosses came up to him and they said, we noticed you are clocking out like an hour before anyone else, and you are always caught up or ahead in your job, and no one can keep up with you. What are you doing? And he's like, oh, I took some CS classes. So I wrote some programs to do parts of my job to make it more efficient. And they were like, that's great. We'd like to give you a promotion and put you in the software department. And now he's a software developer doing different parts, still in the film industry. And how amazing is that you can combine this passion from one part of your life with a different part that you're really good at and that you're maybe not as passionate about, but you still really enjoy and see the importance of, and now has created a job that he is just in love with. We have others who are doing things with machine learning and data science, actually looking for ways to make schools safer. Some are working in software test engineering, and they all got their start by taking computer science in high school because and some of them even had started in a different trajectory after high school. But then they were like, I'm not sure this is the way I want to go, and realized it was computer science. I am so grateful they had the opportunity to take it here. And others who've stayed in traditional engineering, civil, mechanical, electrical, have come back to tell us, I am so grateful I took computer science because they assumed we knew it. And when we went into engineering, and I would have never been able to pursue it the way I did without having this as a stepping stone, both for problem solving and being able to learn other languages.
I often share with my own kids and former students, like, this is really can be such a huge door opener for kids, right? That they don't even know where it's going to lead them when you finally convince them to take the class in high school. It just opens doors for them and opens possibilities. And I think it's so wonderful that, we have this national initiative to really expand computer science education to make sure students have access to it, because like you said, they might not necessarily want to go into becoming a full-blown developer, but when they go into these side fields where they can then leverage that knowledge, it really does enhance their career and make them better employees, and can really pair some things that they love together to make a beautiful career. And just like you, I mean, I love the stories from kids who said, I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know. And you just said, hey, you should take this class. It's really fun. And now I was going to do this, but now I've rethought what I'm going to do, because it just never knew it was a possibility. And so I love the fact that more and more schools are offering it. And I love that we're just allowing students to be exposed to something that they never knew was possible.
It's so true. And, maybe along those lines, one of the things, if you are working in the field, if you're a professional in the field, not even in education, I'd like to make a plea to you to reach out to your local schools, see if they would like you to come in and talk about what you do. Or if you're not comfortable with that, maybe find a way to make a video. I might know someone who might be able to help you with that.
I can.
Because our students really would love to see what's going on beyond our classrooms. And that has such a huge impact. And you might think what you do isn't that big of a deal, or that students wouldn't be interested. They just hang on your every word, on what you do, on soft skills. I could tell them about soft skills till I'm blue in the face. I've told them about that, but when they realized it was when that panel of alum talked about it, as if I had never mentioned them, which is perfectly fine. That's normal. And so really, if you are out there and you're thinking, what can I do? Please reach out to a school, reach out to a teacher. And there are so many. Reach out to Crystal. She'll help you with, if you would like to set up videos and share them with schools. We would love to have that. Your impact would be enormous.
Yeah, I have a colleague that will constantly say, you can't be what you can't see. And I think, unfortunately, we have a lot of students who maybe have no role models whatsoever for what it means to be in the field of computer science, what it means to be a developer, what it means to use computer science in other fields. They have no role models whatsoever. And so it's very hard for them to envision. And so I don't know. I doubt when people ask elementary school kids, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't think this is what is bubbling to the surface, because they don't know anybody that does this job for the most part. So yes, desperately need those role models out in the world to come and talk to kids so that they have a clue as to what they're getting themselves into with a job like this. So we both started teaching Java when the College Board, you said you started with C++, and then College Board made a shift to Java, and that was in 2003, I think.
I believe so.
Yeah. So a lot has changed from 2003 till now, with not only the College Board AP course, but also Java itself. I just thought we could kind of maybe share and just reminisce a little bit, and then talk about what kinds of things we're excited about, because it's something that's going to evolve and go into the future. For me, I loved the Grid World case study that allowed us to have a big project that we could use to share inheritance. And I'm going to just kind of share a little picture of it for people that don't know what it looks like. I'm going to share that screen. So that was Grid World. Bring it back around for people. So it was a grid with a bunch of bugs and rocks, but it was a large program that students could, have exposure to. And when we come back to some of the, I don't know if we're calling them soft skills or not, but the ability to like take code that wasn't written by you and really like delve in and expand on it. It really got into concepts that inheritance and things like that helped make it a little bit more concrete for kids. This was one of my things that I loved teaching when I taught AP. And I took a long time to try to integrate this throughout the entire year. And it was fun and graphical, and it hooked kids in that first week of school where they had something graphical and fun to use.
Right, and that actually led me to explore graphics in general in Java, just to give students a little more exposure to something besides just text-based. And that's been really fun over the years as well. It's really kind of interesting to think about all the things, and even really less maybe powerful, but thinking back of how like autoboxing changed how we got to teach array lists and for each loops, the enhanced for loops. There's so many changes, and now they're just coming year after year after year. And to be honest, as teachers, we have a hard time sometimes keeping up with all the changes. But it's exciting, and that's what keeps us from being bored. And I think that helps us keep it more exciting for the students. And as a result, then we try to, I think people don't realize that when we're teaching in high school, we're also, and I know you did this, we're not just, here's how you program. We're coming up with fun and exciting ways, whether it's Grid World, whether it's coming up with a program of their choice and letting students design something they never knew they could, creating a game. It really makes it exciting.
And Billy's here with the hook. I'm so glad that you got to share some time with us, Sandy. I know there's lots of exciting things that teachers are going to have to tackle with AI and stuff that we just didn't get a chance to really talk about. But I told Billy earlier, I knew you and I could fill 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, Sandy. And to what you're saying, like, it is really impressive where students are these days. I just remember, like, back in high school, like, I did like a little robotics competition, and then like it was super simple, like just like putting some stuff in a box or whatever. But then like a few years ago, I was helping out with my sister's school at elementary school, and they were doing a robotics competition, and it was like way more difficult than what I did. So it's like the students are like, the kids are all right. So that's really good to see. So
they are. And if we can figure out how to use AI really well with them and encourage them with it, it's going to be even better.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Crystal. Thank you so much, Sandy. And Heather will be also back.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. With some students as well to also talk about more about our education work. But yeah, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. And we're going to continue on with the no less than the father of Java himself, James Gosling. So while we might be on the 30th birthday of Java, I guess tomorrow, for James, I think Java actually started a few years earlier, and actually kind of want to really talk about the really early history of Java. So, Java was born on May 23rd, 1995. When was it actually conceived?
It was sort of a sliding process, because it was a project that sort of kind of started getting talked about in about 1990, really got going in 91. The stuff we were trying to build, we were having these conversations with various companies that Sun was working with, and we sort of discovered that part of what we were experiencing that was causing us trouble were sort of problems with the methodology of programming.
Mm-hmm.
And so my part of the project ended up being sort of fix C++.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the first few days of it, and then it started mushrooming into something else. And then at the end of the project, we finished the project in September of '92. And the one thing that survived was Java.
Nice. So yeah, you were talking about fixing some of the issues with C++. And of course, C++ is a compiled language that, I wanted to run on a Windows, that would be really early Windows, like 3.1 or something back then. I would compile it, and even for that specific processor, if I wanted to run on some other system, I would have to compile it and run on a processor. But one of the big innovations for Java is it's the right one to run anywhere, and that's down to the JVM. So yeah, what was the thought behind writing a virtual machine and kind of getting that to where you didn't have to recompile for every platform?
Okay, so that actually has an astonishingly long history, all the way back to the UCSD Pascal. There was a company in Pittsburgh who built a very early workstation, and because it was a bunch of electrical engineers, they didn't want to do software, so they snagged the UCSD Pascal compiler, and they built hardware that interpreted the bytecodes. And where I was at grad school at Carnegie Mellon, we had a bunch of these. People wrote a bunch of code for it. But then these machines, eventually the company essentially folds, and CMU had a bunch of code that would only run on those processors. So my thesis advisor asked me to figure out how to port this code, and I kind of got a little weird, and I thought, well, could we just run it on a VAX machine? And actually discovered that translating UCSD P code to VAX assembler, I ended up with better quality code than the C compilers of the day. And I thought, oh, that's cool. Maybe I can turn this into a thesis topic. That didn't work.
Yeah.
I did something completely else for my PhD thesis. But then when we were doing this project at Sun, one of the problems that came up over and over and over again with different customers, because you probably can't remember the late 80s and early 90s, but the number of instruction sets was kind of mind-numbing.
Yeah.
And people were having a hard time sort of managing the complexities of build processes for all those different things. And, even today, there are, yes, there's the x86 architecture and the ARM architecture, and pretty much everything else has died. Still within those, there's a lot of variability. But this build complexity was a real killer for a number of the customers that we were talking to. And I sort of remembered this thing that had happened when I was in grad school, and I sort of thought, well, what if, what would I have to do differently to make something like that really tuned for the task of being sort of architecture neutral and make software incredibly portable across architectures. And that was one of the first major criteria, but it also came along with all the security and reliability stuff. They were all tightly tied.
Yeah. So Java and the JVM, it wasn't the the first VM. Like so many things in computer science, it's like the 50s to 70s is where like 95% of like all that we understand of modern computer science was developed, and that's, I think 70s was maybe when the first VM was kind of developed. But still, the JVM, I think, is kind of one of the first things that really popularized the idea of a VM, or at least that's kind of one of the first things I remember as a VM. So was there any difficulties kind of with being that early on, like you were talking about security and, you know, just like consistency across different platforms? Like, was there any particular challenges you faced when kind of working on that?
You know, virtual machines of the JVM style are actually pretty straightforward. You know, a bytecode interpreter is not very much code for the interpreter part of itself. You know, the bulk is all the other stuff that goes around it. And there's, you know, a dramatic difference between building something that's workable and building something that is truly excellent.
Yeah.
You know? So, you know, the difference between a garbage collector that kind of works okay, which, you know, a moderately skilled person can knock off in a few days. The difference between that and a state-of-the-art garbage collector is breathtaking. And really, a lot of the issues were not about any of the particular concepts, but about trying to hit them all together, right? So one of the other big criteria was that, you know, customers we were talking to were all just super concerned about reliability. And C and C++, you know, largely because of the sort of naked pointer issues, have historically had a hard time with reliability. And, you know, while, you know, back in the 80s and 90s, most people weren't concerned about network security. I worked at Sun. Sun had done networking since day zero. I've been, you know, writing network protocol code since the 70s. And, you know, network security is something that I have lived and breathed for decades.
Yeah.
And, you know, even back then, when you look at security breaches, the number one source of security breaches is just software bugs.
Yeah, even
You
today,
know,
yeah.
you know, there's a lot of science that goes into like modern day encryption and authentication. But really, most security issues are just bugs. People being stupid.
Yeah.
You know, the stupid human tricks.
Hard coding a password into their code, or
yeah, or a root password that's blank.
Yeah.
You know, humans can be so lame.
Yeah, and one of the things you talk about, like, you know, it's easy enough to put together something in theory, like you know, like a very basic bytecode compiler or interpreter, you know, is very easy to write. But the difference between just doing like that base implementation and something that really stands up to dealing with humans is significant. Like, I know I kind of deal with that with my job of like, oh, I can show you in practice kind of what it looks like to use like this new Java feature, but I know from back when I was really doing coding, like getting to real complexities is one of the difficulties.
Right.
And I think, you know, so Java is pretty famous for its backwards compatibility. And it wasn't until like Java 11 that we kind of maybe started more actively removing things. But there was one thing that was removed between JDK.1, or maybe at least 1.0 and 1.1, and that was thread.destroy. I don't know if there's funny stories in there. Why it was removed.
I don't know that there were funny stories.
Sleepless nights because someone found something terrible.
Well,
or do something terrible.
You know, when you've got, I mean, there's this sort of cluster of features, and thread.destroy is one of them. Finalizers is another one, where they have properties that are just really seductive. I mean, you know, if you've got a misbehaving thread, you just want to kill it.
Get rid of it. Done.
Just get rid of it. And that's fine. And, you know, thread.destroy worked perfectly well. But mostly people didn't understand the subtleties of it. Even though if you looked at the documentation for any of these from day zero, they all said, you know, boom, 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 boom. These are the issues. And so you know, and so when you would when you'd use thread.destroy and the thread was in the middle of some significant operation, it could easily leave some data structure corrupted.
Yeah.
And people would just always get it wrong.
Yeah.
You know, and finalizers were the same thing, only finalizers got even worse because, you know, people would start to depend on finalizers. And then they would slowly realize that the fact that you really couldn't predict when a finalizer was going to be called. You know, a lot of people would expect, for instance, that when the last pointer to an object disappeared, that the object would get finalized. That was kind of a myth that was in many people's heads, but it was that it would get called when the garbage collector noticed.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. It's like some of it is just like, it's not even like, in this case, the developer necessarily did something wrong. They could have even written their finalizer very correctly, I guess you could say, but just because garbage collection isn't predictable, you just didn't know when it could get called, and then that could, as you no doubt, you know, I mentioned, that led to a lot of issues for people, our developers. So.
Yeah, and you know, garbage collection is one of these things where people want conflicting properties, right? So they both want predictability and low overhead.
Yeah.
And you can't do both of those for complicated reasons. You know, the best way to think about it that I know of is think of a hash table. I think everybody at some point, you know, at least in some computer science class, has implemented a hash table. Right? And a hash table is this wonderful algorithm or family of algorithms that allows you to build a data structure that you can insert things and extract things in constant time. It's very, very fast until the table overflows, in which case you have to do some kind of process to rehash it, make a bucket stack deeper, whatever. There ends up being a data structure reorganization phase.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to predict when that's going to happen.
Yeah.
You know, so hash tables are extremely high performance almost always. And it's the not quite always part of that causes people a problem.
Yeah.
And, you can do all kinds of mathematical arguments about the amortized cost of rehashing and how the amortized cost is excellent. Hash tables are absolutely a great idea. But the fact that the timing can be a little bumpy shows you there's this stochastic nature to the behavior of the algorithm.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of things that behave that way. And and GC algorithms are way up there, right? That the faster you try to make them, the more stochastic they end up being.
Yeah. One of my cats was just trying to sabotage me. Yeah, but you are also mentioning another important point, or not necessarily an innovation within Java, but maybe a popularization, or at least non-standard, which also including a garbage collector. And so I did a bit with C++ where you kind of had to manage your own memory. And that could lead to a lot of issues very easily, where you forget to remove memory, you didn't do it correctly, or didn't do the correct order. And Java, you don't really have to worry about that as much. So kind of what was some of why was considered including a GC such a high priority, and kind of what was some of the difficulties in that?
It's one of these things that for me turns into, how much of your life do you want to waste on drudgery?
Yeah.
When you look at sort of bug report histories for software, one of the really shining high points is memory allocation errors. Either memory leaks or double freeze, that sort of thing. And those tracking down those bugs can be extremely hard. It's gotten a little better in recent years because the tools for tracking that stuff have gotten better. But they kind of amount to basically running a kind of a garbage collector. And they only analyze the pieces that you run, not, and if you've got things like error handlers, debugging error handlers is really hard because they rarely get run.
Yeah.
And so it's really easy for memory corruption to creep into error handlers. And I find it kind of hysterical reading, various social media boards for software engineers, that they really, really get into the fact that real men don't use garbage collectors. It's like, yeah, I want to go running through the woods buck naked.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to get a job done.
Yeah.
Every hour that I waste debugging a freaking memory corruption error is an hour that I'm not doing something actually useful.
Yeah, absolutely. And certainly we also hear plenty of social media posts when it comes to Java. Why isn't certain things implemented, or why didn't you do certain things this way? And one of the things, this is kind of I think so often developers and people, and I'm certainly not alone, can often generalize. It's like, oh, I ran into this issue, or I don't know how to solve this issue, and then that's just the way everyone should do it. And when you, as you no doubt also experience from as you're developing this and you're getting feedback from the various people starting to use Java, that's oh, I never thought you were going to do it this way. Now we need to make a design decision around that. So one other
so I just want to add one thing. there's also an aspect to this that is people have long memories that are often just wrong. So there's a persistent notion amongst some people that garbage collection is expensive or garbage collection causes problems of various, timing problems. And it's been, for years that garbage, the JVM garbage collector, if you benchmark it against Malloc and Free and C, the GC is way more efficient, way more efficient. And there used to be persistent problems with, the occasional stop the world garbage collection. But that's really been a non-problem for many years. I mean, the modern garbage collectors have very tight maximum pause times.
Yeah, it's really incredible, like all the work they're doing. And I think one of the things you'll be kind of happy maybe to hear is like we're also continuing that of like taking in theses. Like, so a lot of the work that's going into garbage collectors, it is like students doing a PhD thesis on like, oh, here's how we can improve like a write barrier or a read barrier. And like, some people on the GC team are reviewing that and they're like, hey, that's a great idea. I'd like then that ends up becoming like a JAP or a feature within the garbage collectors. I'm like, yeah, those they are so incredible. Like it's so beyond my knowledge, even though I've done a couple of videos on them.
Yeah, I mean, and this happens in all kinds of strange areas, like in the last JVM language conference that I went to last summer. One of the papers was from a guy in the Oracle JVM team talking about optimizing string concatenation.
Yeah.
Right. And he did an hour-long talk on optimizing string concatenation. And it was wonderful. I mean, the things that they were doing to optimize string concatenation were crazy. In all the ways that make an algorithm nerd like me happy.
Yeah, and so that it's like it's definitely beyond me, but like just in like all the different like edge cases and considerations that you need to kind of handle that. Like there's gonna be different encodings people are using, like UTF-16 versus maybe ASCII or something like that, and you have to kind of make sure you also handle all those little edge cases, because you can't just be like, oh well, of course everyone's going to be using this, and it's like, no, especially when we have millions of different users in millions of different use cases. Even if you solve for like the 95 use case, you're still leaving out a lot of people in there.
Yeah.
So let's see. Oh man, that's just too much. So at least one thing. So I was watching that presentation you did at JVMO last August, and man, this is a tough conversation to have in maybe a couple of minutes. But one of the things I learned is like early on in the development of Java, there was no keywords, and you're planning on maybe using annotations for that. I don't know if you would explain a little bit some of the issues you eventually ran into that and why you do have keywords. Or
well, there were keywords, but there were a lot less than there are now. A number of the keywords, or the number of things that people think of as keywords now, there are parsing tricks that can let you just not make them, not consider them keywords. So like the type names, and all the type modifiers, like private and public and all of those weren't keywords. Int and float and those none of those were keywords.
Yeah.
And there was something of a a revolt in the users in amongst the users when they discovered that class begin brace actually made sense.
Yeah.
Um,
that might be a problem.
you know, so and that would be the declaration of a class whose name was class and whose sort of storage modifier was class. And that was fine as far as the parser was concerned. It was psychotic if you actually did that.
Yes.
But it allowed me to add things like storage modifiers without worrying about breaking people's code.
Mm-hmm.
And the storage modifiers were kind of like annotations today. And you know, eventually people that I kind of had this rule that you know, in order to start believing users, I would need to have like at least 3 of them storm into my office swinging baseball bats. And
You're
on this
susceptible to
on this
mob violence?
particular one, the baseball bats were swinging hard.
Yeah. Well, you have so many great stories. I would love to do this again because, like, learning about the Java's early history is very fascinating. Especially, it was like a very exciting time in the computer science world. So hopefully, we can do this again sometime because I think it would be really great to learn more about this. But unfortunately, we're out of time. So thank you again so much. Thank you for making my career, and pretty soon we're going to be having a few more of our students come on for helping start their careers as well. So thank you for all you've done for us, James.
Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much. Okay.
All right,
bye.
Bye. All right, Heather. So yeah, I just got to have a conversation with the father of Java, something I never thought I was going to do. So that was really cool. Now I'm going to be talking with the literal future of Java. You have a bunch of students and people who are just starting the careers. And yeah, I will bring them all on here. And I will let you kind of handle that. But yeah, hi, nice to see you again, Piper, Andrew, and Vivek. And I will let you and Heather talk and have a fun conversation. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Billy. All right. So I am so lucky that you 3 chose to join us today. You are representative of a bright future with Java and solving all of the problems that we need to solve on our wall, especially using the tools that we have available to us today. I'm actually really optimistic about the future now that I know folks like you. So let's just take a minute and have you all introduce yourself and talk about what you're currently doing. Let's start with Andrew.
Yes, hello. Thanks for having me on, Heather. My name is Andrew Shanin. I'm a student at UC Berkeley. I'm in my 3rd year. And yeah, Java is super important for me as a student. I use it a ton in research. My main research interests are in wildfire modeling and type 1 diabetes research. And I suppose a fun fact and one that pertains to Java is I'm part of the course staff at Berkeley's Data Structures and Algorithm course, which is students' first introduction to Java. So yeah, Piper?
Yeah, so I'm Piper. As you can see from my bio, I'm a student at Stanford University. The current project I'm working on is, I'll be very honest with you, a project in a snake language about segmenting basically particle defects with possible applications for dark matter. But I will be joining Andrew at Oracle this summer, working on our working as a PM intern. So lots of things Java there. And a fun fact about me, I don't like chocolate. So, and then Vivek.
Thank you, Piper. Yeah, hi, my name is Vivek, and I'm a student at the University of Washington. And The current project I just wrapped up was actually a class project. It was for a distributed systems class, implementing Paxos and other distributed algorithms in Java. It was highly painful, but it was highly rewarding at the end. And yeah, like Andrew, I used to be a TA in the CS department, so I got to teach students Java, which was often their first programming language. And I currently work at an AI startup, and I'm an incoming intern at Amazon. And a fun fact about me is that I really do like chocolate.
I'm a little sad you had to say I really do. really, really. And Piper, thank you for coming to the dark side. We're happy to have you. So maybe Andrew and everyone, if you could just share a little bit about the problems that you really want to solve. I mean, for me, and I think for many of you, especially starting out, why do you do computer science at all, right? Well, it's something that helps you solve problems that you care about. So I'd love to hear a little bit about the problems that you think are important to solve and how you see computer science and Java helping you do that. Let's start with.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a great question. I think that really the value of a CS degree is learning how to manage complexity. And it's like so awesome to kind of just be in the world and see all these problems, all these questions that you have around you, and just think about like, what are all the different parts of this and how can I like engineer ways to kind of break it down, see what's going on, try to see like how changes that I put out there are going to affect it. And why I really love Java is I just don't think that there's a language that lends itself more to managing complexity in an elegant way. And this this is exactly why I'm always pushing to use it in my research. Like whether I'm doing like bioacoustics modeling to identify which mammals are in the Sierra Nevadas, or yes, this type 1 diabetes research. So I think in like the way that I kind of see the value of like a CS education. And like I think Java just pairs super well with it. And yeah, what about you guys?
I think for me, maybe this is a bit of a recursive answer to this question, but one of the problems that I'm really curious about solving in the future of CS is, AI, right? So how do we integrate AI into our workflows? How do we utilize it to its fullest extent to make us really, really efficient? And obviously for us as developers, maybe that looks like learning how to pair program better. Maybe that looks like having an integrated chatbot to check our code. Maybe it's something like that. But I think the other portion of this problem is how do we apply CS and apply AI to solve these problems ethically? So how do we do this in a way where no one gets left behind? How do we do this in a way where we are bringing people with us and helping extend the benefits instead of basically cloistering them off? And I think this is a problem that our generation is going to have to work really hard to solve, and something that I'm really excited to tackle.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Piper and Andrew said, and I want to say that I think CS is special because of the scale at which it can operate. This is kind of the beauty of software, not even just as a feature, but as a business model too. It can operate at a tremendous scale, and one of the ways that I want to try to use CS and Java in the future is to expand accessibility. Because I serve on the Human Services Commission of my local city. And there are so many services that a city provides that residents don't know about. But I think we can use CS to build out accessibility features. And I also think that Java in particular has a really, really robust testing framework that is really helpful in situations like that where you can less afford to get things wrong. So, yeah.
Totally.
What do you think Java and the community, what do we need to do technically and from a community perspective to support you all on the problems you're trying to solve? Maybe starting with Vivek.
Yeah, so I think what people appreciate about Java is actually how like structured it is. I think when you're learning Java for the first time, you can see a printing of Hello World and be like, what is this? Like, how am I supposed to learn all these words? right? But that comes so easily. It comes so much faster than you would think. And I think what Java needs to do to stay relevant is just maintain functionality for almost every core feature or every core part of computer science that's coming up. And I think Java is doing this. When you look at like virtual threads in Java 21 or applications for everything coming out of AI. But I think what Java needs to do is just make sure you can still do everything with Java, because people want to use Java.
Andrew, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, I had to get to the unmute button, but yeah, I totally agree. I think really on top of that too is I think that Java has to do or really focus on how well suited it is to the educational tools which are coming out. And I know this is something that you think about a ton, Heather. And I'm really excited because we're seeing a lot of progress with that, with the whole Paving the On-Ramp project. But Vivek, I don't know if you can speak to this, but the learning curve for Java is really hard. And when students are seeing this the first time in classes, like there's a ton that they have to do. And in an earlier conversation, we were talking about going to dinner, and if the appetizer and lunch are like a little hard to get through, sticking around and being excited for dessert is, it's a challenge. And I think that is kind of what Java is in a way, where it's like, oh my gosh, like it's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of structure, there's a lot of rules that I have to find out. But then when you kind of get in there, and then, in talking or circling back to like our first question, Java just supports like collaboration. Just it's really expressive. We are able to solve a ton of different problems in a really elegant way. And I think it, manages complexity in this really fantastic way. So I think that kind of making it easier for students to get into and learn, so they're not, maybe stuck with some other language. Yeah, I think that it has to focus more on that, and yeah, just making itself easier for that. Yeah.
I didn't realize that our conversation yesterday was going to show up there.
No, it's true. Yeah. I think it's lovely. And I don't know, Vivek, like, did you also kind of see this trend where, students are struggling at the start of the semester, but like by the end, when they have these projects with collaboration and stuff, like then they really have the appreciation for like the first 4 weeks in the semester?
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I was on the other end of this learning curve too, the first time I was learning Java. And I was like, why do I have to write all these words down? Why do I need like a public static void main, the string array, all of this stuff? But I actually did appreciate it at the end of the class when I knew what these things meant.
Piper, what about you? What do you see?
Tough to say anything that hasn't already been said, because I think between the two of them, the idea of, how do we stay relevant? I think a lot of that is AI focused. How do we make Java the language of choice for AI developers? And then conversely, for the community aspect, like we are getting to the point where, yeah, we do need to train like the new generation of developers. And how do we do that in a way so that Java becomes the language of choice, but not, darn, I have to use Java, but oh my gosh, like, yes, I get to use Java. And I think both of those are two really important questions that we as a community will get to answer.
Do you have thoughts, like if you could ask Piper, the community, to do something that would help young people, what would you ask of them to do?
That's a good question. Maybe this is less Java specific, but I would say like, think back to like where you were when you were first learning Java, and like understand that, say it was your first language, like it was for a lot of us. And, think about how overwhelming, like we just talked about how all the like public static void main, like that's overwhelming. Those are like, it's like learning a new language. And I think one piece of advice I would have for maybe if you are like learning Java for the first time is like, don't get overwhelmed. Like Andrew said, there are a lot of maybe guardrails or like type checking that can just seem really like a lot at first. But one of the great things about Java is it allows you to basically, do all of this and complete some really powerful work, and you're less likely to blow things up, which is always a plus.
I had a similar comment to Andrew yesterday. Guys, do you have anything to add from a community perspective, a human perspective? What are things that the Java community could do to support you if you had one ask?
Yeah, I think definitely, and this of course goes for most languages, but it's like when you're first learning Java, I think it's really when you're seeing those types of questions that kind of bubble up in your head, or finding something that you want to build, it's like really kind of try to carry that passion into what you're trying to program. Because if you're trying to solve a problem that you're super passionate about, or investigate a question that you're particularly curious about, I mean, it's gonna kind of make getting to this learning curve like so much more exciting, and you're gonna be able to see that like appreciation, that we've all talked about that we had. So definitely, when you're picking up the language, try to carry your passion close to your heart while you're doing it.
Vivek, anything?
Absolutely. I mean, this is just something that just popped into my mind a second ago, but maybe better compiler warnings just for someone learning Java for the first time. You can write like we talked about. All of these words seem like a new language almost, and then you type in your code and you try to compile it, and then you get a bunch of other warnings, and you don't understand what they mean. So I think maybe just at the beginning, that those warnings could be a little bit more explanatory.
Fabulous. All right, so I'm going to combine, we had a couple other questions. I'm going to combine those together so that we can keep on time here. So the question is this: if you were going to give a key piece of advice to people who are following you, what would it be? And what is one word to you that describes the future of Java? And I'm going to start with Piper this time.
Yeah, I kind of talked about advice before, but I guess one of the other things I would say is like, try not to be just overwhelmed, because I feel like right now there's a lot of hype around CS. There's a lot of hype around AI. There are a lot of, news flashes and things coming out every day that are like, oh my gosh, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. Like, I would just say, really focus on like enjoying like the journey of, you're learning something new, you're learning something really powerful, and that's going to really help you later on in life. And one word, I might actually go with concurrent, both because I like the sort of forward-facing aspects of it, but also the CS aspects of it. And I think it's particularly topical because we just released the whole like parallel threads edition. So yeah, concurrent for me.
Awesome. I'm going to go in a circle on my screen, Andrew.
Yeah, so I think I accidentally flipped the question before, and I gave my piece of advice to new learners. But, with everything that's happening now, and, I'm sure that you guys have heard of this with all the different projects that's going on, like all of the different projects that are working to improve Java, I think are just going to make the language more expressive and make, essentially solving any problem even more elegant. And yes, I just don't think that there's anything that you're not going to be able to do with Java. And, it might be a heuristics thing because obviously I'm teaching Java and I'm around a ton of people that love Java. But there's just so many cool projects that people are going to tackle Java with. And the way that, the architects and developers are making the language better, this is only going to increase. So if there's one way that I would describe the future of Java, I think its future is, going to be diverse. There's a ton of problems and a ton of people that are going to be getting into it even more and more. So, yeah.
And Vivek, bring us home.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think a couple pieces of advice I would give are, number one, don't worry about breaking things. Actually, focus on breaking things. You want to, as you're starting out, you want to get those. You want your code not to compile. You want all these things to happen because that'll make you a better programmer as time goes on. And I would also say, touching up on what Andrew said, you can really do almost anything with Java. So focus on a project that you're passionate about. And I think if you focus on a project that you're passionate about, one you want to get done, you're more likely to finish it and you're more likely to do other projects. And yeah, if I could define Java in one word right now, it would just be robust.
Love it. I'm so happy you came today, and I look forward to talking to all of you more. We are going to move on, I think, to another quiz. So thank you so much for your time. Bottom of my heart. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. It's so inspiring. You guys are like way ahead where I was at your age. It's like I look up to you guys. So thank you so much, and thank you so much, Heather, for putting this all together. But yeah, we have a quiz now. So thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, and there, perfect. Hey, and there we go. Whew.
Okay.
Getting everything adjusted. All right, and there we go. So yeah, we are going back to the quiz. Yeah.
So just for you to know, I have adjusted the response. So now both 2 and 4 are correct. Also, I'm not refreshing the current situation because I'm not sure how the session would react, but both the second and the last answer were correct for the language question for pattern matching. So if you're still around, go grab your phone and let's continue answering to the Java quiz. So, ready, Billy?
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm actually in the quiz this time.
Then tell Nicolai because he's still there.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead with question number 4 out of 10. Okay. So we still have 6 players.
Yeah.
Good.
Definitely make it a lot easier to win it now.
So which Java version introduced generics? Only 15 seconds to answer this one. And I think one of our speakers has said the answer when we talked to him.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Funny story. I was hoping to ask, but like there was generics in some of the early prototypes of Java, but I didn't quite get a chance to ask James. Those 30 minutes went quick.
Yeah, true. Well, all 5 answers were correct. Then let's go to the next one. Okay, we got more players back.
We got more players back. Good.
Good.
The number is going up. Chart goes up.
Okay, people. Good that you're back. Nothing is lost. You can still win. Come on. Let's go. So, which Java version introduced functional interfaces? Again, I think one of our speakers mentioned about that. Maybe.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, somebody said Java 9. Wow. Nice faith in that. The correct answer was Java 8. Next one, the question 6. More players.
Going up, 16 now.
Great. That's great. I like that. There's 4 more answers. Come on. Ready, steady, go. Which conference is known for its late-night coding sessions and community gatherings? Late-night coding sessions and community gatherings. So it must be one that has doing live like coding very, very late in the night. It also is gathering community. Congrats. Well, 6 out of our viewers realized that it's Java 1. Ready for question number 7 out of 10?
19 now. The number keeps going up.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So pretty much like told people like, hey, it's time to join the quiz. And we have, who said Java is C++ without the guns, knives, and clubs? If you are in the chat, probably you've seen this earlier.
Yeah, you might have picked this up a little bit from my conversation with James.
Well, people were paying attention or watching the conversation with James. That's very important.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have a new leaderboard. Oh my God, do you see that?
Oh, no. No.
Nicolai, this is not okay, dude. I mean, you shouldn't do this. So we're ignoring Nicolai.
Yes,
and
as all should.
Yes, indeed. And well, first place we say that's Beyonce, then Tiger Baby, and vote GOAT. Okay, interesting choices of names. And we have 2 more questions. Or actually 3, let's see. Question 8 out of 10. Okay, we got more players. Let's beat the
number of
current
players is
hierarchy.
going up faster than the versions of Java, right?
Yeah. So
can we get more than Java? Then can we get to older than Java number?
It's important for Nicolai not to win.
Yes, please don't let Nicolai win.
What is the primary goal of efforts to pave the on-ramp in the Java ecosystem? Well done. So we have like 12 answers that were correctly said to simplify onboarding for new Java developers. Which of these languages influenced Java design? Oh, did I press this too fast?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oops.
Numbers going up, down.
Okay, so I was
most people got it correct. I'm pretty sure Nicolai answered Lisp. I'm pretty sure. So hopefully he'll go down in the standings.
Okay. Then I think we're just 1 more question away, and that would be cool. So question 9 out of 10. Why were incubator modules used for features like foreign function and memory API? So more from this era of Java, or Java after 9. So you can have like a few choices here. Be careful. But one is very obvious, I think, right?
Hopefully.
So the correct answer was to gather feedback before finalization. And question 10 out of 10. Come on, folks. Come on.
We got it. Last one, 21, 22. All right. Well, we maxed out at 22. We didn't quite beat Java's age or version number.
Nicolai is pretty upset in the chat. He said it's important for him to win. The Panama Vector API is to Java as... This one is my favorite, to be fair. Even Billy didn't know the answer to this one.
Whoa! Why? Oh, you gotta do that to me.
Well, but apparently 7 people know the answer to this one. Congratulations, people! That's great. It's amazing. And you paid attention to the talks that are being published here in the Java channel, because this one was inspired by a specific talk, and it was not part of today's live stream. Well, now let's see the end results. Oh,
Please no, Nicolai. Please. Oh, wait. Oh, can we get a recount? I demand a recount.
Wait. No, it's going to be Beyonce and then vote Goat. I mean, no, we don't agree with this result, right, Billy?
No. Yeah, let's just get this off the screen now immediately. That's all. Oh wait, hold on. Let's there we go. Yeah, there we go. This is much better than seeing anything positive about Nicolai.
You said he didn't even cheat. Oh my God.
I don't believe it. Didn't you post the questions and answers at one point somewhere? I think that's the only reason why he won.
So.
Yeah, we're sorry about that. We thought, we would have known better than Nicolai doing that and then cheating to win, but Dr. Nicolai.
Well,
anyway, his camera can't work, so clearly he doesn't know what he's doing. So that said, let's continue going on, and we're going to bring on our next couple of guests. I'll talk to you later, Anna and I. All right, we're bringing on George Saab, and Sarth Chander, and they're going to talk about growing the Java platform. So I will leave it to you. Two absolute experts have long been part of this. So, oh wait.
There we go.
I disappeared. I showed up again. It's a little magic trick we're doing, I guess, on this live stream. I guess we're supposed to say happy birthday, Java, right, George?
Yeah, I think so. Happy birthday, Java.
Yeah, we're a day early, but that's okay. one of the things I love about this live stream so far is reflecting on the past, but in a preparation for the future. And I think that's so important because you can't know where you're going unless you know where you came from. And so many of us who started in Java, no matter if it was a year ago or 20 years ago, or even 30 years ago, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. Many of them will probably remain nameless for history, which is unfortunate, but we've had some folks on like James Gosling, like Mark Reinhold, and folks like yourself who are, whether you were there at the beginning or close to the beginning, knowing your personal journey and stories is kind of going to help us to get to the next 30 years and beyond. And so, based on your history, especially from where you started, what are some fond memories of Java that continues forward, whether it's virtues or people or just approaches that are just kind of rooted in what Java represents?
Yeah, thanks, Shar. Well, actually, Mark and I think, started at Sun on the same day, or at least the same week back in 1996. And, it's just been such a pleasure for me, to work with the team and all of the people on the team in this technology, which at the time we thought was fun, but we really had no idea how popular it was going to be. The first years when we were working on it, the team was growing, the enthusiasm and momentum of the platform was growing, the number of lines of code was growing very quickly. But basically, it just really kind of captured the imagination and sort of solved problems that developers had at that time. And so it was super nice to see how that grew early on. And then the thing I always reflect on is, what an amazing job this team and community have done of keeping it fresh, keeping it relevant, finding new ways to deliver features, and always be looking out front to see, what are the problems people have today? What are the problems that developments in technology are going to be bringing? And, can we think about how to solve those so that we're skating to where the puck will be?
I see you're using a hockey metaphor now that the Stanley Cup is here. I love it, which is resonates with my heart. But you touched on something, which is keeping an eye towards today, but also an eye out into the distant future. What we've seen over these past 30 years is so many technologies that are trying to embrace what I would call disruption or sizzle versus trying to stay stable and persistent and incremental. And so from a Java perspective, those first early years were sort of big bang, shake up innovation, but we've now sort of steadied the curve to have momentum that is free of fluctuation. Are there things that have really mattered in terms of delivering innovation more predictably that you really think stands out these past 30 years?
Yeah, I think so. Certainly, the early days were, wanting to kind of build out, especially the class library, to make there be sort of pieces that people could use and put together and not, have to create everything themselves and have sort of more a standard way of doing things. But I think along the way, the team learned some very valuable lessons where, technologies come along and, we're certainly an industry that, where there are trends and particular things everyone's excited about. And it's very easy to sort of, succumb to the allure of, well, we need we need XML in the Java platform. And then all of a sudden you find yourself with, 4 or 5 different implementations of how to handle XML. And that doesn't necessarily help people, right? It can be confusing. Which one am I supposed to use? What are they good for? Like, it's a lot to maintain. And so I think over time, the team sort of got back to this sort of focus on understanding that, like, we really, have a responsibility to make sure that Java is a general purpose technology that's applicable for a lot of things, and is sort of in that middle ground where it's, it's very powerful, but it's also fairly high level. And that's hard, right? There over the years have been, low level, very powerful technologies that are super hard to use. There have been high-level technologies that are great at 1 or 2 things, but really kind of fall apart if you try to do anything, more foundational. And I think one of the things that has kept Java strong is being able to occupy that middle ground really nicely. And that doesn't happen by accident, right? It happens by people making those tough decisions about what should go in and what shouldn't. You asked about things that have helped Java be able to stay relevant. And, for me, one of the great things is, the ability that the team has had to incorporate great ideas from other places. So we saw, for instance, a bunch of technology from the JRocket JVM being integrated, into Hotspot. We saw, things like datetime libraries from YotaTime, being brought into the platform. And so I think that's been good. And then obviously more recently, the mechanism of the faster release cadence, I think has been really, really useful for that predictability you were talking about, right? Gone are the days when we're trying to get something big and ambitious in, but the factor that has to give is the timing and predictability of when that would come along. Now, I think people, although there was a lot of skepticism in the beginning, people are now very comfortable with the fact that, well, there are going to be releases that come along. We know when they're going to come along. We'll know, in advance of their coming exactly what's in there, and that really sort of helps us plan. And then, splitting out the sort of tip development of new features from the long-term support and sort of older releases available from Oracle and from others, give people a choice, but also let them know that, they can choose what's right for their particular application or workload. And, it doesn't have to be sort of one for everything.
Well, so, part of that is also, which I think many developers have sort of lost sight of, and it's important that we continue to celebrate this. But in 2006, it was a game-changing event for Java. It really altered in a positive direction the course of where we are today, and that was literally the open sourcing of Java. I don't believe a lot of folks remember that for many years Java wasn't actually open source. It was built on open standards, but it wasn't actually officially open source of 2006. But that also brought us the OpenJDK community, and this notion of so many great innovators on the Java team also now can embrace innovation from the ecosystem. Can you talk a little bit about what OpenJDK has done in terms of driving predictable pace and participation for Java?
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned 2006, and of course that was, when it was announced that it would be open sourced, and the actual work of open sourcing it took quite a while. In fact, it really, wasn't until many years later that Oracle completed open sourcing all of the parts of the JDK. And there were various reasons for that, but a lot of it is cleanup. A lot of it was sort of third-party pieces that weren't necessarily our IP to open source. But we're really pleased with how that has gone, and the fact that now Java is developed truly in the open. So that means that Java developers can go and look at the design discussions, the code reviews, and basically see everything in a new feature as it's coming into the platform, rather than it being something developed behind a wall and then thrown over once it's done. And I think that that's just such an amazing resource. There's both the resource of many people from different backgrounds and environments and with different concerns being able to work shoulder to shoulder on making Java better with all of the experience and background that they bring, but also for others to be able to watch that going along and really sort of understand when a decision is made to do something in one particular way. It's usually not because there weren't a lot of other ways considered. In fact, it's usually the opposite, right? Like, we're pretty exhaustive in trying different things and trying to figure out what's going to be right and charting a course. And again, that really for me is kind of an evolution of where Java started. Really is technology where at Sun we realized we're not going to have one vendor that is providing Java for everywhere. So we've got to find some way of getting it out there and encouraging others to, help pull things along. First, that was through pretty generous licensing. Secondly, it was with the creation of the Java community process for open discussion around standards. And then, as you point out, the sort of final leg of that stool was open sourcing the actual code of the implementation.
Yep. And so, I mean, this notion of participation has been rooted in the ethos of Java since the beginning. I mean, for many of us who weren't on the original team, we were exposed in Java either in our workplace or going to meetups. And, right now we just see this proliferation in a positive way of user groups around the world. I think last count it's a little over 370, but participating isn't always contributing back to the code, but expanding knowledge. And today's we celebrate 30 years of Java. We're talking about what's the on-ramp for the next generation to join the current ecosystem. So we've built out this more inclusive, more robust community. Anything that we're doing specifically that you want to highlight that's bringing in that next generation to be part of this amazing experience?
Yeah, as you say, I think the Java user groups are an amazing resource, sometimes overlooked, but basically there's a network of them all around the world. And wherever you are, there's probably a Java user group that's close to you. And if there isn't, maybe that's an opportunity to think about putting one together.
We don't have one in Antarctica, so maybe that's a stretch goal at some point.
That's a stretch goal for sure. But I think I personally have been able to go around, and folks on the team have been able to go around and support those user groups with giving talks and talking with people. As you say, Shard, that's an invaluable resource both for outreach of telling people what's going on with Java, but also in collecting feedback. And you make a great point that there are lots of forms of contribution. It's not just about lines of code. It's also about trying things out, trying out early access builds or trying out preview features and getting feedback to us about how they worked, how they've worked for you, what makes them good, what you'd like to see, what kinds of problems you have that we should be thinking about and trying to help you solve in the future. To your point about education, I thought the last segment that we had with some students and folks that have been learning Java more recently and are able to help us understand some of the challenges there. And as we've noted, there's a lot of work going on there to basically try to make Java more accessible for people who are maybe already know some language but are learning Java, or even people who haven't learned any language before. This is really important, and I think that the next generation has thus far found Java a little bit daunting, but I think many of the things that we're trying to do help make it more accessible to them. So we're looking forward to that. An important principle we've had there is trying to do that in a way that doesn't create a big cliff. So there's not sort of beginning Java and then if you need to do anything more complex, all of a sudden you need to know everything, but really make it something where you can gradually learn new aspects of the language and the platform as you go along, as those are relevant to you. So hopefully that works out well.
I'm sure it will. And speaking of whether you're new to Java or seasoned, we haven't talked I think consistently enough about this, but there's a fantastic resource called the Java Playground. Could you let our viewers know what the opportunity is with Java Playground and how it benefits their productivity in terms of embracing Java more rapidly?
Yeah, absolutely. And not only Java more rapidly, but also new features as they come along. So, wonderful sites I'm sure we've already been talking about with dev.java and learn.java. Inside.java, each of those give you a wealth of information. And on dev.java, we have the Java Playground, which is basically just like a little sandbox where you can play around with Java code, and it has snippets in there that will show you new features and how they're intended to be used. You can go in and edit them and make changes, and then press a button to run it and sort of see how those work. And the intent of that is really to help you, help make it easier for people to experiment with new things. You don't have to, download a new version of Java and set up an environment. You don't have to have a heavier weight IDE. It really is something where you can just try it out. So I think that is quite nice. Another sort of thing I would point out, I know there are lots of different development environments that people use. Some of them are rich client, heavyweight things you run on your desktop. We see a lot of students though who are running in an environment where they really maybe just have a browser and they don't have command line access. And so one of the things we've done there for environments like that, we see these lighter weight browser-based editors being very popular, such as VS Code. And one of the things that the Java team has done is basically wrap Java-C in our own plugin for VS Code that will let you, you can download it from the VS Code marketplace. You just look for Java Platform Extension, and it actually is using Java-C. It's not a different code path. So as new features are added to Java-C, you can use them pretty much right away from that environment. So very exciting.
And to see that grow from just a couple 100,000 downloads to several million is in just a couple of years is just a demonstration that we really have to have. We need a broad catalog of modalities to connect with the community, because there is no one place, one thing, one portal. When you're talking about an ecosystem, tens of millions of developers, tens of thousands of enterprises, connecting with them comes on many dimensions. You mentioned a few in terms of online access with dev.java, learn.java, inside.java, our YouTube channel where we're streaming this right now, all of our user group programs and developer relations outreach, all of the conferences that are out there. It's a lot to take in, but it's lucky that we get to do this in partnership with the community, taking their feedback. Things like the early access builds, getting input before the next release. I just don't think sometimes the ecosystem realizes just how much they can influence the future. And if there was say like 3 things you would like to see the community invest in for the next 30 years, are there 3 things that you would, or even one thing important, or a couple that you think that they would benefit from?
Wow, that's such a broad topic. I guess a couple of things I would call out is, please do try our early access builds and give us feedback. We really appreciate that. I think second of all, have a look at those sites, dev.java, learn.java, inside.java, and again, give us feedback there. And then, finally get engaged in your community. Go to Java user group meetups. And those are such a wonderful resource, and they are a resource because of what everyone does. So the more you're engaged, the more we'll all get out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. Appreciate your time today.
Absolutely, and happy birthday, Java.
Yeah, thank you so much, George. Yeah, and thank you so much for also helping to continue to facilitate the growth of the Java platform and community. So with that, we still have a couple more guests. Our next one here is Lau, who will be here to talk about writing content and kind of extending out to the Java community as well. So I'll leave Laurel and Sarah to talk about that.
Hi, everyone.
Lau, so good to see you again. Welcome to the celebration of 30 years of Java. You've been an important part of this journey for so many years, and it's great to have your personal story here. But before we start, maybe you just want to introduce yourself, because I know a lot of us know who you are, but there's so many others that don't. So maybe just let everyone know who you are, where you're from, and why you love Java so much.
So thank you very much for inviting me, and happy anniversary, Java. About myself, not many things to say. The most important, I think, I'm a Java developer. No, you can see this. And I'm very happy to be part of this ecosystem for so many years. The majority of the people know me either for one of the books I wrote or for my YouTube channel. And that's what I try to do, to share as much as possible with this awesome community.
So tell me a little bit about your personal journey. How did you get started with Java?
Oh, this is so long time ago and quite complicated. So I was only in high school at the time when I started these Cisco classes. At the time, Cisco had some relationship with some microsystems, so they were teaching Java on their platform. So that's basically when I first time got in touch with Java many years ago. Then I've just continued the journey because I liked it so much.
Yeah, and one of the things where you've been investing a lot of times is at the user group level. What made you get involved in user groups, and how are you investing time to bring more developers into that experience?
Well, I think one of the most important things we have in the Java ecosystem is the community. This is helping us all upskill either by sharing knowledge or by, of course, getting knowledge from others. And we do this in so many ways. Conferences, books, articles, courses. We have so many ways in which we get in touch. But very important is that we are active, all of us. And the more active we are, the velocity of information sharing is, of course, higher, and the community as well gets bigger. This is very important from my point of view, and this drove me getting more and more into this and finding more ways in which I share information with others. I continuously try finding different ways in which I can do that. So it was writing books, the YouTube channel. I recently opened the Discord server on Java as well. So I'm continuously trying to find new ways, new channels to share knowledge and help others upskill as well.
So part of that sharing of knowledge is you've become quite a bit of a publisher in terms of Java books. Can you talk about some of the publications you've recently produced?
Yes, sure. So I've started publishing books about 6 years ago, I think. And I've been quite a lot involved in the Spring ecosystem, but I've also touched directly Java as well. One of the books that made me more visible in the Java, directly Java ecosystem is Troubleshooting Java, which is a book on how to debug Java applications through different techniques. And by debugging, I don't mean only trying to find out problems, but we do use these techniques in practice for learning libraries, learning how things work, trying to figure out what others did in the past when we try to continue extending capabilities on different applications and so on. And this is also a way of learning. And of course, the community here in Romania knows me also for this book that I've published a year ago. I had this dream about publishing a book specifically for the Romanian students community, because of course, the majority of the students, the Romanian students, speak English very well, but it's always easier when you try to get information in your native language, because you have like one thing less to focus on, and you can focus directly on what you want to learn, which is Java. So I actually have the book with me here. So this is how it looks like. It is a book that I really wanted to write directly in Romanian and publish it in Romanian. And it's a book on Java fundamentals aimed to help students here in Romania directly and the community in Romania.
So you're talking about the importance of meeting locally and sharing locally, but within that, we also have the opportunity to expand sharing knowledge on a global footprint. And you've been around the world, gone to many user groups and conferences. What are some events that really stand out to you where it really showcases not just the power of Java technology, but the community itself? I know you have some favorites.
So I've been in so many places, so many experts. I cannot say I can choose a favorite Java user group or community. I love all of them. So particularly 2 or 3 weeks ago, I've been visiting Saudi Arabia, and I met an excellent group there. So I delivered the presentation to 40 or 50 individuals there and had a great chat, a lot of questions, for example. But I've been as well throughout the whole Europe and in North America as well. And I've been also in Colombia, for example. So it's amazing to see how this subject, a particular 4-letter word, if I put it like that, reunite so many cultures and kinds of people, and I love that so much.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we talk about a global footprint of over 10 million developers, and a previous segment when we were talking to George, there's so many people that have inspired all of us in different ways. We truly are standing on shoulders of giants. Who are some people that have really inspired you to continue to not just do innovative things with Java, but to also share that knowledge across the world? Who are some of your heroes?
So I think all of us learn from different other people we see sharing, speaking at conferences or writing books. I started myself with reading books and, of course, watching sessions at different conferences, and I'm continuing to do that, and I'm continuously inspired by so many advocates from Java and from other technologies which are close to the Java ecosystem. I don't have one person in mind because there are so many again, so it's impossible to say it's this guy or gal who inspired me the most. I think is again the community itself who's driving us into making the best out of it.
So what do you, at the local level in Romania, it's starting to become one of the more active sources of Java community and Java ecosystem energy. What are some of the things that you're doing at a local level to inspire the next generation of developers?
Yeah, that's very good. So I'm really involved, and I'm really close to our community there on the local level. I'm starting from delivering classes at the university in Bucharest. And one of the things that I've done is upgrading the curricula to many of the programming related courses to be more close to what we do today in practice in the real world. Romania really needs that. And at the moment, only by getting active and volunteering, we can do that. So in the past few years, I have been focusing in helping changing this curricula and teaching as well. And that's where I included so many parts of the Java ecosystem, because this is so much today. And we, as you said also earlier, no, it's a technology used by so many millions of companies, big or small, worldwide, and so many developers and so many applications. So whenever we teach this to the new generations, they need to know this, because this is what they will most likely have to use in practice when they get there and they get employed on their first job in a company. And then, of course, is the conferences which we deliver for both entry level but also senior developers. We have the Vox conferences here in Bucharest and Cluj. And Yash we had as well. We had some other conferences as well focused on Java and software development in general. And I try to attend to all of them, and to all the Java user groups that we have in the biggest cities here in Romania: Bucharest, Cluj, Sibiu, Iași, Timișoara. I've tried never to refuse an invite to any of these, because I really like meeting people there and discussing stuff. So that's what I'm doing the whole year. It's closely every month I have an event and discussion somewhere. I'm even thinking about some Java and karaoke event at the point here in Bucharest, because I'm a karaoke fan, but that's another story, I guess.
Wait, I thought we're supposed to just focus on code, not on singing, because if there's a singing challenge, I think you probably rise to the top there, and many of us will be following you. Laura, what are some of your next big steps in terms of your journey, in terms of where it's taking you? What are you investing in right now?
At the moment, I'm still working on a couple of books, which are, of course, on the Java ecosystem related, particularly on the security part, because you see, security in software is so paramount today. I think it's an important part that all developers should also focus on. Whenever we write our applications, we should be also particularly focused on non-functional requirements and not only on how to make the capabilities work. And here we have security, we have performance, and so on and so forth. So it's sometimes very easy to forget about the non-functional requirements. And one of the things I would like to remind everyone is that we need to focus on this as well. Besides that, of course, I'm still focusing on getting to as many Java user groups as possible, close to Romania, but also outside, and finding ways in which we can make the community grow, because we can always find place to grow, no?
Absolutely. One of the beauties of what I've seen over the last 30 years of Java, not just in terms of the technology innovation, is the inclusiveness that it has across borders. I mean, you touched on a little bit of how your journey started locally and expanded in terms of you being able to publish books that are now distributed globally, being able to talk to user groups around the world, going to Java conferences, even participating online. That's one of the beauties of this IT age we're in, is we can create relationships face to face, but then extend them digitally. Is there something that you recommend someone new to the ecosystem in terms of how to just get started? Because we all start somewhere, and it can be daunting, it can be terrifying, it can be even be scary. And for those of us that are already here, we know how welcoming and embracive and helpful we all are. But what suggestions would you give to someone who's just starting their journey in terms of participating in the Java community?
So for many parts of this world, unfortunately, money is a problem, funds, resources. Fortunately for everyone, there are so many good resources on Java outside which are free, starting with the Java YouTube channel itself, many other YouTube channels, plus the reach to the communities, Slack channels, Discord servers, and so on, where you can get in touch and learn the things very easy. I think if you are a beginner and you start now and you decided to go with Java, good choice, by the way, then you should just get started with the resources you find out there, because there are resources up to date, easy to learn, and they will help you get started enough then to be able to access anything you want. Just get started.
Just get started, and connect with the community itself through all the various touch points you referenced. Laura, you've been so humble over the years in terms of just how much you've given back to the community. I always have an interesting question I like to ask, which is, what's your fondest memory being part of the Java community? Because that personal story matters.
Well, myself, I have been helped so many times from the very beginning by the Java community itself, by people, first of all, locally here in Romania, and then, of course, by people outside. Sometimes people that they don't even know they have helped me, because maybe it's just a video I have watched online, or maybe a book I read at some point, and that got me upskill. So that's why, as I said, I want to give back, because I have been myself helped by others, and this is how it should work. We have to always help others upskill. We as well upskill this way, and we help the new generations.
That's fantastic. And we are, although we're starting our Java celebrations for 30 years of Java today, we're going to be carrying this celebration for a good portion of the rest of this calendar year and well into the next calendar year. Where can developers and students and other people of like-minded interests, where can they find you the next few months? Where will you be?
Online, they can find me on LinkedIn, Blue Sky, X, and of course YouTube. Just follow me wherever you want on this social media, and hopefully I will be there at many other conferences in person. I will try to announce them on social media as well. Not all of them are planned yet, so I cannot enumerate them now, but if you are there on social media, you will definitely find out where I am and when I am exactly.
Lars, it's so good to have you here. Thank you so much for being part of the kickoff of 30 years of Java, the celebrations. We're looking forward to seeing you across the online sphere and the physical sphere itself moving forward. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much and happy anniversary, Java. Bye.
Yeah,
Happy birthday,
thank you,
Java.
Laurel. Thank you, Sar. All right. Well, we are going to keep the party going here as I bring on Stuart Marks. So Stuart and I, we're going to have a bit of a conversation about Java collections. One of the things you're famous for, another thing you're famous for, but we'll get to that eventually. That's a bit of a surprise, maybe. So one thing I was going to hope to talk about with James, but man, that 30 minutes just flew by, was about adding generics into Java. And I believe that was like one of the first big projects you kind of worked on, right? When you started joining the Java team. Is that right, Stu? Hopefully. Oh, hold on. I'm not getting your audio. Uh-oh. One second. Okay. Yeah, 1 second. We'll fix this audio here. One moment. See what we can do. Sorry about this, everyone. We'll get this figured out really quick here. The fun of doing everything live. Yeah. Okay. You want to maybe try just rejoining, and maybe that could resolve it. Yeah, unfortunately, your audio still isn't working. Oh, you can't hear me either? Hold on. Sorry, everyone. We will get this figured out here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Sometimes that just kind of happens on live streams here, is some of the audio and stuff doesn't work. We had a few issues earlier on today as well with that. But yeah, sometimes that's the way things go.
Can I now butt in and explain what's up?
Yes.
What's
Yeah.
up with the
Weren't you
quiz?
supposed to be in the green room checking on this?
Yeah, I did. It worked there. But I wanna explain myself for the quiz.
Oh, how
Because I
you
noticed something.
Uh-huh.
Because there's a delay between behind the scenes and what they see on YouTube. That means that when you watch the stream on YouTube, then the questions will pop up at a kind of unexpected time. You have to like really intently watch your phone and also listen to the stream, which is a bit late.
Yeah.
I was backstage, so I saw the questions at the same time, but I didn't have this mental gap of somebody's talking like 10 seconds in the past. So I think I had an unfair advantage actually. So I concede my win.
Yeah. All right. Do we hear Stuart now? Uh-oh. He still doesn't hear us.
Yeah.
Do you want to work with him in the green room, and we can maybe get that fixed instead of doing it live, and then we can.
Yeah, we can. We can
Yeah.
totally.
One moment. Let me see if I can get that green room just so I can share that link with him.
Okay, I'll be over there. You guys have fun over here.
All right. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so something I was going to talk a bit about with James, but I didn't quite get a chance to. And sorry I didn't get to maybe also ask James some of the questions people are asking in the live chat. Did a lot of prep for it. It was a very exciting moment for me, and I didn't want to flub it. But some of the interesting things is so like two big features that were added in JDK 5 were generics and wait, what was the other one? Just all of a sudden blinking and trying to take some time up here. Of course, I should always just know offhand the two major features added in JDK 5. Where are my notes? Oh yeah, annotations. Yeah, so I did talk about that a little bit with James. Like annotations was like another feature that was added, but generics was also intended to be added back in the prototype of JDK before it was released, but it wasn't. So that's, I believe, was one of the first major projects Stewart worked on. Certainly, I remember that was like one of my first experiences is that as a Java developer, when I got started back in 2008, that one of the first projects I was working on, about a year afterwards, we transitioned from JDK 4 to JDK 5. And so it's sort of still in my mind, JDK 4 or JDK 5 is like a newer Java language, or newer Java version, because we got to add generics, which was a huge benefit, because before generics, before you could actually sit here and say like, hey, this list or this map is all of this kind of type of object, you had to constantly cast them when you would retrieve a value from that map to what it was supposed to be. All right, so Nicolai is back. Is Stewart's audio working, or was I supposed to? Yes?
Yeah, I think so. Now I'm both in the green room and on stream.
Oh, not sorry. So sorry. Just that's what Nicolai gets for cheating in the quiz. So we will mess with it. Yeah. So it sounds like Stewart's audio is working again. So hopefully we will be having him on here and again in a few moments. But anyways, generic is a huge addition. If people have been in the Java ecosystem long enough, they would know how much better and easier it is to be able to use generics when, yeah. Here, let's wait. All right, Stewart's back.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Stewart, I hear you. Woo! All right.
Okay.
Thank goodness people wanted to hear me stall for this entire time.
Sorry to make you go through that. Boy,
That's
this is
not a problem.
Yeah. Okay. So no more wasting time on the tech issues. So so back into it. So first of all, happy birthday, Java. It's great to be here. It's great that you can finally hear me. So you were asking about generics and your conversation with James, which I did listen to. So this is I'll run through this pretty quickly because this does predate my involvement with Java, but one of the things I have heard James say in the past, and it would be good to follow up with him in depth at some point, but generics were known in programming language circles at the time Java was created. And so they apparently they did have some early prototypes that used generics. But they took it out because no one had quite figured out the best way to use to implement generics. And so the vestige of, it's not quite the same as generic programming, it's sort of a workaround for the lack of generics, is that array types are covariant. And so if string is a subclass of object, and so a string array is a subclass of an object array. And So that's a kind of a subtle type system issue. That's not the obvious thing to do, but it does enable you to do certain things like write a generic sort routine that can sort any array. But that's kind of about the limit of my knowledge at it. So,
gotcha. Yeah, I guess if maybe just to touch a little bit on history, like what were some of the, because like it wasn't even just like, oh, how do we implement generics in Java, but like no one really knew kind of like, you know, in those early 90s, maybe up into the early 2000s, really how to implement generics. Like what were some of the difficulties in every language even trying to implement that concept? If you know, or if this is outside.
Yeah, it's a bit far afield from what I know, and I think the issues are essentially covariance and contravariance. And there, if you look at the papers at UPSLA and ECOOP from the 1990s, people would talk about that, and whether if you have I mean, it's basically what I just said. If you have base types like object and string is a subclass of object. Okay, so now if you have generics that involve those, what's the relationship of those generic types? Should a list of string be a subclass or subtype of a list of object? And there are a bunch of different answers to that question.
Yeah.
And the way Java generics turned out, the answer is no. Those are actually independent types. They are invariant, as the term goes. But that was a design decision that was arrived at after a lot of thinking. And that's why wildcards were put in.
Yeah,
but that didn't happen until long after. That was Java 5 in about 2004, and the discussion that led up to that.
Yeah, as I was kind of stalling for time while the tech issues were worked out, I was mentioning so my history, like my first professional job, I started in 2008. And one of the applications I was working on at the time, it was initially written in JDK4, and I remember like going on and like Googling like how to do certain things, and I realized it's like, wait, I can't write a for loop this way. Like I have to like write out like, you know, the counter, you know, what I'm counting up to, and then what I'm iterating through, whatever. And like, so, you know, we didn't have the enhanced for loop. And then also I'm like, what's these angle brackets things? And like setting the, like, you know, I was like, what the heck is this stuff? And it's just because, you know, I was on JDK4, and then like a year or two after I started is when we upgraded to JDK5. And I was just kind of joking how still to this day, like in my mind, like JDK5 is like a more modern version of Java, even though it's like absolutely ancient by now. Like, yeah, 21 years old? So yeah. So also another, sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, so it is interesting because when, you know, I started off programming Java before generics, and then when generics came along, it was like, wow, yeah, all these weird angle brackets and stuff. And, you know,
okay, I wasn't the only one that was surprised by it.
Yeah, no. I think everybody was. And then, but it's interesting in retrospect. If you go look at some old code that doesn't use generics, it looks weird. It's like,
oh yeah, it looks weird.
Wow, yeah, this is Java code, but something's missing.
Yeah. Yeah. So also another thing that also in some of these early applications I was working on that I was also bridging between was like some of the older collection type objects to some of the more modern ones that we're still using. So like I was seeing areas where there was things like vector and hashable or hash table, depending on how you want to pronounce that, versus list and map and hash map. So yeah, you want to kind of explain some of that, because that's more your bread and butter kind of spanning attention.
Yeah, and so if you've been following the live stream, I noticed Brian Goetz and James Gosling both talked about in the 1990s, a lot of us were building large systems in C, and collections in C weren't really a thing. You could malloc up a region of memory and use it as a dynamic array. But if all you got was a pointer, and so if you passed that pointer around, whoever used it didn't know how much space there actually was. So you had to create a struct that told you how much space it was. But then you also needed to keep track of how many things were in the array, so that as you were appending things, you knew that you still had some room left, and so you had to add more things to your struct. And then and there were no general data structures there. And when Java came along, Vector was just incredibly cool because it's this object, you could throw stuff into it. It kept track of how big its array was. It resized it. It resized it for you if necessary. It kept track of how many things there were, so it didn't resize it if there was still room and you added stuff. So we all thought Vector was fabulous. And then if you're a C programmer, it's actually pretty difficult to write a hash table. And so having a Java, so it's funny because the T in hash table was not uppercase, and so it's like hashtable.
Hashtable,
so it's kind of a misspelling in the class name. But when hash table came along, or hashtable, it's like, wow, you can just create this thing that can contain anything and just throw stuff into it. And it's like, wow, that was just so cool. From the C programming point of view, it's like if you wanted to create a hash table, it had to be customized for every different data structure you wanted to put in, and you had to think about what the hash code algorithm was for whatever you were putting into it, and things like that. And boy, so that was so Vector and hash table were the original Java collections, and coming from a C programming standpoint, they were incredibly cool. Now, from our current perspective in the present day, they're incredibly old-fashioned. There are some things about them that are actually misfeatures. Two of which are, one is it seemed like a good idea at the time, but they were synchronized. Every method on Vector and hash table was synchronized, and it's like, oh, of course you want it to be that way because you wanted things to be thread safe, and that actually was a misapplication of thread safety principles. The problem was if you did something like the way to iterate over the contents of a vector was using enumeration. I should say enumerate the elements of a vector. Remember that?
You're bringing back some bad memory.
But the thing is that was, since you were iterating externally, then that was actually not a thread safe operation. And so basically suppose you were iterating, searching for something, and then say, oh, I want to replace this with something else. Well, that's a composition of multiple operations, and that's not thread safe. So you had to do all the locking yourself if you wanted, a check then act kind of action to be thread safe. So having locking inside a vector and hash table turned out not to be that useful. In fact, there's some bugs that are impossible to fix. Like if you suppose you compare two hash tables for equality, well, everything is locked. So hash table A takes its lock, and then what it needs to do is lock the contents of B in order to do the comparison. Well, suppose somebody calls equals on hash table B to see if it's equal to A. Now the problem is you're taking the lock on B in the opposite direction for A, and so now you can get a deadlock.
Deadlock, yeah.
So having locking inside a vector and hash table turned out not to be a good idea, which led to when Josh Bloch introduced the collections framework. By default, they were not synchronized. And also there's overhead. I think initially the team had hoped that the JIT compiler would be able to optimize away unnecessary synchronization, but I think that essentially turned out not to be true. So the fact is that you ended up paying synchronization overhead whether you needed it or not.
Yeah, some of that stuff is just kind of like a good amount of changes. I mean, like with the integrity by default is about also some changes to help improve the JIT, because like it can make better assumptions, right? When it thinks a value won't be changing or become invariant. And I'm guessing, that seemed to be an issue then here with hash table and vector, even though it's like, oh yeah, synchronization will probably never be used. It's like the JIT would never be like, it's not like it might be still used, and so it can never really optimize it away. So
exactly.
It's like, it's like because the JIT can be very conservative or cautious sometimes because it doesn't want to, because then it can be very expensive to like re-add that in,
right,
if needed. So let's see. Now one of the first projects, and actually I really remember this, that you actually worked on when joining the Java team was adding the Unmodifiable collections in JDK 9.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I remember this is actually kind of really when I got started doing presenting. So I got started right around the same time that JDK 9 was kind of getting towards its completion. So like I had like a presentation like, hey, what's new in JDK 9? I know earlier on when Nicolai, was it Nicolai? Yeah, was having this conversation with Mark about for a while it looked like the modules were going to be removed from JDK 9, and like I was about to give a big presentation, and like I'm like, I don't know when we're going to be presenting, all the modules aren't there. That doesn't matter. But yeah, what about adding unmodifiable collections to JDK 9? Like, what were some of the challenges in getting that added?
Yeah, challenges. Let's see. Well, whenever it's one of those things where whenever you propose a new API or propose an enhancement to something that a lot of people use, everybody has all their opinions about it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just an enormous number of design decisions to go through, and sometimes they affect each other.
Yeah.
And so you have to undo some things. And I think the most of the stuff was fairly obvious because at that time, so this is in Java 9, and so so we had var args. So if you wanted to create a list, you just have a few parameters or arguments, and then you have several APIs for 1, 2, and 3, and I ended up going up to 10. There was a bit of an argument about how many fixed arguments should be in those APIs. The reason for that was I said, well, let's stay with fixed somebody said, oh, don't add too much clutter to have fixed argument overloads. And it's like, well, my design was add more than most people are likely to use, so that for most cases it'll be fixed argument binding as opposed to var args, because in fact you effectively cannot change the number of fixed argument parameters, because then it creates overload ambiguities and whatnot. So but anyway, so for list and set, it was actually fairly obvious how to do that. You just have a certain number of fixed argument, list.of and set.of, and then you have a var args version. Okay, how do you do map? Now, map turned out to be a big challenge because you have key value pairs that are of different types. And so you can't use var args because every element of a var arg has to be every element of a var arg has to be of the same type, and so you can't alternate. So we ended up with this. It's kind of a compromise. Basically, a bunch of fixed argument overloads for map.of, where you have kv and kv kv and kv kv kv, and going up to 10 pairs, which is more than most people will need. But you can't extend it beyond that. So basically, what you have to do is you have to create map entries. So you have to say map of entries, entry kv, entry kv, entry kv, which is kind of clunky, and it's a bit verbose. But the fact is, you can do it, and it doesn't. You don't have to use it that often because small maps, most maps are small, and they're 10 fixed arg APIs.
It's not going to be that often where someone is going to be wanting to build manually a 10 or 11 plus arguments unmodifiable map. I remember kind of, again, some of these things because I was doing a presentation on it, like kind of going through it up, like, okay, yeah, you can do this up to 10 arguments, because when it comes to unmodifiable list and sets, there isn't any set number of ones that you can just kind of add just directly to it. It can be however many you want. Is that right? If I'm remembering,
you can have an arbitrary number in there, and what happens is you can't tell in the source code, but as you add more arguments, it just binds to the larger number of the fixed argument API with a larger number of arguments. But then at a certain point, it just turns into the var args call, and you can't tell by looking at the source code, which is pretty nice. But you just cannot do that with map.
So one other thing that was also added in JDK 9 is the ability to do removals from JDK 9. I don't know, is the doctor in to talk about that, or?
You know, yeah, I
go see if you
saw
can go
him,
find him.
Yeah,
and-
okay. All right. So I promise I'll be back, or I will get the doctor.
Wait, someone
and bring the
will be
doctor back. And yes, and he's nearby. So
Okay.
I'll make sure that he gets back on, and we hope no technical difficulties this time.
So,
All right.
hopefully
So
not this time. Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see if
So
we can find
let me pop off screen just a moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, no, one of the important parts of being a good steward of a platform is not only continually adding new features, but also knowing when to take features out. Because, it might seem easy enough to always continually add features, but there's always a cost then to continuing to maintain these features because, as I was kind of touching a little bit on when it came to the JIT and being able to optimize like around synchronization and stuff like that with hashable and vector or hash table, there is certain considerations that even if a feature is rarely used, like for example, one thing that Dr. Deprecator has been working studiously on is security manager. There is a cost to that. And you know what? I think that Dr. is in. Hold on one moment. And yeah, you know what? All of a sudden, yeah, the doctor is officially in. Now, it has never been confirmed that the Dr. Deprecator and Stuart Marks have been in the same location.
Yeah, it's a modern mystery.
It's a very much so. So yes, yeah, another thing, as I mentioned, with my start getting into JDK 9 for presenting, was also the added addition of the for removal annotation. So like before, I think since JDK 1.1 maybe is when it would have been JDK 5 when the deprecated annotation was added, because that's when the annotations were added.
Yeah.
But then we added.
There was actually a weird deprecation kind of quasi annotation, which was a JavaDoc tag.
Yes.
In 1.2 was when that came.
Okay. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, they're handled through the Java tags anyways. So yeah, but we added the for removal in JDK 9, and I guess you had a hand in that, Dr. Deprecator.
Yes. Or I had a scalpel in it. Yes.
Yes.
So deprecation, the concept of also it's interesting, echoing some of what James said. You had a conversation about thread.destroy and various things like that. And there were warnings in those on those APIs, and this deprecated JavaDoc tag was added in 1.2, and those were among the first things that were deprecated. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, the deprecated annotation was added in Java 5, but essentially it meant the same thing. And the problem was, for years and years and years, things had been deprecated, but nothing had ever been removed. And so, in fact, it got to be, the typical conversation in the Java community was, how do I do such and so? Oh, just use such and so, such and so. And then somebody else will say, well, but that's deprecated. And then somebody else will say, yeah, it's deprecated, but go ahead and use it anyway, because they'll never remove anything. And that's kind of a problem, because when you have a platform that's continuously evolving, you do need to get rid of stuff. That's because there are things that are obsolete, that have maintenance costs, and there are things that get in the way, and you want to remove them. And so my contribution to JDK 9 was to augment the deprecated annotation with a single bit. And that one bit meant, yes, we really are going to remove this. And so the real work in the deprecation was over subsequent releases. In fact, we did remove stuff. And so I think people got the message that if that bit is set, then the thing is actually going to go away. Yeah. And so JDK 11, we removed the the Java EE modules, JAX WS, JAX B, and Corba, and we've we're still working on a variety of stuff that is being deprecated and removed.
Yeah, and I think probably one of the big ones that you're really actively removing, and also one that can really demonstrate some of the actual benefits from being removed, is Security Manager. I don't know if you want to kind of go a little bit into why it's being removed, and then also how that removal is actually really helping within the JDK to also allow it to continue to evolve.
Yeah. So again, if you can read the various JEPs about Security Manager deprecation and removal, I think Sean Mullen and the security team did a great job on that. It took years. The reason is the Security Manager was just totally intertwined with everything in the JDK.
Yeah. And
it was based on the original idea that you could load untrusted code into the JVM and run it in a run this code with reduced permissions. People called that a sandbox. And the typical example of that was applets. So you could have a JVM and you could load an applet over the internet, and you didn't have to trust the applet code because your system would be protected from it if it tried to do something malicious by the Security Manager. And that vision of the world never really worked out. And so browsers removed applet support years ago. And there were a few other things in the system in the JDK that use this remote downloading capability. But I think applets were basically the biggest use case. And those died quite a number of years ago. And so at a certain point, we're looking at this, it's like, dealing with the Security Manager is a continual maintenance overhead. If you want to add a feature, then it's like, oh, okay, how does that affect the Security Manager? What happens if you do this? Does this open up a new way to bypass the Security Manager? Do we need to add permissions to control this? And on and on and on. And somewhere along the way, people realize that, well, not only is the Security Manager not providing any value to customers, virtually nobody used it. It's subtracting value from JDK development.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, it's a big effort, but we finally, like I said, the security team put in a ton of effort to actually get rid of the Security Manager. And so that was removed. It was permanently disabled in JDK 24, and that's the official line. The let's see, security. So the Security Manager class is still there, so that basically, so that the programming idiom is to be able to say, if system.getSecurityManager equals null, then do something. And so, so in fact, the Security Manager class is still there, but in fact, it does nothing, and you cannot install a Security Manager.
Yeah, but I think also kind of one of the things, to your point on the maintenance overhead, is kind of with it being permanently disabled, there was a lot of code that was starting to be refactored where we could actually remove all this logic that you're talking about when it comes to Security Manager. And I can't remember what it was, but like someone posted like the before and after, and like this one method within the JDK was reduced to like literally like 2 or 3 lines, because all like the 20 other lines just had to do with Security Manager. Like that's all it was. And it's just like, so there was all this maintenance overhead, because it's one of those things, you have that API out there. You can't just be like, okay, no one's using it, so don't worry about it. We can just pretend like it's not there. Like you still had to respect that, and we still had to cover all the use cases. So like, just not only is that a lot more code, but then you had to think about it and reason about it. So that's all.
I think that might have been my article. I wrote detoxifying code base. No, I think that's exactly it. There was lots of code in the JDK that was doing check permission here and do privileged here, and we don't have time to explain do privileged. But it made things really complicated, and it cluttered up the code a lot. And so removing all of that was, oh, that's what that code does now. Oh, that makes perfect sense now.
Yeah.
Once you get rid of all that noise.
So now that security manager is almost gone, now there's two more other things that are on terminal, maybe
Terminally deprecated.
Terminally deprecated. That would be applets and finalization. So yeah, like when are they going to be finally excised from the JDK?
So the funny thing is, it's like the main reason for leaving the security manager around was for the purpose of applets. But oddly enough, we were able to remove the security manager before applets. But one of the things was that, in fact, I was talking to Phil Race, who is the head of the client team at Oracle, and this is his area, and there's just so much cleanup work to do. They've been trying to get rid of applet for a long time. It stayed around actually a lot longer than most people would have expected. I think after the mainstream browsers removed applet support, there were actually still some customers who had specific tools and specific ways for using applets. And so they needed it around for somewhat longer than we would have expected.
Yeah, like some internal tooling or something like that. Yeah, I could only imagine.
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
IRS is like probably for like one particular form for one particular like exception. It's just kind of like, no, we have the app for this.
Well, yeah, I think one of the things is, we like to think that everything is open source, but in fact, there are companies that have massive software development efforts in their IT applications, and it's all closed source. So we never see any of that stuff. But in fact, some of these things are used in such areas. So I think we did give those IT departments a few extra years to get rid of their applets. So applets are definitely on their way out. But one of the things is that the client team has a lot of tests, and they have an internal test framework that uses applets. And so they needed to convert all the tests. So one of the themes is, it's one thing to say, yeah, nobody out there is using it, let's get rid of this feature. Well, it turns out that there's a lot of things that are used within the JDK and within our build and test systems ourselves that are using it that we need to get rid of. And so if you think about the way AWT and Swing development were done a number of years ago, for a while it was fashionable to have every application have a mode that says, oh, I can be run either as an applet or I can be run as a desktop application. And so all that stuff needed to be pulled out. But that is on the way, and we hope to actually get rid of applet sometime fairly soon. A tremendous amount of work has been done by the client team on doing that.
Yeah.
And in fact, you mentioned finalization. That's the same thing there. So finalization has been deprecated for removal for a couple of years now, and there's been this long-running effort to remove uses of finalizers from the JDK itself. So I think that finalization was in there since day one, and so people used it for a lot of things, and people used it for too much. Their finalizers probably did too much work, and there's a lot of code in the JDK itself where the finalizers have some odd side effects and whatnot. And so disentangling that and removing those, and if necessary, replacing them with alternatives is a big job.
And that alternative would be generally what, either the finally block and or cleaners, is that right? Or is there any other?
Well, I think that the most obvious thing is cleaners, because cleaners allow you essentially to get a callback when an object has been when an object is no longer reachable. The difference is, if you have a finalizer, it's like when this object, you have one object, when this object becomes unreachable, then a method gets called on it. But since a method is now called on it, it's reachable again. And that's one of the fundamental issues with finalization. So cleaner is when this object becomes unreachable, you get a callback on this other object. And that makes sense conceptually. It's actually incredibly difficult to use for reasons that are not at all obvious. But that is an alternative if you really, really, really do need to be informed when the GC discovers that your object is unreachable. Now, actually, one of the things that James said is people wrote a lot of stuff in finalizers, and they expected that, oh, okay, when the last reference goes away, then the finalizer gets called. That's not true. It's when the garbage collector notices it, which can be an arbitrary time later. And that's one of the issues with Cleaner that still remains, which is when this object over here becomes unreachable, some arbitrary time later, you might get this callback that says that you can clean up that stuff now. So that is one of the issues with Cleaner. But I also think that it's not so much the finally blocks, but it's really try with resources.
That's kind of later. Yeah.
I'm convinced that one of the reasons that people thought they needed finalizers was that if you are doing fairly complicated things with multiple resources, you want to make sure that if you open several things that you close all of them. But when you're opening the second thing, if that gets an exception, you want to make sure to close the first thing.
Yeah.
And getting all that right is actually really hard. And so I think people relied on finalizers to clean up. It's like, oh, okay, well, I can't possibly write all the logic that handles all of these exceptional cases properly. And so they said, well, the finalizer will take care of it. But with try with resources, you can open up multiple resources, and if you get an exception in using them or in the process of opening some of them, try with resources will go ahead and close the ones that had been opened already in the reverse order. So it has the right cleanup semantics. So I think using try with resources, try with resources has been around a while. It's been in since GTK 7, but I think that actually does remove some of the need for finalizers.
Yeah, and it really, again, before the try with resources, that was difficult to do. That if you had like a multi-phase commit, like let's say you're someone like an Amazon, and like someone makes an order. Okay, you're gonna call the payment processor. You're gonna like update your inventory. You're gonna call like a shipping thing to do that, and like that would be all probably different systems where you would probably all have to open up different resource sources for it. Now today it's probably you would just be all HTTP calls, but like back then, it would be actual database calls and stuff. So anyways, we're going a bit over time. Is there anything you wanted to finally deprecate as we end this live stream?
Well, I don't think so. It's just that just to say that for a platform to last for 30 years, it needs a way to renew and refresh itself and to remove features in order to make room for new ones. And so I think that's what this effort is all about. Applet is going to be removed soon, finalizers soon after that, and maybe there's some plans to do some stuff in the future, but I'm not ready to announce it yet.
All right.
And then we'll make room for all those great features that Brian Goetz and the VM the VM and Valhalla team is going to give us over the next few years as well.
Wait, Valhalla when?
When it's ready.
When it's ready. Perfect. Well, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Deprecator.
All right.
Also,
happy birthday, Java.
Make sure to thank Stuart Marks when you see him.
Okay. And I'll mention it to him.
All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. Well, we are finishing up now. It was quite an interesting live stream. Got to have a lot of really interesting conversations. We got to experience a lot of issues in production as well, which is also fun.
May you live in interesting times.
Yes.
I'm ready to get back to boring times personally, but
I think it's more of us that want boring times.
We need to do this more.
Actually,
fixing problems is fun.
Actually, no, not boring times, predictable times.
Yes, predictable times. Yeah, but yes, thank you everyone for joining us today to celebrate Java's 30th birthday a day early. It was a great time. Like I said, for me, it was really cool. Like I've never thought I would have had a conversation with James Gosling, so that was really cool. And it was also great listening to the conversations you guys are having with all of our other great guests as well. So any parting thoughts?
You keep saying that it's tomorrow is Java's birthday, but you're very US centric.
Yeah,
so
I was
people
gonna
in
say,
India, for example, or further east, already celebrating. They can already, for them, it's already Friday the 23rd. They can already party on Java's actual birthday.
Yeah, that's right. Australia is always the leading in of that, getting to celebrate a little bit earlier than everyone.
So yeah. Some people will celebrate earlier, and or celebrate again for those that it's going to be 23rd tomorrow.
Tell us a little bit. You're not just in any random hotel, right? Where are you?
So I'm currently at Spring.io in Barcelona.
Just rubbing it in, Barcelona.
The weather was not that great today, so I just mostly stayed at the conference. It was really cool. It's really cool conference, by the way. So Spring.io tomorrow morning, we're going to celebrate together with more than 1,000 attendees. Very early in the morning. I hope they will like the surprise. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but we're going to celebrate live. And I think that there are some other Java user groups that are celebrating live tomorrow, some get-togethers. I think that the Antwerp Java user group was, or the Brussels Java user group, or the Belgium Java user group was mentioned, like with some gathering at Beer Central. So there will be more of these gatherings happening all around the world, probably on 23rd. But pretty much, I think 2025 is the year that Java turns 30. So I think the entire year is a celebratory one.
Absolutely. You only turned 30 once, but yeah, so definitely attend your Java users groups. You ever get a chance to definitely attend Spring.io. It's a fantastic conference. And if nothing else, you're also still in Barcelona, which is also always great. Yeah, I guess, Nicolai, did you have any parting thoughts? Are you going to get some double-sided sticky tape to fix your... I can't look away from it. It's just so asymmetrical.
It is, isn't it? It's not just that, actually. Much of that, what's sticking on the wall, is not holding on. It's holding on for dear life. Like, there's some parts where it's just like one little bit of tape that's still holding on. I want to go back to those Java user groups you mentioned, though. We talked about that earlier with Bruno as well, right? A lot of the Java user groups not fell by the wayside, but struggle. Some of them actually did fall by the wayside. I know one, for example, in San Diego that isn't out there anymore. Recently checked with those. But just generally, there are some Java user groups that are struggling. So if you take anything away from this Java community celebration, it is go to your local Java user group. And if there used to be one, there isn't anymore, reach out. Maybe you can revive it. That would be so cool. San Diego or anywhere else.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, I was just replying to that in the chat as well.
Yeah, I saw that. Perfect. And there's also, by the way, Michael Redlich, thank you for being here with the entire stream and celebrating with us. Ralph Torello was here for a while. I saw that. Johan Hutting. There's so many great people out there who, now that I said all their names out loud.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna, it's okay.
Exactly. Let's ignore that part. All right. So thank you, everybody, for being in the stream, for hanging out with us this is the time. And if people ask you whether this stream will be online, we had some sound issues, right? But we have reason to believe that the recordings on our end will be clean. So we might be reposting stuff from this content in the future. We don't know yet from the stream. But yeah, definitely subscribe to the Java YouTube channel if you haven't already. And stick around for content like this and more Java One Talks and Inside Java newscasts and SIPs and Stack Walkers and Jeb Cafes and all the other things that we do.
Yes.
And your coding interview. And podcasts.
And podcasts.
And Java.
So
and everything.
Everything.
Perfect.
Well, once again, happy birthday, Java.
Happy birthday, Java. All right.
Yeah.
Great.
Bye.
Guys. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.